Synopsis of the first tablet. Lamentation over the desolation of Sumer. How the gods fled their cities as the nuclear cloud spread. The debates in the council of the gods. The fateful decision to unleash the weapons of terror. The origin of the gods and the awesome weapons on Nibiru. Nibiru's north-south wars, unification and dynastic rules. Nibiru's place in the solar system. A dwindling atmosphere causes climate changes. Efforts to obtain gold to shield the atmosphere fail. Alelu, a usurper, uses nuclear weapons to stir volcanic gases. Anu, a dynastic heir, deposes Alelu. Alelu steals a spacecraft and escapes from Nibiru. The words of the Lord Enki, firstborn son of Anu, who reigns on Nibiru. With heavy spirit I utter laments. Laments that are bitter fill my heart. How smitten is the land, its people delivered to the evil wind, its stables abandoned, its sheepfolds emptied. How smitten are the cities, their people piled up as dead corpses, afflicted by the evil wind. How smitten are the fields, their vegetation withered, touched by the evil wind. How smitten are the rivers, nothing swims anymore, pure sparkling waters turned into poison. Of its black-headed people, Sumer is emptied. Gone is all life. Of its cattle and sheep, Sumer is emptied. Silent is the hum of churning milk. In its glorious cities only the wind howls. Death is the only smell. The temples whose heads to heaven arose by their gods have been abandoned. Of lordship and kingship command there is none. Scepter and tiara are gone. On the banks of the two great rivers, once lush and life-giving, only weeds grow. No one treads the highways, no one seeks out the roads. Flourishing Sumer is like an abandoned desert. How smitten is the land, home of the gods and men. On that land a calamity fell, one unknown to man. A calamity that mankind had never seen before, one that could not be withstood. On all the lands from west to east, a disruptive hand of terror was placed. The gods in their cities were helpless as men. An evil wind, a storm born in a distant plain, a great calamity wrought in its path. A death-dealing wind born in the west, its way to the east has made, its course set by fate. A storm devouring as the deluge, by wind and not by water, a destroyer, by poisoned air, not tidal waves overwhelming. By fate, not destiny, was it engendered. The great gods, in their council, the great calamity had caused. By Enlil and Ninharzag, it was permitted. I alone for a halt was beseeching. Day and night to accept what the heavens decree I argued, to no avail. Nine-Urta, Enlil's warrior son, and Nergal, my very own son, poisoned weapons in the great plain, then unleashed. That an evil wind shall follow the brilliance we knew not. They now cry in agony. That the death-dealing storm born in the west its course to the east shall make, who could foretell? The gods now but bemoan. In their holy cities the gods stood disbelieving as the evil wind toward Sumer made its way. One after another the gods fled their cities, their temples abandoned to the wind. In my city, Eridu, as the poison cloud approached, I could do nothing to stop it. Escaped to the open steppe to the people I gave instructions. With Enki my spouse, the city I abandoned. In his city, Nippur, place of the bond heaven-earth, Enlil could do nothing to stop it. The evil wind against Nippur was onrushing. In his celestial boat, Enlil and his spouse hurriedly took off. In Sumer's city of kingship, Nanar to his father Enlil for help cried. In the place of the temple that to heaven in 7 steps rises, Nanar, the hand of fate refused to heed. My father who begot me, great God who to had granted kingship, turn the evil wind away, Nanar pleaded. Great God who decrees the fates, let and its people be spared, your praises to continue, Nanar appealed. Enlil answered his son Nanar, noble son, your wondrous city kingship was granted. Eternal reign it was not granted. Take hold of your spouse Ningal, flee the city, even I who decrees fates, its destiny I cannot bend. Thus did Enlil my brother speak, alas, alas, not a destiny it was. A calamity no greater since the deluge gods and earthlings had befallen, alas, not a destiny it was. The great deluge was destined to happen. The great calamity of the death-dealing storm was not. By the breach of a vow, by a council decision it was caused, by weapons of terror was it created. By a decision, not destiny, were the poisoned weapons unleashed. By deliberation was the lot cast. Against Marduk, my firstborn, did the two sons destruction direct. Vengeance was in their hearts. Ascendancy is not Marduk's to grasp. Enlil's firstborn shouted, with weapons I shall oppose him, Ninurta said. Of people he raised an army, Babili as earth's navel to declare. Nergal, Marduk's brother, so shouted. In the council of the great gods, words of venom were spread. Day and night I raised my opposing voice, peace I counseled, deploring haste. For the second time the people had raised his heavenly image. Why does opposing continue? I asked in pleading. Have all the instruments been checked? Did not the era of Marduk in the heavens arrive? I once more inquired. Ninkishzida, my very son, other signs of heaven cited. His heart, I knew, Marduk's injustice to him could not forgive. Nanar, to Enlil on earth born, was unrelenting too. Marduk, my temple in the north city, his own abode made, so he said. Ishkur, Enlil's youngest, punishment demanded in my lands to whore after him the people he made, he said. Utu, son of Nanar, at Marduk's son Nabu, his wrath directed, the place of the celestial chariots he tried to seize. Inanna, twin of Utu, was furious of all. The punishment of Marduk for the killing of her beloved Dumuzi she still demanded. Ninharzag, mother of gods and men, her gaze diverted. Why is not Marduk here, she only said. Gibel, my own son, with gloom replied, Marduk has all entreaties put aside. By the signs of heaven his supremacy he claims. Only with weapons will Marduk be stopped. Ninurta, Enlil's firstborn, shouted. Utu, about protecting the place of the celestial chariots, was concerned. In Marduk's hands it must not fall, so he said. Nergal, lord of the lower domain, ferociously was demanding, let the olden weapons of terror for obliteration be used. At my own son I gazed in disbelief, for brother against brother the terror weapons have been forsworn. Instead of consent there was silence. In the silence Enlil opened his mouth. Punishment there must be. Like birds without wings, the evildoers shall be. Marduk and Nabu, us of heritage are depriving. Let them of the place of the celestial chariots be deprived. Let the place be scorched to oblivion, Ninurta shouted. The one who scorches, let me be. Excited, Nergal stood up and shouted, let the evildoers' cities also be upheavaled. The sinning cities let me obliterate. Let the annihilator my name thereafter be. The earthlings by us created must not be harmed. The righteous with the sinners must not be perished, I forcefully said. Ninharzag, my creating helpmate, was consenting. The matter is between the gods alone to settle. The people must not be harmed. Anu, from the celestial abode to the discussions, was giving much heed. Anu, who determines fates, from his celestial abode his voice made heard. Let the weapons of terror be this once used. Let the place of the rocket ships be obliterated. Let the people be spared. Let Ninurta the scorcher be. Let Nergal be the annihilator. So did Enlil the decision announce. To them a secret of the gods I shall reveal. The hiding place of the terror weapons to them I shall disclose. The two sons, one mine, one his, to his inner chamber Enlil summoned. Nergal, as he went by me, his gaze averted. Alas, I cried out without words. Brother has turned against brother. Are the prior times fated to repeat? A secret from the olden times to them Enlil was revealing, the weapons of terror to their hands entrusting. Clad with terror, with a brilliance they are unleashed. All they touch to a dust heap they turn. For my brother against brother on earth they were forsworn, neither region to effect. Now the oath was undone, like a broken jar in useless pieces. The two sons, full of glee, with quickened step from Enlil's chamber emerged, for the weapons departing. The other gods turned back to their cities. None of his own calamity had a foreboding. Now this is the account of the prior times, and of the weapons of terror. Before the prior times was the beginning. After the prior times were the olden times. In the olden times the gods came to earth and created the earthlings. In the prior times none of the gods was on the earth, nor were the earthlings yet fashioned. In the prior times the abode of the gods was on their own planet. Nibiru is its name. A great planet, reddish in radiance, around the sun an elongated circuit Nibiru makes. For a time in the cold is Nibiru engulfed, for part of its circuit by the sun strongly is it heated. A thick atmosphere Nibiru envelops, by volcanic eruptions constantly fed. All manner of life this atmosphere sustains. Without it there will be only perishing. In the cold period, the inner heat of Nibiru it keeps about the planet, like a warm coat that is constantly renewed. In the hot period, it shields Nibiru from the sun's scorching rays. In its midst rains it holds and releases to lakes and streams giving rise. Lush vegetation our atmosphere feeds and protects. All manner of life in the waters and on the land to sprout it caused. After eons of time our own species sprouted, by our own essence an internal seed to procreate. As our numbers grew, to many regions of Nibiru our ancestors spread. Some tilled the land, some four-legged creatures shepherded. Some lived on the mountains, some in the valleys their home made. Rivalries occurred, encroachments happened, clashes occurred, sticks became weapons. Clans gathered into tribes, then two great nations each other faced. The nation of the north against the nation of the south took up arms. What was held by hand to thrusting missiles was turned. Weapons of thunder and brilliance increased the terror. As a war long and fierce engulfed the planet, brother amassed against brother. There was death and destruction both north and south. For many circuits desolation reigned the land. All life was diminished. Then a truce was declared. Then peacemaking was conducted. Let the nations be united, the emissaries said to one another. Let there be one throne on Nibiru, one king to reign over all. Let a leader from north or from south by lot be chosen, one king supreme to be. If he be from north, let south choose a female to be his spouse as equal queen to reign alongside. If by lot a south male be chosen, let the north's female be his spouse. Husband and wife let them be, as one flesh to become. Let their firstborn son be the successor. Let a unified dynasty thus be formed, unity on Nibiru forever to establish. In the midst of the ruins, peace was started. North and south by marriage were united. The royal throne into one flesh combined, an unbroken line of kingship established. The first king after peace was made, a warrior of the north he was, a mighty commander. By lots, true and fair, was he chosen. His decrees in unity were accepted. For his abode he built a splendid city, Agade, unity meaning was its name. For his reign a royal title he was granted. On it was. The celestial one was its meaning. With strong arm order in the lands he re-established. Laws and regulations he decreed. Governors for each land he appointed. Restoration and reclamation was their foremost task. Of him in the royal annals thus it was recorded. On the lands unified, peace on Nibiru he restored. He built a new city, the canals he repaired, food to the people he provided. There was an abundance in the lands. For his spouse the south a maiden had chosen, for both love and warring she was noted. Antu was her royal title, the leader who is On's spouse, the given name cleverly did mean. She bore On 3 sons and no daughters. The firstborn son was by her named Enki. By on, a solid foundation was its meaning. Alone on the throne he was seated. A spouse to choose was twice postponed. In his reign, concubines were brought into the palace. A son to him was not born. The dynasty thus begun was by the death of Enki disrupted. On the foundation no offspring followed. The middle son, though not the firstborn, the legal heir was pronounced. From his youth, one of the three brothers, Ib, by his mother was lovingly called. The one in the middle his name did mean. By the royal annals, Anib he is named. In kingship celestial, by generations, the one who is On's son, the name signified. He followed his father on Nibiru's throne. By count, he was the third to reign. The daughter of his younger brother he chose to be his spouse. Ninib, she was called the Lady of Ib. A son to Anib by Ninib was born. The successor on the throne he was, the fourth by the count of the kings. By the royal name Anshargal, he wished himself to be known. On's prince, who is greatest of princes, was the meaning. His spouse, a half-sister, Kishagul, was equally named. Knowledge and understanding were his chief ambition. The ways of the heavens he assiduously studied. The great circuit of Nibiru he studied, its length a shar to be he fixed. As 1 year of Nibiru was the measure, by it the royal reigns to be numbered and recorded. The shar, to the 10 portions he divided, 2 festivals were thereby he pronounced. When nearest to the sun's quarters, a festival of the warmth was celebrated. When to its far abode Nibiru was distanced, the festival of coolness was decreed. Replacing all olden festivals of tribes and nations to unify the people, the two were established. Laws of husband and wife, of sons and daughters, by degree he established. Customs from the first tribes he proclaimed for the whole land. From the war, females greatly outnumbered males. Decrees he made, 1 male to have more than 1 female for knowing. By law, 1 wife as official spouse to be chosen, first wife to be called. By law, the firstborn son was his father's successor. By these laws, confusion soon came about. If the firstborn son, not by the firstborn wife, was born, and thereafter by the first wife a son was born, by law the legal heir becoming, who shall be the successor? The one by the count of Shar's firstborn? The one by the first wife born? The firstborn son? The legal heir? Who shall inherit? Who shall succeed? In the reign of Anshargal, Kishargal as first wife was pronounced. A half-sister of the king she was. In Anshargal's reign, concubines were again brought into the palace. By the concubines, sons and daughters to the king were born. A son by one was the first to be born. The son of a concubine was the firstborn. Thereafter Kishargal bore a son. The legal heir by law he was. The firstborn he was not. In the palace of Kishargal raised her voice in anger, shouting, "If by rules my son, by a first wife born, from succession shall be barred, let the double seed not be neglected. Though of different mothers, of one father the king and I are offspring. I am the king's half-sister, of me the king is half-brother. By that my son the double seed of our father Anib possesses. Let henceforth the law of the seed, the law of espousal overpower. Let henceforth a son by a half-sister, whenever born, above all other sons rise to succession." And Shargal, contemplating, the law of the seed embraced with favor. Confusion of spouse and concubines, of marriage and divorce, it would be avoided. In their council, the royal counselors, the law of the seed for succession adopted. By the king's order, the scribes, the decree recorded. Thus, the next king by the law of the seed for succession was proclaimed. To him, the royal name Anshar was granted. 5th on the throne he was. Now, this is the account of the reign of Anshar and the kings who followed. When the law was changed, the other princes were contending. Words there were, rebellion there was not. As his spouse Anshar a half-sister chose, he made her first wife. By the name Kishar she was called. Thus was by this law the dynasty continued. In the reign of Anshar the fields diminished their yields, fruits and grains lost abundance. From circuit to circuit, nearing the sun heat grew stronger. In the faraway abode, coolness was more biting. In Agade, the throne city, the king those of great understanding assembled. Learned savants, those of great knowledge, to inquire were commanded. The land and the soil they examined, the lakes and streams they put to the test. It has happened before. Some gave an answer. Nibiru in the past, colder or warmer, has grown. A destiny it is, in the circuit of Nibiru embedded. Others of knowledge, the circuit observing, Nibiru's destiny to blame did not consider. In the atmosphere a breaching occurred that was their finding. Volcanoes, the atmosphere, forbear, less belching were spitting up. Nibiru's air has thinner been made. The protective shield has been diminished. In the reign of Anshar and Kishar, pestilences made an appearance, toil could them not overcome. Their son Inshar, then the throne ascended. Of the dynasty the sixth he was. Lordly master of the Shar, the name did signify. With great understanding he was born, with much learning he mastered much knowledge. To remedy the afflictions, ways he thought. Of Nibiru heavenly circuit he made much study. In its loop of the sun's family 5 members it embraced, planets of dazzling beauty. For cures to the afflictions, their atmospheres he caused to be examined. To each he gave a name. Ancestral forefathers he honored. As heavenly couples he them considered. On and onto the twin-like planets he called the first 2 to be encountered. Beyond in Nibiru's circuit were Anshar and Kishar, in their size the largest. As a messenger, Gaga, among the others, coursed sometimes first Nibiru to meet. 5 in all were Nibiru's heavenly greeters as the sun it circled. Beyond, like a boundary, the hammered bracelet the sun encircled. As a guardian of the heavens, forbidden region with havoc it protected. Other children of the sun, 4 in number, from intrusion the bracelet shielded. The atmospheres of the 5 greeters Inshar set out to study. In its repeating circuit, the 5 in Nibiru's loop carefully were examined. What atmospheres they possessed by observation and with celestial chariots intensely were examined. The findings were astounding, the discoveries confusing. From circuit to circuit, Nibiru's atmosphere more breaching suffered. In the councils of the learned, cures were avidly debated. Ways to bandage the wound were urgently considered. A new shield to embrace the planet was attempted. All that was thrust up back to the ground came down. In the councils of the learned, the belching volcanoes were studied. The atmosphere, by belching volcanoes having been created, its wound by their diminished belching had come to be. Let with invention new belching be encouraged. Let volcanoes spew again. One savants group was saying, how the feat to achieve, with what tools more belching to attain, none the king could inform. In the reign of Inshar, the breach in the skies grew bigger. Rains were withheld, winds blew harder, springs from the depths did not arise. In the lands there was an accusation, the breasts of mothers were dry. In the palace there was distress, an accusation therein took hold. And his first wife, Inshar, a half-sister, did espouse, by the law of the seed abiding. Ninshar she was called, bear of the Shars the lady. A son she did not bear. By a concubine to Inshar a son was born, the firstborn son he was. By Ninshar, first wife and half-sister, a son was not brought forth. By the law of succession, the concubine's son the throne ascended, the 7th to reign he was. Duru was his royal name, in the dwelling place fashioned was its meaning. In the house of concubines, not in the palace, was he indeed conceived. As his spouse, a maiden from his youth beloved, Duru chose by love, not by seed, a first wife he selected. Dauru was her royal name. She who is by my side was the meaning. In the royal court, confusion was rampant. Sons were not theirs, wives were not half-sisters. In the land, suffering was increasing. The fields forgot their abundance. Among the people, fertility was diminished. In the palace, fertility was absent. Neither son nor daughter was brought forth. Of On's seed, 7 were the rulers. Then of his seed the throne was dry. Dauru, a child at the palace gateway, found. As a son she embraced him. Duru, in the end, as a son him adopted. Legal heir him decreed. Lama, meaning dryness, was his given name. In the palace the princes were grumbling. In the council of counselors there were complaints. In the end, Lama, the throne ascended. Though not of On's seed, he was the 8th to reign. In the councils of the learned, to heal the breach there were 2 suggestions. One was to use a metal. Gold was its name. On Nibiru it was greatly rare. Within the hammered bracelet it was abundant. It was the only substance that to the finest powder could be ground, lofted high to heaven, suspended it could remain. Thus, with replenishments, the breach it would heal, protection make better. Let celestial boats be built. Let a celestial fleet the gold to Nibiru bring over. Let weapons of terror be created was the other suggestion. Weapons that the ground shake loose, the mountains split asunder. With missiles the volcanoes to attack, their dormancy to bestir, their belching to increase, the atmosphere to replenish, the breach to make disappear. For a decision Lama was too feeble. What choice to make he knew. 1 circuit Nibiru completed, 2 shars Nibiru to count continued. In the fields affliction was not diminished. By volcanic belching the atmosphere was not repaired. A 3rd shar passed, a 4th was counted, gold was not obtained. In the land strife was abundant, food and water were not abundant. In the land unity was gone, accusations were abundant. In the royal court savants were coming and going, counselors were rushing in and rushing out. The king to their words paid no attention. Counsel from his spouse he only sought. Lahama was her name. If destiny it be, let us beseech the great creator of all. To the king she said, beseeching, net actings provide the only hope. In the royal court the princes were astir. At the king accusations were directed. Foolishly, unreasoning, greater calamities instead of cure he brought forth. From the olden storehouses weapons were retrieved. Of rebellion there was much speaking. A prince in the royal palace was the first to take up arms. By words of promise the other princes he agitated. Alelu was his name. Let Lama be the king no more, he shouted. Let decision supplant hesitation. Come, let us unnerve the king in his dwelling. Let him the throne abandon. The princes to his words gave heed. The gate of the palace they rushed. To the throne room, its entrance restricted, like onrushing waters they went. To the tower of the palace the king escaped. Alelu was him pursuing. In the tower there was a struggle. Lama fell down to his death. Lama is no more, Alelu shouted. The king is no more, with glee he announced. To the throne room Alelu rushed. On the throne he himself seated. Without right or counsel a king he himself pronounced. In the land unity was lost. Some by the death of Lama rejoiced, others by Alelu's deed were saddened. Now this is the account of the kingship of Alelu and of the going to earth. In the land unity was lost. About the kingship many were aggrieved. In the palace princes were agitated. In the council counselors were distraught. From father to son, succession from on the throne continued. Even Lama, the 8th, by adoption a son was proclaimed. Who was Alelu? Was he a legal heir? Was he firstborn? By what right did he usurp? Was he not a kingslayer? Before the 7 who judge Alelu was summoned, his fate to consider. Before the 7 who judge, Alelu spread his pleas. Though neither legal heir nor a son firstborn, of royal seed indeed he was. Of Anshargal am I descended, before the judges he claimed. By a concubine my ancestor was to him born. Elam was his name. By the count of Shars, Elam was the firstborn. The throne to him belonged. By convincing the queen his rights put aside. A law of the seed from naught she created. For her son the kingship attained. Elam of kingship she deprived. To her son instead it was granted. By descent of Elam's generations am I continued. The seed of Anshargal is within me. The seven who judged to Alelu's words gave heed. To the council of counselors they passed the matter, truth or falsehood to ascertain. The royal annals from the house of records were brought forth. With much care they were read. On and onto the first royal couple were, 3 sons and no daughters to them were born. The firstborn was Enki. He died on the throne, he had no offspring. The middle son, in his stead the throne ascended, and Nib was his name. Anshargal was his firstborn, the throne he ascended. After him on the throne, kingship by the firstborn did not continue. The law of succession by the law of the seed was supplanted. A concubine's son was the firstborn. By the law of the seed of kingship he was deprived. The kingship instead of Kishargal's son was granted. Her being a half-sister of the king was the reason. Of the concubine's son, the firstborn, the annals made no record. Of him I am descended, Alelu to the counselors cried out. By the law of succession to him kingship belonged. By the law of succession to kingship am I now entitled. With hesitation the counselors of Alelu an oath of truth demanded. Alelu swore the oath of life or death, as king the council him considered. They summoned the elders, they summoned the princes, before them the decision was pronounced. From among the princes a young prince stepped forward. About the kingship words he wished to say. Succession must be reconsidered to the assembly, he said. Though neither firstborn, nor by the queen a son, of pure seed am I descended. The essence of On in me is preserved, by no concubine diluted. The counselors heard the words with amazement. The young prince to step closer they summoned. They asked for his name. It is Anu, after my forefather On am I named. They inquired about his generations. Of On's 3 sons he them reminded. Enki was the firstborn, without son or daughter he died. Anib was the middle son. Instead of Enki, the throne he ascended. Anib, the daughter of his younger brother, took to be wife. From them onward the succession in the annals recorded. Who was that younger brother? A son of On and Antu, one of purest seed. The counselors with wonderment looked at each other. Anuru was his name. Anu to them announced he was my great ancestor. His spouse, Ninuru, was half-sister. Her son was firstborn. Anama was his name. His wife was a half-sister. By laws of seed and succession, a son she bore him. Of pure descent the generations continued, by law and by seed perfect. Anu, after our forefather On, did my parents name me. From the throneship we were removed. From On's pure seed we were not removed. Let Anu be king, many counselors shouted. Let Alelu be removed. Others, caution, did counsel. Let strife be prevented. Let unity prevail. They called in Alelu, the discovered findings to be told. To the prince Anu, Alelu his arm in embrace offered. To Anu he thus said, Though by different offsprings of one ancestor we are both descended, let us live in peace, together Nibiru to abundance return. Let me keep the throne, let you keep the succession. To the council's words he directed, Let Anu crown prince be, let him be my successor. Let his son my daughter espouse, let succession be united. Anu bowed before the council. To the assembly he thus declared, Alelu's cupbearer I shall be, his successor in waiting. A son of mine, a daughter of his, as bride shall choose. That was the council's decision. In the royal annals it was inscribed. In this manner Alelu on the throne remained seated. He summoned the sages, savants, and commanders he consulted. For deciding he gained much knowledge. Let celestial boats be constructed, he decided. To seek the gold in the hammered bracelet, he decided. By the hammered bracelets the boats were crushed. None of them returned. Let with weapons of terror the bowels of Nibiru be cut open. Let volcanoes again erupt, he then commanded. With weapons of terror skyborne chariots were armed. With terror missiles from the skies were volcanoes struck. The mountains swayed. The valleys shuddered as great brilliances with thunder exploded. In the land there was much rejoicing. Of abundance there were expectations. In the palace, Anu was for Alelu the cupbearer. He would bow at Alelu's feet, set the drinking cup in Alelu's hand. Alelu was the king. Anu, as a servant by him, was treated. In the land rejoicing receded. Rains were withheld. Winds blew harder. The belching by volcanoes did not increase. The breach in the atmosphere did not heal. In the heavens, Nibiru, its circuit kept coursing. From circuit to circuit, heat and cold grew harder to suffer. The people of Nibiru ceased to revere their king. Instead of relief, misery he caused. Alelu on the throne remained seated. The strong and wise Anu, foremost among the princes, was standing before him. He would bow to Alelu's feet, set the drinking cup in Alelu's hand. For 9 counted periods, Alelu was king on Nibiru. In the 9th Shar, Anu gave battle to Alelu. To hand combat, with bodies naked, Alelu he challenged. Let the winner be king, Anu said. They grappled with each other in the public square. Doorposts trembled and walls shook. Alelu bent his knee to the ground. He fell on his chest. Alelu in combat was defeated. By acclaim, Anu was hailed as king. Anu to the palace was escorted. Alelu to the palace did not return. From the crowds he stealthily escaped. Of doing like Lama he was fearful. Unbeknownst to others, to the place of the celestial chariots he hurriedly went. Into a missile-throwing chariot Alelu climbed. Its hatch behind him he closed. The 4-part chamber he entered. The commander's seat he occupied. That which shows the way he lit up, with bluish aura the chamber filling. The firestones he stirred up, their hum like music was enthralling. The chariot's great cracker he enlivened, a reddish brilliance it was casting. Unbeknownst to others, in the celestial boat Alelu from Nibiru escaped. To snow-hued earth Alelu set his course. By a secret from the beginning he chose his destination. Synopsis of the second tablet. Alelu's flight in a nuclear-armed spacecraft. He sets his course to Ki, the 7th planet Earth. Why he expects to find gold on Earth. The solar system's cosmogony, Tiamat's water and gold. The appearance of Nibiru from outer space. The celestial battle and Tiamat's breakup. Earth, half of Tiamat, inherits her waters and gold. Kingu, Tiamat's main satellite, becomes the moon of Earth. Nibiru is destined to forever orbit the sun. Alelu's arrival and landing on Earth. Alelu, discovering gold, holds Nibiru's fate in his hands. To snow-hued Earth Alelu set his course, but secret from the beginning he chose his destination. To regions forbidden Alelu made his way. No one has gone there before. No one at the hammered bracelet a crossing had attempted. A secret from the beginning Alelu's course has determined. The fate of Nibiru in his hands it placed. By a scheme his kingship to make universal. On Nibiru exile was certain. There death itself he was chancing. In his scheme risk was in the journey. Eternal glory of success was the reward. Riding like an eagle, Alelu The heavens scanned. Below, Nibiru was a ball in a voidness hanging. Alluring was its figure. Its radiance emblazoned the surrounding heavens. Its measure was enormous. Its belchings fire blazed forth. Its life-sustaining envelope, its hue a redness, was like a sea churning. In its midst the breach was distinct, like a darkened wound. He looked down again. The wide breach turned into a small tub. He looked again. Nibiru's great ball turned into a small fruit. The next time he looked, in the wide dark sea, Nibiru disappeared. Remorse the heart of Alelu grasped. Fear held him in its hands. Decision to hesitation turned. To halt in his tracks Alelu considered. Then from audacity to decision he returned. 100 leagues, 1,000 leagues the chariot was coursing. 10,000 leagues the chariot was journeying. In the wide heavens darkness was the darkest. In the far away distant stars their eyes were blinking. More leagues Alelu traveled. Then a sight of great joy met his gaze. In the expanse of the heavens, the celestial's emissary was him greeting. Little Gaga, the one who shows the way, by its circuit Alelu was greeting, to him a welcome extending. With a leaning gait before and after the celestial onto, it was destined to travel. To face forward, to face backward, with two facings was it endowed. Its appearance, as first to greet Alelu as a good omen, he at once considered. By the celestial gods he is welcomed, so was his understanding. In his chariot, Alelu followed Gaga's path to the second god of the heavens it was directing. Soon celestial Antu, its name by King Inshar, was given. In the deep's darkness was looming. Blue as pure waters was her hue. Of the upper waters she was the commencement. Alelu by the sight's beauty was enchanted. To course at a distance he continued. In the far beyond, Antu's spouse began to shimmer. By size, Antu's the equal. As his spouse's double by a greenish-bluish was On distinguished. A dazzling host encircled it on its side. With firm grounds they were provided. To the two celestials, Alelu bade a fond farewell, the path of Gaga still discerning. The way it was showing to its olden master, of whom it was once the counselor. To Anshar, the foremost prince of the heavens, the course was a turning. By the speeding chariot, Alelu the ensnaring pool of Anshar could tell. With bright rings of dazzling colors, the chariot it was enchanting. His gaze Alelu to one side quickly turned. That which shows the way with might he diverted. A sight most awesome then to him appeared. In the faraway heavens the family's bright star he discerned. A sight most frightening the revelation followed. A giant monster in its destiny moving. Upon the sun a darkening cast. Kishar its creator swallowed. Frightening was the occurrence, an evil omen Alelu indeed thought. The giant Kishar, foremost of the firm planets, its size was overwhelming. Swirling storms obscured its face, colored spots they moved about. A host beyond counting, some quickly, some slowly, the celestial god encircled. Troublesome were their ways, back and forth they were surging. Kishar itself a spell was casting, divine lightnings it was thrusting. As Alelu looked on, his course became upset. His direction was distracted. His doings became confused. Then the deepness darkening began to depart. Kishar on his destiny continued to circuit. Slowly moving, its veil from the shining sun it lifted. The one from the beginning came fully into view. Joy in Alelu's heart was not long lasting. Beyond the fifth planet the utmost danger was lurking. So indeed he knew. The hammered bracelet ahead was raining, to demolish it was awaiting. Of rocks and boulders was it together hammered, like orphans with no mother they banded together. Surging back and forth, a bygone destiny they followed. Their doings were loathsome, troubling were their ways. Nibiru's probing chariots like preying lions they devoured. The precious gold, needed for surviving, they refused to dislodge. The chariot of Alelu toward the hammered bracelet was headlong moving. The ferocious boulders in close combat to boldly face. Alelu, the firestones in his chariot more strongly stirred up. that which shows the way with steady hands he directed. The ominous boulders against the chariot charged forward like an enemy in battle attacking. Toward them Alelu a death-dealing missile from the chariot let loose. Then another and another against the enemy the terror weapons he thrust. As frightened warriors the boulders turned back, a path for Alelu granting. Like by a spell the hammered bracelet a doorway to the king it opened. In the dark deepness Alelu the heavens could clearly see. By the bracelet's ferocity he was not defeated, his mission was not ended. In the distance the sun's fiery ball its brilliance was sending forth. Welcoming rays toward Alelu it was emitting. Before it, a red-brown planet on its circuit was coursing, the sixth in the count of celestial gods it was. Alelu could but glimpse it. On its destined course from Alelu's path it was quickly moving. The snow-hued earth appeared, the seventh in the celestial count. Toward the planet Alelu set his course, to a destination most inviting. Smaller than Nibiru was its alluring ball, weaker than Nibiru's was its attracting net. Its atmosphere thinner than Nibiru's was. Clouds were within it swirling. Below, the earth to three regions was divided, snow white at the top, and on the bottom, blue and brown in between. Deftly, Alelu spread the chariot's arresting wings around the earth's ball to circle. In the middle region, dry lands and watery oceans he could discern. The beam that penetrates downward he directed, earth's innards to detect. "I have attained it," ecstatically he shouted. Gold, much gold, the beam has indicated. It was beneath the dark-hued region. In the waters it was too. With pounding heart, Alelu a decision was contemplating. Shall he on the dry land his chariot bring down, perchance to crash and die? Shall he to the waters his course direct, to perchance into oblivion sink? Which way shall he survive? Will he the treasured gold discover? In the eagle's seat Alelu was not stirring. To fate's hands the chariot he entrusted. Fully caught in earth's attracting net, the chariot was moving faster. Its spread wings become aglow, earth's atmosphere like an oven was. Then the chariot shook, emitting a mortifying thunder. With abruptness the chariot crashed, with a suddenness altogether stopping. Senseless from the shaking, stunned by the crash, Alelu was without moving. Then he opened his eyes and knew he was among the living. At the planet of gold he victoriously arrived. Now this is the account of the earth and its gold. It is an account of the beginning and how the celestial gods created were. In the beginning, when in the above the gods in the heavens had not yet been called into being, and in the below key the firm ground had not yet been named. Alone in the void there existed Apsu, their primordial begetter. In the heights of the above the celestial gods had not yet been created. In the waters of the below the celestial gods had not yet appeared. Above and below the gods had not yet been formed. Destinies were not yet decreed. No reed had yet been formed, no marshland had appeared. Alone did Apsu reign in the void. Then by his winds the primordial waters were mingled. A divine and artful spell Apsu upon the waters cast. On the void's deep he poured a sound sleep. Tiamat, the mother of all, as a spouse for himself he fashioned. A celestial mother, a watery beauty she was indeed. Beside him, Apsu, little Mamu, then brought forth. As his messenger he him appointed a gift for Tiamat to present. A gift resplendent to his spouse Apsu granted. A shining metal, the everlasting gold, for her alone to possess. Then it was that the two their waters mingled, divine children between them to bring forth. Male and female were the celestials created. Lamu and Lahamu, by names they were called. In the below did Apsu and Tiamat make them an abode. Before then had grown in age and in stature. In the waters of the above Anshar and Kishar were formed. Surpassing their brothers in size they were. As a celestial couple the two were fashioned. A son, An, in the distant heavens was their heir. Then Antu, to be his spouse, as An's equal was brought forth. As a boundary of the upper waters their abode was made. Thus were three heavenly couples below and above, in the depths created. By names they were called the family of Apsu, with Mamu and Tiamat they formed. At that time Nibiru had not yet been seen. The earth was not yet called into being. Mingled were the heavenly waters. By a hammered bracelet they were not yet separated. At that time circuits were not yet fully fashioned. The destinies of the gods were not yet firmly decreed. The celestial kinfolk banded together, erratic were their ways. Their ways to Apsu were verily loathsome. Tiamat, getting no rest, was aggrieved and raged. A throng to march by her side she formed. A growling, raging host against the sons of Apsu she brought forth. With all 11 of this kind she brought forth. She made the firstborn Kingu chief among them. When the celestial gods of this did hear, for council they rallied. Kingu she has elevated to rank as on command to him she gave to each other, they said. A tablet of destiny to his chest she has attached, his own circuit to acquire. To battle against the gods her offspring Kingu she instructed. Who shall stand up to Tiamat, the gods ask each other. None in their circuits step forward. None a weapon for battle would bear. At that time, in the heart of the deep a god was engendered. In a chamber of fates, a place of destinies was he born. By an artful creator was he fashioned. The son of his own son he was. From the deep where he was engendered, the god from his family in a rushing departed. A gift of his creator, the seed of life, with him away he carried. To the void he set his course, a new destiny he was seeking. The first to glimpse the wandering celestial was the ever-watchful Antu. Alluring was his figure, a radiance he was beaming. Lordly was his gait, exceedingly great was his course. Of all the gods he was the loftiest, surpassing theirs his circuit was. The first to glimpse him was Antu, her breast by child never sucked. Come, be my son, she called to him, let me your mother become. She cast her net and made him welcome, made his course for the purpose suited. Her words filled the newcomer's heart with pride. The one who would nurse him made him haughty. His head to doubled size grew larger, 4 members at his sides he sprouted. He moved his lips in acceptance, a godly fire from them blazed forth. Toward Antu his course he turned, his face to On soon to show. When On saw him, my son, with exaltation he shouted. To leadership you shall be consigned, a host by your side will be your servants. Let Nibiru be your name, a crossing forever known. He bowed to Nibiru, turning his face at Nibiru's passage. He spread his net for Nibiru, 4 servants he brought forth, his host by his side to be the south wind, the north wind, the fast wind, and the west wind. With joyful heart On to Anshar his forebear the arrival of Nibiru announced. Anshar, upon this hearing, Gaga, who was by his side, as an emissary sent forth, words of wisdom to On deliver, a task to Nibiru to assign. He charged Gaga to give voice to what was in his heart, to On thus say, Tiamat, she who bore us, now detests us. She has set up a warring host, she is furious with rage. Against the gods, her children, 11 warriors march by her side. Kingu among them she elevated, a destiny to his chest she attached without right. No god among us against her venom can stand up. Her host in us all has fear established. Let Nibiru become our avenger. Let him vanquish Tiamat. Let him save our lives. For him decree a fate. Let him go forth and face our mighty foe. To On Gaga departed. He bowed before him. The words of Anshar he repeated. On to Nibiru his forebears' words repeated. Gaga's message to him he revealed. To the words Nibiru with wonder listened. Of the mother who would her children devour, with fascination he heard. His heart, without saying, to set out against Tiamat him already prompted. He opened his mouth. To On and Gaga he thus said, If indeed I am to vanquish Tiamat, your lives to save, Convene the gods to assembly, my destiny proclaim supreme. Let all the gods agree in council to make me the leader, bow to my command. When Lamu and Lahamu heard this, they cried out with anguish. Strange was the demand, its meaning cannot be fathomed, thus they said. The gods who decree the fates with each other consulted. To make Nibiru their avenger they all agreed, to him an exalted fate decreed. From this day on, unchangeable shall be your commandments, to him they said. No one among us gods shall transgress your bounds. Go, Nibiru, be our avenger. They fashioned for him a princely circuit toward Tiamat to proceed. They gave Nibiru blessings. They gave Nibiru awesome weapons. Anshar 3 more winds of Nibiru brought forth, the evil wind, the whirlwind, the matchless wind. Kishar with a blazing flame filled his body, a net to enfold Tiamat therewith. Thus ready for battle, Nibiru toward Tiamat directly set his course. Now this is the account of the celestial battle, and how the earth-led come to be, and of Nibiru's destiny. The Lord went forth, his fated course he followed. Toward the raging Tiamat he set his face, a spell with his lips he uttered. As a cloak for protection he the pulsar and the emitter put on. With a fearsome radiance his head was crowned. On his right he posted the smiter, on his left the repeller he placed. The 7 winds, his host of helpers, like a storm he sent forth. Toward the raging Tiamat he was rushing, clamoring for battle. The gods thronged about him, then from his path they departed. To scan Tiamat and her helpers alone he was advancing. The scheme of Kingu, her host commander, to conceive. When he saw valiant Kingu, blurred became his vision. As he gazed upon the monsters, his direction was distracted. His course became upset. His doings were confused. Tiamat's band tightly her encircled. With terror they trembled. Tiamat to her roots gave a shudder. A mighty roar she admitted. On Nibiru she cast a spell, engulfed him with her charms. The issue between them was joined. The battle was unavoided. Face to face they came. Tiamat and Nibiru, against each other they were advancing. They for battle approached, they pressed on for single combat. The Lord spread his net, to encompass her he cast it. With fury Tiamat cried out, like one possessed she lost her senses. The evil wind which had been behind him, Nibiru drove forward. In her face he let it loose. She opened her mouth, the evil wind to swallow, but could not close her lips. The evil wind charged her belly, into her innards it made its way. Her innards were howling, her body was distended, her mouth was open wide. Through the opening Nibiru shot a brilliant arrow, a lightning most divine. It pierced her innards, her belly it tore apart. It tore into her womb, it split apart her heart. Having thus subdued her, her life breath he extinguished. The lifeless body Nibiru surveyed, like a slaughtered carcass Tiamat now was. Beside their lifeless mistress, her 11 helpers trembled with terror. In Nibiru's net they were captured, unable they were to flee. Kingu, who by Tiamat was made the host chief, was among them. The Lord put him in fetters, to his lifeless mistress he bound him. He wrested from Kingu the tablets of destinies, unrightly to him given, stamped it with his own seal, fastened the destine to his own chest. The others of Tiamat's band as captives he bound, in his circuit he them ensnared. He trampled them underfoot, cut them up to pieces. He bound them all to his circuit, to turn around he made them, backward to course. From the place of the battle Nibiru then departed, to the gods who had him appointed the victory to announce. Gaga came out to greet him. As a herald to the others he then journeyed. Beyond on and onto Nibiru to the abode in the deep proceeded. The fate of lifeless Tiamat and of Kingu he then considered. To Tiamat, whom he had subdued, the Lord Nibiru then returned. He made his way to her, paused to view her lifeless body, to artfully divide the monster into his heart lie was planning. Then, as a muscle, into 2 parts he split her. Her chest from her lower parts he separated. Her inner channels he cut apart, her golden veins he beheld with wonder. Trotting upon her hinder part, the Lord her upper part completely severed. The north wind, his helper, from his side he summoned. To thrust away the severed head, the wind he commanded, in the void to place it. Nibiru wind upon Tiamat then hovered, sweeping upon her gushing waters. Nibiru shot a lightning. To the north wind he gave a signal. In a brilliance was Tiamat's upper part to a region unknown carried. With her the bound Kingu was also exiled, of the severed part a companion to be. The hinder part's fate Nibiru then considered. As an everlasting trophy of the battle he wished it to be, a constant reminder in the heavens, the place of the battle to enshrine. With his mace the hinder part he smashed to bits and pieces. Then he strung them together as a band to form a hammered bracelet. Locking them together as watchmen he stationed them, a firmament to divide the waters from the waters. The upper waters above the firmament from the waters below it he separated. Artful works Nibiru thus fashioned. The Lord then crossed the heavens to survey the regions. From Apsu's quarter to the abode of Gaga he measured the dimensions. The edge of the deep Nibiru then examined. Toward his birthplace he cast his gaze. He paused and hesitated. Then to the firmament, the place of the battle, slowly he returned. Passing again in the Apsu's region, of the sun's missing spouse he thought with remorse. He gazed upon Tiamat's wounded half, to her upper part he gave attention. The waters of life, her bounty from the wounds were still pouring. Her golden veins Apsu's rays were reflecting. The seed of life, his creator's legacy, Nibiru then remembered. When he trod on Tiamat, when he split her asunder, to her the seed he surely imparted. He addressed words to Apsu, to him thus saying, with your warming rays to the wounds give healing. Let the waters to one place be gathered, let firm land appear. By firm land let her be called Ki, henceforth her name to be. Apsu to the words of Nibiru gave heed, let the earth join my family. Ki, firm land of the below, let earth her name henceforth be. By her turning let their day and night be. In the days my healing rays to her I shall provide. Let Kingu be a creature of the night, to shine at night I shall appoint him, earth's companion, the moon forever to be. Nibiru the words of Apsu with satisfaction heard. He crossed the heavens and surveyed the regions. To the gods who had him elevated he granted permanent stations. Their circuits he destined that none shall transgress nor fall short of each other. He strengthened the heavenly locks, gates on both sides he established. An outermost abode he chose for himself, beyond Gaga were its dimensions. The great circuit to be his destiny he beseeched Apsu for him to decree. All the gods spoke up from their stations. Let Nibiru's sovereignty be surpassing. Most radiant of the gods he is. Let him truly the son of the sun be. From his quarter Apsu gave his blessing. Nibiru shall hold the crossing of heaven and earth. Crossing shall be his name. The gods shall cross over neither above nor below. He shall hold the central position. The shepherd of the gods he shall be. A shar shall be his circuit, that his destiny will forever be. Now this is the account of how the olden times began, and of the era that in the annals the golden era by name was known, and how from Nibiru to earth the missions went the gold to obtain. The escape of Alelu from Nibiru was its beginning. With great understanding was Alelu endowed, much knowledge he by learning acquired. By his forefather Anshargal of the heavens and the circuits much knowledge was amassed. By Inshar was knowledge greatly augmented. Of that Alelu made much learning. With the sages he discoursed, savants and commanders he consulted. Thus was knowledge of the beginning ascertained. Thus did Alelu this knowledge possess. The gold in the hammered bracelet was the confirmation. The gold in the hammered bracelet of gold in Tiamat's upper half was the indication. At the planet of gold Alelu victoriously arrived, high, chariot with a thunder crashing. With a beam he scanned the place, his whereabouts to discover. High, chariot on dry land descended, at the edge of extended marshes it landed. He put on an eagle's helmet, he put on a fish's suit. The chariot's hatch he opened. At the open hatch he stopped to wonder. Dark-hued was the ground, blue-white were the skies. No sound their tease, there was no one to bid him welcome. Alone on an alien planet he stood, perchance from Nibiru forever exiled. To the ground himself he lowered, on the dark-hued soil he stepped. There were hills in the distance, nearby much vegetation there was. Ahead of him there was marshes, into the marsh he stepped. By the water's coolness he shuddered. Back to the dry ground he stepped. Alone on an alien planet he stood. With thoughts he was possessed, of spouse and offspring with longing he remembered. Was he forever from Nibiru exiled? Of that again and again he wondered. To the chariot he soon returned, with food and drink to be sustained. Then deep sleep him overcame, a powerful slumber. How long he slept he could not remember. What awakened him he could not tell. A brightness there was outside, a brilliance on Nibiru unseen. A pole from the chariot he extended, with a tester it was equipped. It breathed the planet's air, compatibility it indicated. The chariot's hatch he opened, at the open hatch he took a breath. Another breath he took, then another and another. The air of Ki indeed compatible was. Alelu clapped his hands, a song of joy he was singing. Without an eagle's helmet, without a fish's suit, to the ground himself he lowered. The brightness outside was blinding, the rays of the sun were overpowering. Into the chariot he returned, a mask for his eyes he donned. He picked up the carried weapon, he picked up the handy sampler. To the ground himself lie lowered, on the dark-hued soil he stepped. He made his way toward the marshes, dark greenish were the waters. By the marsh's edge there were pebbles. Alelu picked a pebble, into the marsh he thrust it. In the marsh a moving his eyes glimpsed. The waters with fishes were filled. Into the marsh the sampler he lowered, the murky waters to consider. For drinking the water was not fit, Alelu greatly disappointing. He turned away from the marshes, in the direction of the hills he wont. He made his way through vegetation, bushes to trees gave way. The place was like an orchard, the trees with fruits were laden. By their sweet smell enticed, Alelu picked a fruit, in his mouth he put it. Sweet was the smell, sweeter the taste was, Alelu greatly it delighted. Away from the sun's rays Alelu was walking, toward the hills he set his direction. Among the trees a wetness under his feet he sensed, a sign of close-by waters. In the direction of the wetness he set his course. In the midst of the forest there was a pond, a pool of silent waters. Into the pond the sampler he lowered. For drinking the water was good. Alelu laughed. An unstopping laughter seized him. The air was good. The water for drinking was fit. There was fruit. There were fishes. With eagerness Alelu bent down. Together his hands he cupped. Water to his mouth he brought. A coolness did the water have, a taste from Nibiru's water different. Once more he drank, then with fright he asunder jumped. A hissing sound he could hear. A slithering body by the poolside was moving. His carried weapon he seized. A blast from its ray toward the hissing he directed. The moving stopped. The hissing was ended. To examine the danger Alelu stepped forward. The slithered body lay still, dead was the creature, a sight most strange. Like a rope its long body was, without hands or feet was the body. Fierce eyes were in its small head, out of its mouth a long tongue was sticking. A sight on Nibiru never beheld it was, a creature of another world. Was it the orchard's guardian? Alelu by himself pondered. Was it the water's master? Himself he asked. In his carried flask he some water collected. With alertness to the chariot he made his way. The sweet fruits he also picked. To the chariot he set his course. The brightness of the sun's rays was greatly diminished. Darkness it was as the chariot he reached. The shortness of the day Alelu pondered. Its shortness him amazed. From the direction of the marshes a cool lightness on the horizon was rising. A white-hued ball in the heavens was quickly rising. Kingu, the earth's companion, he now beheld. What in the accounts of the beginning his eyes the truth could now see? The planets and their circuits, the hammered bracelet, Ki, the earth, King Yu, its moon, all created were, all by names were called. In his heart Alelu knew one more truth a beholding needed. The gold, the means of salvation to be found, was needed. If the truth be in the beginning tales, if by the waters the golden veins of Tiamat were washed, in the waters of Ki, its cut off half, gold must be found. With hands unsteady, Alelu, the tester from the chariot's pole, dismantled. With trembling hands the fish's suit he donned, the fast arriving daylight eagerly awaiting. At daybreak the chariot he exited, to the marshes he quickly stepped. Into deeper waters he waded, the tester into the waters he inserted. Its illuminated face he eagerly watched. In his chest his heart was pounding. The water's contents was the tester indicating, by symbols and numbers its findings disclosing. Then Alelu's heartbeat stopped. There is gold in the waters, the tester was telling. Unsteady on his legs, Alelu stepped forward. Deeper into the marshes he made his way. Again he, the tester, into the waters inserted. Again the tester, gold announced. A cry of triumph from Alelu's throat emanated. Nibiru's fate in his hands now was. Back to the chariot he made his way. The fish's suit off he took. The commander's seat he occupied. The tablets of destinies that knows all circuits he enlivened. To Nibiru's circuit to find a direction. The speaker of words he stirred up. Toward Nibiru the words to carry. Then to Nibiru words he uttered. Thus he was saying, the words of the great Alelu to Anu on Nibiru are directed. On another world I am, the gold of salvation I have found. The fate of Nibiru is in my hands. To my conditions you must give heed. Synopsis of the third tablet. Alelu beams the news to Nibiru, reclaims the kingship. Anu, astounded, puts the issue before the royal council. Enlil, Anu's foremost son, suggests on-site verification. Ea, Anu's firstborn and a son-in-law of Alelu, is chosen instead. Ea ingeniously equips the celestial boat for the journey. The spaceship, piloted by Anzu, carries 50 heroes. Overcoming perils, the Nibiruans thrill by Earth's sight. Guided by Alelu, they splash down and wade ashore. Eridu, home away from home, is established in 7 days. Extraction of gold from the waters begins. Though the quantity is minuscule, Nibiru demands delivery. Abgal, a pilot, chooses Alelu's spaceship for the trip. Forbidden nuclear weapons are discovered in the spaceship. Ea and Abgal remove the weapons of Terra and hide them. The fate of Nibiru is in my hands. To my conditions you must give heed. Those were the words of Alelu. From dark-hued earth to Nibiru they were by the speaker beamed. When the words of Alelu to Anu the king were conveyed, Anu astounded was. Astounded were the counselors, amazed were the sages. Alelu is not dead, they each other asked. Could indeed he or another world be living, they with disbelief were saying? Was he not on Nibiru hiding, in the chariot to a place of concealment gone? The commanders of chariots were summoned, savants the beamed words considered. The words from Nibiru did not come, from beyond the hammered bracelet were they spoken. This was their finding, this to Anu the king they reported. Stunned was Anu, the happening he pondered. Let words of acknowledgment to Alelu be sent, to the assembled he was saying. At the place of the celestial chariots the command was given, to Alelu words were spoken. Anu, the king, to you his greetings sends. Of your well-being to learn he is pleased. For your departing from Nibiru there was no reason. Enmity is not in Anu's heart. If gold for salvation you have indeed discovered, let Nibiru be saved. The words of Anu Alelu's chariot did reach. Alelu them quickly answered, if your savior I am to be, your lives to save, convene the princes to assembly, my ancestry declare supreme. Let the commanders make me their leader, bow to my command. Let the council pronounce me king, on the throne Anu to replace. When the words of Alelu on Nibiru were heard, great was the consternation. How could Anu be deposed, the counselors asked each other. What if Alelu mischief, not truth, is telling? Where is his asylum? Did gold indeed he find? They summoned the sages of the wise and learned counseling they asked. The oldest of them spoke. I was Alelu's master, he was saying. He had hearkened to teachings of the beginning, of the celestial battle he was learning, of the watery monster Tiamat and her golden veins he knowledge acquired. If indeed beyond the hammered bracelet he had journeyed, on earth the seventh planet is his asylum. In the assembly a prince spoke up, a son of Anu he was, of the womb of Antu, Anu's spouse, he was the issue. Enlil was his name, lord of the command it meant. Words of caution he was saying. Of conditions Alelu cannot speak, calamities were his handiwork. By single combat and wrestling he the throne forfeited. If Tiamat's gold he indeed had found, proof of that is needed. Is it for protecting our atmosphere sufficient? How through the hammered bracelet to Nibiru can it be brought? Thus did Enlil the son of Anu speak. Others many questions also ask. Much proof was greatly needed. Many answers are required. All agreed. The words of the assembly to Alelu were conveyed. A response demanded. Alelu the words merit pondered. To transmit his secrets he agreed. Of his journey and its perils in truth he an account gave. Of the tester its crystal innards he removed. From the sampler its crystal heart he took out. Into the speaker he the crystals inserted. All the findings to transmit. Now that proof has been delivered, declare me king. Bow to my command, he sternly demanded. The sages were aghast. With weapons of terror Alelu on Nibiru more havoc caused. With weapons of terror a path through the bracelet he blasted. Once in its circuit Nibiru that region passes, calamities Alelu is amassing. In the council there was much consternation. The kingship to alter was indeed a grave matter. Anu, not by ancestry alone, was king. By fair wrestling the throne he attained. In the assembly of the princes a son of Anu stood up to speak. He was wise in all matters. Among the sages renowned he was. Of the secrets of waters he was a master. Ea, he whose home is water, he was called. Of Anu he was the firstborn. To Damkina, Alelu's daughter, he was espoused. My father by birth is Anu the king. Ea was saying, Alelu by marriage my father is. To bring the two clans into unison was my espousal's intention. Let me be the one in this conflict unity to bring. Let me Anu's emissary to Alelu be. Let me be the one Alelu's discoveries to uphold. Let me in a chariot to earth journey. A path through the bracelet with water, not fire, I shall fashion. On earth, from the waters, let me the precious gold obtain. To Nibiru back it will be sent. Let Alelu be king on earth, a verdict of the sages awaiting. If Nibiru it will save, let there be a second wrestling. Who shall Nibiru rule, let it determine. The princes, the counselors, the sages, the commanders heard Ea's words with wonder. Full of wisdom they were, for conflict they solution found. Let it so be, Anu announced. Let Ea journey, let the gold be tested. Alelu a second time I shall then wrestle, let the winner be on Nibiru king. The words of decision to Alelu were conveyed. He pondered them and agreed. Let Ea my son by marriage to earth come. Let gold from the waters be obtained. Let it for salvation on Nibiru be tested. Let a second wrestling kingship by me or Anu settle. So be it. Anu in the assembly decreed. Enlil rose in objection. The king's words unalterable was. Ea to the place of the chariots went. Commanders and sages he consulted. The mission's dangers he contemplated, how to extract and bring the gold he considered. Alelu's transmission he carefully studied. Alelu for more testings the results he requested. A tablet of destinies for the mission he was fashioning. If water be the force, where could it be replenished? Where on the chariot will it be stored? How to force will it be converted? A full circuit of Nibiru did pass in contemplations, a shar of Nibiru in preparations past. The largest celestial chariot for the mission has been fitted. Its circuit's destiny has been calculated. A tablet of destiny has been firmly fixed. 50 heroes will for the mission be required to journey to Earth the gold to obtain. To the journey Anu his approval gave. The stargazers for the journey the right time to begin then selected. At the place of the chariots multitudes gathered. To bid farewell to the heroes and their leader did they come. Bearing eagles' helmets, carrying each a fish's suit, the heroes the chariot one by one entered. The last to embark was Ea. To the gathering he bade farewell. Before his father Anu he knelt down, the king's blessing to receive. My son, the firstborn, a far journey you have undertaken for us all to be endangered. Let your success calamity from Nibiru banish. Go and in safety come back. So did Anu to his son speak a blessing, bidding him farewell. The mother of Ea, the one called Ninul, to her heart embraced him. Why, after Anu as a son to me you were given, did he with a restless heart you endow? Go and come back, the hazardous road transfer safely to him, she said. With tenderness Ea kissed his spouse. Damkina he without words embraced. Enlil with his half-brother locked arms. Be blessed, be successful, to him he said. With heavy heart Ea the chariot entered to soar up the command he gave. Now this is the account of the journey to the 7th planet, and how the legend of the fish god who came from the waters was begun. With heavy heart Ea the chariot entered to soar up the command he gave. The commander's seat by Anzu, not by Ea, was occupied. Anzu, not Ea, was the chariot's commander. He who knows the heavens, his name's meaning was, for the task he was especially selected. A prince among the princes he was, of royal seed his ancestry he counted. The celestial chariot he deftly guided. From Nibiru it powerfully soared toward the distant sun he it directed. 10 leagues, 100 leagues the chariot was coursing. 1,000 leagues the chariot was journeying. Little Gaga came out to greet them. A welcome to the heroes it was extending. To blue-hued Antu, the beautiful enchantress, it showed the way. By her sight Anzu was attracted. Let us examine her waters, Anzu was saying. Ea, to continue without stopping, gave the word. It is a planet of no return, he forcefully said. Toward the heavenly On, the third in planetary counts, the chariot continued. On his side was On lying. His host of moons about him were whirling. The tester's beams the presence of water was revealing. A stop if needed to Ea it was indicating. To continue the journey was Ea saying, toward Anshar, the heaven's foremost prince, he was directing. Soon the ensnaring pull of Anshar they could tell, his colored rings with fear they admired. Deftly did Anzu the chariot guide, the crushing dangers he cleverly avoided. The giant Kishar, foremost of firm planets, was next to be encountered. Her net's pull was overpowering. With great skill did Anzu the chariot's course divert. With fury Kishar at the chariot divine lightnings was thrusting. Her host at the uninvited she directed. Slowly Kishar moved away, for the chariot the next enemy to encounter. Beyond the 5th planet the hammered bracelet was lurking. Ea his handiwork to set a wearing command, the water thruster to prepare. Toward the host of turning boulders the chariot was rushing, each one like a slingshot stone ferociously at the chariot aimed. The word by Ea was given. With the force of 1,000 heroes the stream of water was thrust. One by one the boulders turned face, a path for the chariot they were making. But as one boulder fled, another in its stead was attacking. A multitude beyond count was their number, a host for the splitting of Tiamat, revenge seeking. Again and again Ea the commands gave, the water thruster to keep a whirring. Again and again toward the host of boulders streams of water were directed. Again and again the boulders their faces turned, a path for the chariot making. And then at last the path was clear. Unharmed, the chariot could continue. A cry of joy the heroes sounded. Double was the joy as the sight of the sun was now unveiled. Amidst the elation Anzu the alarm sounded. For the path to have fashioned, excessive waters were consumed. Waters to feed the chariot's fiery stones for the remaining journey were not sufficient. In the dark deepness, the sixth planet they could see, the sun's rays it was reflecting. There is water on Lemieux, Ea was saying. Can you bring the chariot down upon it, Anzu, he was asking. Deftly Anzu the chariot toward Lemieux directed. Reaching the celestial god around it, he, the chariot, made circle. The planet's net is not great, its pull is to handle easy, Anzu was saying. A sight to behold was Lemieux. Many-hued it was. Snow white was its caps, snow white were its sandals. Reddish-hued was its middle. In its midst lakes and rivers were aglitter. Deftly as Anzu the chariot made travel slower. By a lakeside it gently came down. Ea and Anzu their eagle helmets donned. To the firm ground they stepped down. On command the heroes that which water sucks extended, the chariot bows with the lake's waters to fill. While the chariot was getting its fill of waters, Ea and Anzu with the whereabouts examined. With tester and sampler, all that matters they ascertained. The waters were good for drinking, the air was insufficient. All was in the chariot's annals recorded, the need for the detour described. With its vigor replenished, the chariot soared up, to benevolent Lemieux farewell bidding. Beyond the seventh planet was making its circuit, Earth and its companion, the chariot, were inviting. In the commander's seat Anzu was without words, Ea too was silent. Ahead was their destination, its gold Nibiru's fate for salvation or doom containing. The chariot must be slowed, or in Earth's thick atmosphere it shall perish, Anzu to Ea declared. Around Earth's companion the moon make slowing circles, Ea to him suggested. They circled the moon. By the vanquishing Nibiru in the celestial battle, its prostrate and scarred was lying. Having the chariot thus slowed down toward the seventh planet, Anzu the chariot directed. Once, twice, the Earth's globe he made the chariot circle. Ever closer to the firm land he lowered it. Snow-hued was 2/3 of the planet, dark-hued was its middle. They could see the oceans, they could see the firm lands. For the signal beacon from Alelu they were searching. Where an ocean touched dry land, where 4 rivers were swallowed by marshes, Alelu's signal was beaconed. Too heavy and large the chariot is for the marshes, Anzu was declaring. The earth's pulling net too powerful for on dry land to descend it is, Anzu to Ea announced. Splash down in the ocean's waters, Ea to Anzu shouted. Around the planet Anzu made one more circuit. The chariot with much care toward the ocean's edge he lowered. The chariot's lungs he filled with air. Into the waters down it splashed. Into the depth it was not sinking. From the speaker a voice was heard. To earth be welcomed, Alelu was saying. By his beamed words the direction of his whereabouts was determined. Toward the place Anzu the chariot directed. Floating as a boat it was upon the waters moving. Soon the wide-ranging ocean narrowed. Dry land on both sides as guardian appeared. On the left side brown-hued hills were rising. On the right mountains to heaven their heads raised. Toward the place of Alelu was the chariot moving. Floating like a boat upon the waters it was. Ahead the dry land was covered with flooding. Marshes the oceans were replacing. Anzu to heroes commands uttered. Their fishes' suits to put on he ordered. A hatch of the chariot was then opened. Into the marshes the heroes descended. Strong ropes to the chariot they attached. With the ropes the chariots they pulled. They were pulling. Alelu's beam words, more powerful, were becoming. Hurry, hurry, he was saying. At the edge of the marshes a sight there was to behold. Gleaming in the sun rays was a chariot from Nibiru. Alelu's celestial boat it was. The heroes, their paces quickened. Toward Alelu's chariot they hurried. Impatient, Ea donned his fishing suit. Within his chest his heart was like a drum beating. Into the marsh he jumped. Toward its edge hurried steps he directed. High were the marshes flooding. Deeper was the bottom than he expected. He changed his gait to swimming. With bold strokes forward he advanced. As dry land he was approaching. Green meadows he could see. Then his feet touched firm ground. He stood up, and by walking he continued. Ahead he could see Alelu standing, with his hands with vigor waving. Coming out of the waters ashore Ea stepped. On dark-hued earth he was standing. Alelu toward him came running. His son by marriage he powerfully embraced. "Welcome to a different planet, Alelu," to Ea said. Now this is the account of how Eridu on earth was established, how the count of 7 days was begun. In silence did Alelu Ea embrace. With tears of joy his eyes were filled. Before him Ea bowed his head. Respect for his father by marriage he was showing. In the marshes the heroes were advancing. More donned fishes' suits, more toward dry land were rushing. "Keep the chariot afloat," Anzu was commanding. "In the waters anchor it, the mud ahead avoiding." Ashore stepped the heroes. Before Alelu they were bowing. Ashore came Anzu, the last the chariot to depart. Before Alelu he bowed. With him Alelu in welcome locked arms. To all who had arrived Alelu words of welcome spoke. To all who were assembled Ea words of command spoke. "Here on earth I am the commander," he was saying. "On a life or death mission we have come. In our hands is Nibiru's fate." He looked about for a place for encampment he was searching. "Heap up soil, mounds fashioned there," Ea gave command, "an encampment to set up." To a place not afar he was pointing, a reed hut abode by Alelu erected. To Anzu then words he directed, to Nibiru words by beaming deliver. To the king my father Anu, successful arrival announce. Soon the hue of the skies was changing, from brightness to reddish it was turning. A sight never seen before their eyes was unfolding. The sun, as a red ball on the horizon, was disappearing. Fear seized the heroes, of a great calamity afraid they were. Alelu with laughter words of comfort was saying, "A setting of the sun it is, the ending of one day on earth it is marking. For a quick rest lie down, a night on earth is beyond imagining short. Before you expect the sun will an appearance make, on earth it will be morning. Before expecting darkness came, the heavens from the earth it separated. Lightnings the darkness pierced, rains and the thunders followed. By winds were the waters blown, storms of an alien god they were. In the chariot the heroes hunkered down, in the chariot the heroes huddled. Resting to them did not come, they were greatly agitated. With quickened hearts the sun's return they awaited. Smiling when its rays appeared they were, joyful and backslapping. And it was evening and it was morning, their first day on earth it was. By daybreak Ea the ongoings considered. To separate waters from waters heed he was given. Ingor he made of the sweet waters, the master drinking waters to provide. To the snake pond with Alelu he went. Its sweet waters to consider, evil serpents in the pond were swarming. So did Ingor to Ea say. The marshlands Ea then contemplated, the abundance of rainwaters he weighed. Enbi Lulu he placed in charge of the marshlands to mark out the thicket of reeds him he directed. Enkamdu in charge of ditch and dike he placed, a boundary for the marshes to fashion, for the waters that from heaven rain a gathering place to make. Thus were the waters below from the waters above separated, marsh waters from sweet waters asunder were set. And it was evening and it was morning, the second day on earth it was. When the sun morning announced, the heroes their assigned task were performing. With Alelu, Ea to the place of grass and trees his steps directed. All that in the orchard grows, herbs and fruits, after their kind to examine. To Izimud, his vizier, Ea questions was addressing. Was it this plant? Was it that plant? He was asking. Izimud, one of much learning, food that grows well he could distinguish. He tore a fruit from Ea, and honey plant it is, to Ea he was saying. One fruit he himself ate, one fruit Ea was eating. Of food that grows by its good distinguished, Ea the hero guru put in charge. Thus were the heroes water and food provided, satiated they were not. And it was evening and it was morning, the third day on earth it was. On the fourth day the winds ceased blowing, the chariot by waves was not disturbed. Let tools from the chariot be brought, let abodes in the encampment be built, Ea thus commanded. Kula, in charge of mold and brick, Ea appointed, from the clay bricks to fashion. Mushdamu to lay foundations he directed, dwelling abodes to erect. All day the sun was shining, the great light by day it was. By evetime Kingu, earth's moon, in fullness a pale light on earth it cast. A lesser light to rule the night among the celestial gods accounted to be. And it was evening and it was morning, the fourth day on earth it was. On the fifth day, Ea Ningursig a boat of reeds to fashion commanded, the measure of the marshes to take, the stretch of the swamplands to consider. Olmosh, he who what in the water's swarms knows, who of fowl that fly has understanding. Olmosh a companion Ea took, between good and bad to distinguish. Kinds that in the water swarm, kinds that in the skies give wing. To Olmosh many were unknown, bewildering was their number. Good were the carp, among the bad they were swimming. Enbi Lulu, the marshland's master, Ea summoned. Enkumdu, in charge of ditch and dike, Ea summoned. To them he gave words, in the marshlands to make a barrier, with cane brakes and green reeds, an enclosure to fashion. Fish from fish there separate, a trap for carp that from a net could not escape, a place whose snare no bird that is good for food could escape. Thus were fish and fowl by their good kind separated, for the heroes provided. And it was evening, and it was morning, the 5th day on earth it was. On the 6th day Ea of the orchard's creatures took account. In Herzag to the task he assigned, that which creeps and that which on feet walks to distinguish. Their kinds in Herzag, astounded of the veracity of their wildness, to Ea an account he gave. Ea Kula summoned, to Mishdamu urgent commands he gave. By eventime the abodes to be completed, by a fence for protection to be surrounded. The heroes to the task put their shoulders, bricks on the foundations were quickly laid. With reeds were the roofings made, of cut down trees was the fencing put up. Anzu, a beam that kills, from the chariot brought over. A speaker that words beams at Ea's abode he set up. By eventime complete was the encampment, for the night therein the heroes gathered. Ea and Alelu and Anzu the doings considered. All that was done indeed was good. And it was evening, and it was morning, the 6th day. On the 7th day the heroes in the encampment were assembled. To them Ea spoke these words. A hazardous journey we have undertaken. From Nibiru to the 7th planet a dangerous way we traversed. At earth we with success arrived. Much good we attained, an encampment we established. Let this day be a day of rest. The 7th day hereafter a day of resting always to be. Let this place henceforth by the name Eridu be called. Home in the far away, the meaning thereof will be. Let a promise be kept. Let Alelu of Eridu the commander be declared. The heroes thus assembled in unison agreements shouted. Words of consent Alelu uttered, then homage to Ea he greatly paid. Let Ea a second name be given. Nudimmud, the artful fashioner, let him be called. In unison the heroes' agreement announced. And it was evening, and it was morning, the 7th day. Now this is the account of how the searching for gold was begun, and how the plans on Nibiru made to Nibiru salvation did not provide. After the encampment of Eridu was established and the heroes with food were satiated, Ea the task of gold from the waters obtaining started. In the chariot the firestones were stirred up, its great cracker was enlivened. That which water sucks from the chariot was extended, into the marsh waters it was inserted. Into a vessel of crystals the waters were directed. From the waters the crystals all that is metal in the vessel extracted. Then from the vessel that which spits out the waters to the fish pond sped out. Thus were the metals that were in the waters in the vessel collected. Ingenious was Ea's handiwork, an artful fashioner indeed he was. For the 6 earth days marsh waters were sucked in, marsh waters were sped out. In the vessel metals indeed were collected. The metals on the 7th day by Ea and Alelu were examined. Of many kinds were the metals in the vessel. Iron there was, much copper there was, of gold there was no abundance. In the chariot another vessel, the artful handiwork of Nudimmud, the metals after their kinds were separated, ashore kind by kind they were carried. For 6 days thus did the heroes toil. On the 7th day they rested. For 6 days were the crystal vessels filled and emptied. On the 7th day were the metals accounted. There was iron and there was copper and other metals too. Of the gold the smallest pile was accumulated. In the night times the moon waxed and waned. By the name month did Ea its circuit call. A month's very start its luminous horns 6 days signified. By its half crown the 7th day it announced, a day to rest it was. At midway, by a fullness was the moon distinguished. Then it paused to become diminished. When the sun's course was the moon's circuit appearing, with Earth's circuit it was its face revealing. Fascinated by the moon's motions was Ea, its attachment as Kingu to Ki he contemplated. What purpose did the attachment serve? What heavenly sign was it giving? A month did Ea the moon's circuit call. Month to its circuit he gave the name. For 1 month, for 2 months, in the chariot were the waters separated. The sun every 6 months to earth another season gave. Winter and summer did Ea by names them call. There was winter and there was summer. By year of earth did Ea the full circuit call. By year's end of the accumulated gold account was taken. Much to dispatch to Nibiru there was not. The swamp's land's waters are deficient. Let the chariot to the deeper ocean be moved, so was Ea saying. From its moorings was the chariot untied. Back whence it came it was shifted. With great care were the crystal vessels stirred up, the salt waters through them passing. Metals by their kinds were separated, gold among them was sparkling. From the chariot of the happenings, Ea to Nibiru word did beam. Anu to hear it was pleased indeed. In its destined circuit, Nibiru to the sun's abode was returning. A closeness to earth on its shar circuit was Nibiru attaining. With eagerness did Anu about the gold inquire. Is there enough for sending to Nibiru, he was asking. Alas, not enough was of the gold from the waters collected. Let another shar pass, let the quantity be doubled, Ea to Anu counseled. From the ocean's waters the obtaining of gold continued. In his heart Ea with apprehension was filling. From the chariot parts were hauled out, a sky chamber from them was assembled. Abgal, he who knows piloting, of the sky chamber to take charge he appointed. Daily in the sky chamber with Abgal did Ea upward soar, the earth and its secrets to learn. For the sky chamber an enclosure was constructed, by Alelu's chariot was it placed. Daily the crystals in Alelu's chariot did Ea study. What by their beams was discovered to understand. Whence does this gold come, he asked Alelu. Where on earth are Tiamat's golden veins? In the sky chamber with Abgal did Ea upward soar, the earth and its secrets to learn. Over great mountains they roamed, in the valleys great rivers they saw. Steppes and forests below were stretched, thousands of leagues was their reach. Vast lands separated by oceans they recorded, with the beam that scans the soils they penetrated. On Nibiru impatience was growing. Can gold protection provide, was the outcry increasing. Assemble the gold on Nibiru's nearing gold you must deliver. So did Anu Ea command. Repair Alelu's chariot, for returning to Nibiru make it fit. For the shar's completion make it ready, so was Anu saying. Ea, his father's, the king's words was heeding. The repairing of Alelu's chariot he was contemplating. As the sky chamber, one eve by the side of the chariot they landed. With Abgal the chariot they entered, a secret deed in the darkness to perform. The weapons of Terra, the 7 of them from the chariot they removed. To the sky chamber they took them, inside the sky chamber them to give hiding. By sunrise, Ea with Abgal in the sky chamber soared. To another land was their direction. There, in a secret place, did Ea the weapons hide. In a cave, a place unknown, he stored them. Then to Anzu, Ea words of command gave. To repair Alelu's chariot he him directed. For returning to Nibiru to make it fit, by the shar's completion to make it ready. Anzu, in the ways of the chariot, greatly skilled to the task his labors set. He made its thrusters hum again, its tablets he carefully considered. The absence of the weapons of Terra he soon discovered. With anger Anzu cried out. Ea of their hiding away gave the explanation. Forsworn is the weapon's use, Ea was saying. Neither in the heavens nor on firm lands shall they ever be harnessed. Without them no passage through the hammered bracelet is safe, Anzu was saying. Without them, without water thrusters, the danger is endurance surpassing. Alelu of Eridu the commander the words of Ea considered. To the words of Anzu heed he gave. The words of Ea by the council of Nibiru are attested, Alelu was saying. But without the chariot's return, Nibiru shall be doomed. Abgal, he who knows piloting, boldly toward the leader stepped forward. I shall be the pilot, the dangers I shall valiantly face, he was saying. Thus was the decision made. Abgal shall be the pilot, Anzu on earth shall be staying. On Nibiru, the stargazers, the destinies of the celestial gods contemplated. An opportune day they were selecting. Into Alelu's chariot basketfuls of gold were carried. The forepart of the chariot Abgal entered, the commander's seat he occupied. From the chariot of Ea, to him Ea a tablet of destiny gave. It shall be that which shows the way for you. By it the open pathway you shall find. The chariot's firestones Abgal stirred up. Their hum like music was enthralling. The chariot's great cracker he enlivened. A reddish brilliance it was casting. Ea and Alelu, the multitude of heroes were standing around. Farewell to him they were bidding. Then the chariot with a roar heavenward rose. To the heavens it ascended. To Nibiru words of the ascent were beamed. On Nibiru there was much expecting. Synopsis of the fourth tablet. The Nibiruans hail even the small gold delivery. Test of gold's use as an atmospheric shield succeed. Additional heroes and new equipment are sent to Earth. Gold extraction from the water continues to disappoint. Ea discovers gold sources that need deep mining in the Abzu. Enlil, then Anu, come to Earth for crucial decisions. As the half-brothers quarrel, lots decide the task. Ea, renamed Enki, Earth's master, goes to the Abzu. Enlil stays to develop permanent facilities in the Eden. As Anu prepares to leave, he is attacked by Alelu. The seven who judge sentence Alelu to exile on Lamu. Anu's daughter Ninma, a medical officer, is sent to Earth. Stopping off at Lamu, Mars, she finds Alelu dead. A rock carved to resemble Alelu's face serves as his tomb. Anzu is given command of a way station on Lamu. To Nibiru words of the ascent were beamed. On Nibiru there was much expecting. With confidence was Abgal the chariot guiding. Around Kingu, the moon, he made a circuit. By its net powers speed to gain. 1,000 leagues, 10,000 leagues toward Lamu he journeyed. By its net power a direction toward Nibiru to obtain. Beyond Lamu the hammer bracelet was a-whirling. Deftly did Abgal Ea's crystals make aglow, the open paths to locate. The eve of fate upon him with favor looked. Beyond the bracelet, the chariot beam signals from Nibiru was receiving. Homeward, homeward was the direction. Ahead, in the darkness, in reddish hue glowed Nibiru. A sight to behold it was. By the beam signals the chariot was now directed. Thrice around Nibiru it made circuits, by its net force to be slowed. Nearing the planet, the breach in its atmosphere Abgal could see. A squeezing in his heart he felt. Of the gold he was bringing was he thinking. Passing through the atmosphere's thickness, aglow was the chariot, its heat overbearing. Deftly did Abgal spread the chariot's wings, its descent thereby resting. Beyond lay the place of the chariots, a sight most inviting. Gently did Abgal the chariot bring down to a place by the beams selected. He opened the hatch. A multitude of populace was there assembled. Anu toward him stepped forward, locked arms, warm greetings uttered. Heroes into the chariot rushed. The gold-bearing baskets they brought out. High above their heads they the baskets held. To the assembled words of victory Anu shouted. Salvation is here, to them he was saying. To the palace was Abgal accompanied. To rest and tell all he was escorted. The gold, a sight most dazzling, by the savants was quickly taken. To make of it the finest dust, to skyward launch it was hauled away. A shard did the fashioning last, a shard did the testing continue. With rockets was the dust heavenward carried, by crystals' beams was it dispersed. Where there was a breach, now there was a healing. Joy the palace filled, abundance in the land was expected. To earth, Anu good words was beaming. Gold gives salvation, the obtaining of gold do continue. When Nibiru near the sun came, the golden dust was by its rays disturbed. The healing in the atmosphere was dwindled. The breach to bigness returned. Anu, the return of Abgal to earth, then commanded. In the chariot more heroes traveled. In its bowels more, that which the water sucks in and thrust out, were provided. With them Nungal to travel was commanded, a pilot helper to Abgal to become. Great joy there was when Abgal to Eridu returned. Many greetings and the locking of arms there was. The new water workings Ea with care contemplated. There was smiling on his face, in his heart there was a squeezing. By Shar time, Nungal in the chariot was to depart ready. In its bowels the chariot only a few baskets of gold carried. The disappointment on Nibiru's Ea's heart to him was predicting. Ea with Alelu words exchanged. That which was known they reconsidered. If earth, the head of Tiamat, was in the celestial battle cut off, where was the neck? Where were the golden veins cut asunder? Where were the golden veins from earth's innards protruding? In the sky chamber Ea over mountains and valleys traveled. The lands by oceans separated he with the scanner examined. Again and again there was the same indication. Where dry land from dry land apart was torn, earth's innards were revealed. Where the land mass the shape of a heart was given, in the lower part thereof golden veins from earth's innards were abundant. Abzu, of gold the birthplace, Ea to the region the name gave. Ea then to Anu words of wisdom beamed. With gold earth indeed is filled. From the veins, not from the waters, the gold must be gotten. From earth's bowels, not from its waters, must the gold be obtained. From a region beyond the ocean, Abzu shall be called, can an abundance of gold be gotten. In the palace there was great astonishment. Savants and counselors to Ea's words gave consideration. That gold must be obtained, on that unanimity there was. How to obtain it from the bowels of the earth, of that there was much discussion. In the assembly a prince spoke up. Enlil he was, the half-brother of Ea. First Alelu, then his son by marriage, Ea, upon waters placed all hope. Of salvation by waters gold they were reassuring. Shar after Shar, all of us salvation were expecting. Now different words we are hearing, a task beyond imagining to undertake. Proof of the golden veins is needed. A plan for success must be ensured. So was Enlil to the assembly saying. To his words many in agreement listened. Let Enlil go to earth, Anu was saying. Let him proof obtain, a plan put forward. His words shall be heeded. His words a command shall be. In unanimity the assembly its consent gave. Enlil's mission it approved. With Al-Algar, his chief lieutenant, Enlil for earth departed. Al-Algar his pilot was. With each a sky chamber were the two of them provided. To earth the words of Anu the king, words of decisions were beamed. Enlil of the mission in command shall be, his word shall be the command. When Enlil on earth arrived, Ea with his half-brother warmly locked arms. As brother meets brother, Ea Enlil did welcome. To Alelu Enlil made a bowing. Alelu with weak words him bade welcome. The heroes to Enlil words of warm welcome were shouting. Of the commander much they were expecting. Deftly Enlil the sky chambers to be assembled did command. In a sky chamber he went a-soaring. Al-Algar his chief lieutenant was as the pilot with him. Ea in a sky chamber by Abgal piloted to them to the Abzu showed the way. They surveyed the dry lands of the oceans they took careful notice. From the upper sea to the lower sea the lands they scanned. Of all that was above and that was below they took account. In the Abzu the soil they tested. Gold there was indeed, with much soil and rocks it was commixed. Refined as in the waters it was not, in an admixture it was hiding. They went back to Eridu, what they had found they contemplated. Eridu new tasks must be given, alone on earth it cannot continue. Thus was Enlil's saying, a great plan he described, a wide mission he was proposing, more heroes to bring over, more settlements to establish, the gold from earth's innards to obtain, the gold from the admixture to separate, by skyships and chariots to be carried from landing place task to perform. Who of the settlements in charge will be? Who of the Absu shall take command? Thus was Ea of Enlil asking. Who of enlarged Eridu shall take command? Who the settlements shall oversee? Thus was Alelu saying. Who of the skyships and the landing place shall take command? So did Anzu inquire. Let Anu come to earth, let him decisions provide. Thus did Enlil say in answer. Now this is the account of how Anu to earth came, how lots with Ea and Enlil were drawn, how Ea the title named Enki was given, how Alelu for the second time with Anu wrestled. To earth in a celestial chariot did Anu journey, the route by the planets it followed. Around the moon, Nangal the pilot a circuit made. By Anu was it closely observed. The moon, the one who Kingu once had been, they circled and admired. Perchance gold thereon can also be found, in his heart Anu wondered. In the waters beside the marshlands his chariot splashed down. Ea for the arrival reed boats prepared, for Anu to arrive by sailing. Above the sky chambers were hovering, a royal welcome they were offering. In the lead boat Ea himself was afloat, the king his father the first to be greeting. Before Anu he bowed, then Anu embraced him. My son, my firstborn, Anu to him shouted. In the square of Eridu in rows stood the heroes, their king to earth royally to welcome. In front of them stood Enlil, their commander. Before Anu the king he bowed. Anu him to his chest embraced. Alelu too was there standing. Of what to do he was uncertain. Anu to him a greeting extended. Let us lock arms as comrades to Alelu, he said. With hesitation Alelu stepped forward. With Anu he locked arms. A meal for Anu was prepared. By eventime to a reed hut for him by Ea built, Anu retired. The next day, the 7th, by the count begun by Ea, was a day of resting. A day of backslapping and celebrating it was, as befits a king's coming. On the day that followed, Ea and Enlil before Anu the findings presented. What was done and what doing needed with him they discussed. Let me see the lands by myself, Anu to them was saying. Aloft they all in the sky chambers went. Lands from sea to sea they observed. To the Absu they flew, on its gold-hiding soil they landed. Difficult will the gold's extraction be, Anu was saying. To obtain the gold it is necessary. No matter how deep the gold is below the surface, it must be gotten. Let Ea and Enlil tools for the purpose devise. Let them heroes for the task assign. Let them find how gold from soil and rock separates, how to Nibiru pure gold to deliver. Let a landing place to be built. Let more heroes to the task on earth be assigned. So was Anu to the two sons saying, in his heart of way stations in the heavens he was thinking. Those were the command words of Anu. Ea and Enlil in agreement their heads were bowing. There were evenings and there were mornings, to Eridu they all returned. In Eridu they held a council, tasks and duties to assign. Ea, who Eridu established, was the first to speak up. Eridu have I established. Let other settlements in this region be set up. Let it the Eden be, abode of the upright ones, by this name be known. The commander of the Eden let me be. Let Enlil the gold extraction perform. By these words Enlil was angered. The plan is wrongful to Anu, he said. Of commanding and task to perform I am the better. Of skyships I have the knowledge. Of the earth and its secrets my half-brother Ea is the knower. The Absu he discovered. Let him of the Absu be the master. Anu to the angry words with a careful ear listened. The brothers were again half-brothers. The firstborn, with the legal heir with words as weapons, were contending. Ea was the firstborn son. By a concubine to Anu he was born. Enlil, thereafter born by Antu, Anu's spouse, was conceived. A half-sister of Anu she was. Thereby Enlil the legal heir making. Thereby the next-born son for the succession the firstborn overcoming. A conflict that the obtainment of gold would endanger Anu was fearing. One of the brothers to Nibiru must return. The succession from considering must now be removed. So was Anu to himself thinking. Aloud to two a startling suggestion he made. Who to Nibiru the throne seat shall return, who the Eden shall command, who in the Absu shall be the master. Let us three, I with you, by lots determine. Silent were the brothers, the audacious words by surprise them overtook. Let us draw lots, Anu said. By the hand of fate let there be a decision. The three, father and two sons, clasped their hands together. They cast lots. By the lots the task they divided. Anu to Nibiru to return, its ruler on the throne to remain. The Eden to Enlil was allotted, to be lord of the command as his name indicated. More settlements to establish, of the skyships and their heroes charged to take. Of all the lands until they the bar of the seas encounter, the leader to be. To Ea the seas and the oceans as his domain were granted. Lands beyond the bar of the waters by him to be governed. In the Absu to be the master, with ingenuity the gold to procure. Enlil with the lots was agreeable. The hand of fate he with a bow accepted. Ea's eyes filled with tears. Of Eridu and the Eden he wished not to be parted. Let Ea forever Eridu as his home retain, Anu to Enlil was saying. Let his being the first to splash down forever be remembered. Let Ea as Earth's master be known. Enki, Earth's master, let his title be. His father's words Enlil with a bow accepted. To his brother he thus said, Enki, Earth's master, your title name shall henceforth be. I, Lord of the command, shall be known. To the heroes in assembly Anu, Enki, and Enlil the decisions announced. The tasks are assigned. Success is in the offing. Anu to them was saying, Now farewell I can bid you. To Nibiru with quiet heart I can return. Forward to Anu Alelu stepped. A grave matter has been forgotten, he shouted. The mastery of earth to me was allotted. That was the promise when the gold finds to Nibiru I announced. Nor have I the claim to Nibiru's throne forsaken. By Anu to share all with his sons, it is a grave abomination. Thus did Alelu, Anu, and the decision challenge. Without words was Anu in the beginning. Then with anger he spoke up. By a second wrestling let our dispute be decided. Let us the wrestling do here. Let us do it now. With disdain Alelu took off his clothing, likewise did Anu unrobe. In nakedness did the two royals begin to grapple. A mighty struggle it was. Alelu bent his knee. To the ground Alelu fell. Anu on the chest of Alelu with his foot pressed down, victory in the wrestling thereby declaring. By wrestling the decision was made. I am the king. To Nibiru Alelu shall not return. So was Anu saying as he removed his foot from the fallen Alelu. Up as a lightning Alelu from the ground arose. By the legs Anu he pulled down. His mouth was wide open. Swiftly he the male hood of Anu bit off. The male hood of Anu did Alelu swallow. In pain, agony did Anu a cry to the heavens shout. To the ground wounded he fell. Enki to the falling Anu rushed. Enlil the laughing Alelu captive held. Heroes Anu to his but carried words of accusation against Alelu he uttered. Let justice be done. Enlil to his lieutenant shouted, With your beam weapon let Alelu be killed. No, no, Enki fiercely shouted, Justice is within him. In his innards poison has entered. They took Alelu to a reed hut, his hands and feet as a prisoner they bound. Now this is the account of the judging of Alelu, and of the happenings thereafter on earth and on Lemu. In his reed hut Anu was hurting. In the reed hut to him Enki applied the healing. In his reed hut Alelu was sitting, spittle he spat from his mouth. In his innards the malehood of Anu was like a burden. With Anu's semen were his innards impregnated. Like a female in travail his belly grew swollen. On the third day Anu's pains subsided. His pride was greatly hurting. To Nibiru I wish to return to his two sons, did Anu say. Beforehand, upon Alelu there must be a judgment. A sentence the crime befitting must be imposed. By the laws of Nibiru, 7 judges were required, the highest of rank on them to preside. In the square of Eridu, the heroes were assembled, the trial of Alelu to observe. For the 7 who judge, 7 seats were provided. For Anu, presiding, the tallest seat was prepared. To his right, Enki was seated. Enlil was seated on Anu's left. On Enki's right, Anzu and Nangal were seated. Abgal and Alalgar to the left of Enlil sat. Before these 7 who judge, Alelu was brought. His hands and feet were untied. Enlil was first to speak. In fairness, a wrestling match was held. Alelu, the kingship to Anu, forfeited. What say you, Alelu? Enki him the question asked. In fairness, the wrestling match was held. The kingship I forfeited, Alelu said. Having been vanquished, Alelu an abominable crime performed. The malehood of Anu he bit and swallowed. Thus did Enlil the accusation of the crime make. Death is the punishment, Enlil was saying. What say you, Alelu? Enki his father by marriage asked. There was silence. Alelu the question did not answer. We all the crime did witness, Alalgar was saying. Judgment must be in accordance. If words you wish to utter, speak before the judging, Enki to Alelu said. In the silence, Alelu slowly began to speak. On Nibiru I was king. By right of succession I was reigning. Anu was my cupbearer. The princes he aroused. To a wrestling he me challenged. For 9 counted circuits I was king on Nibiru. To my seed kingship was belonging. On my throne seat Anu himself sat. To escape death to distant earth I made a dangerous journey. Salvation for Nibiru I, Alelu, on the alien planet discovered. Return to Nibiru I was promised, in fairness the throne to regain. Then to earth came Ea, the one by compromise, the next to reign Nibiru he was designated. Then came Enlil, the succession from Anu to himself claiming. Then Anu came. By lots he tricked Ea and Enki, the lord of earth. He was proclaimed of earth, not of Nibiru, to be the master. Then to Enlil command was granted. Enki to the distant Absu was delegated. My heart of all that was aching, my chest from shame and anger was bursting. Then Anu his foot upon my chest placed, upon my aching heart he was treading. In the silence Anu spoke up. By royal seed and law, by fair wrestling did I gain the throne. My malehood you bit off and swallowed, my offspring line to discontinue. Enlil spoke up. To the crime the accused admitted, let the judgment come. Let death the punishment be. Death, said Alalgar. Death, said Abgal. Death, said Nangal. Death to Alelu by itself will be coming. What he had swallowed in his innards death will bring, Enki was saying. Let Alelu for the rest of his days on earth be in prison, Anzu was saying. Their words Anu was contemplating, angry and pity both him engulfed. To die in exile, let this be the judgment, Anu was saying. In amazement the judges at each other glanced. What Anu was saying they wondered. Neither on earth nor on Nibiru shall the exiling be, Anu was saying. On the way there is Lamu planet. With waters and an atmosphere it is endowed. Enki as Ea thereon made a pause. Of it as a way station have I been thinking. Its nest force is less than that of earth forceful, an advantage in wisdom to be considered. In the celestial chariot Alelu shall be taken. On my departing from earth, he with me shall make the journey. Around the planet Lamu we shall make circuits. To Alelu a sky chamber we shall provide. To the planet Lamu, in it he will be descended. Alone on a strange planet an exile he shall be. His days to his last day by himself to count. Thus did Anu words of judgment utter. In solemnity were the words intended. By unanimity was the judgment upon Alelu imposed. In the presence of the heroes it was announced. Let Nangal be my pilot to Nibiru. Therefrom chariots bearing heroes again to earth to pilot. Let Anzu join for the journey of the descent to Lamu to take charge. So did Anu commandments utter. On the morrow departing was readied. All who depart by boats to the chariot were ferried. A place for landings on firm soil you must prepare, Anu to Enlil was saying. How Lamu as a way station to utilize plans you should be making. Farewells there were, both joy and sorrow. Limping did Anu on the chariot embark. With his hands tied did Alelu the chariot enter. Then to the heavens the chariot soared up, and the royal visit had ended. They around the moon made a circuit. Anu by the sight was enchanted. Toward red-hued Lamu they journeyed. Twice about it they circled. Lower toward the strange planet they came, mountains sky high, and tears in the surface they noticed. Where Ea's chariots had once landed, they observed. By a lakeside it was located. Slowed by Lamu net power in the chariot the sky chamber they readied. Anzu, its pilot, then unexpected words to Anu was saying. With Alelu to the firm soil of Lamu I shall descend. With the sky chamber to the chariot to return I wish not. With Alelu on the strange planet I shall stay. Until he dies I shall protect him. When he dies of his innards poison, as befits a king him I shall bury. As for me, I shall have made my name. Anzu, they will say, against all odds to a king in exile a companion was. He saw things by others unseen. On a strange planet he faced unknown things. Anzu, they will to the end of times shall say, like a hero has fallen. There were tears in the eyes of Alelu. There was amazement in the heart of Anu. Your wish shall be honored to Anzu, Anu said. Hereby let a promise by me to you be made. By my raised hand to you I this swear. On the next journey a chariot by Lamu shall circuit. Its sky ship to you shall descend. If alive it shall find you, the master of Lamu. You shall be proclaimed. When a way station on Lamu shall be established, its commander you shall be. Anzu bowed his head. So be it to Anu, he said. Into the sky chamber Alelu and Anzu were ushered. With eagles' helmets and fishes' suits they were provided. With food and tools they were supplied. From the circling chariot the sky ship departed. From the chariot its descent was observed. Then from view it disappeared, and the chariot of Nibiru continued. For 9 shars was Alelu king on Nibiru. For 8 shars Eridu he commanded. In the 9th shar, to die in exile on Lamu was his fate. Now this is the account of the return of Anu to Nibiru, and how Alelu on Lamu was buried, how Enlil on earth the landing place built. On Nibiru there was for Anu a joyous welcome. Of what had happened to the council and the princes Anu gave account. Neither pity nor vengeance from them all he sought. To discuss the task ahead he them all instructed. To the assembled a vision great in scope he outlined. Way stations from Nibiru to earth to establish. All the sun's family in one kingdom to encompass. The first on Lamu to be fashioned, the moon for the plans also to be considered. On the other planets or their circling host stations to set up. A chain, a constant caravan of chariots to supply and safeguard. The gold from earth without interruptions to Nibiru bring, perchance gold elsewhere to also find. The counselors, the princes, the savants Anu's plans considered. The salvation of Nibiru in the plans they all a promise saw. Savants and commanders knowledge of the celestial gods perfected. To chariots and skyships a new kind, rocket ships were added. Heroes for the task were selected. For the task there was much learning. The plans to Enki and Enlil were beamed over. Preparations on earth to hurry they were told. On earth of what had happened and what to be done is required there was much discussion. Enki, Alaugar, to be of Eridu the overseer appointed. His own steps to the Absu he directed. Where to obtain gold from earth's bowels he then determined. What heroes to the task are needed he calculated. What tools were required he contemplated. An earth splitter with cleverness Enki designed. On Nibiru that it be fashioned he requested. Therewith in the earth to make a gash, its innards reach by way of tunnels. that which crunches and that which crushes he also designed on Nibiru for the Abzu to be fashioned. Of other matters Nibiru's savants he to contemplate ask, of matters of health and well-being of heroes the needs he listed. To the heroes Earth's quick circuits were upsetting, Earth's quick day and night cycles dizziness were causing. The atmosphere, though good, was in some things lacking and in other things too abundant. Of the sameness of the food the heroes were complaining. Enlil, the commander, by the heat of the sun on earth was afflicted. For coolness and shade he was longing. While in the Abzu Enki preparations was making. Enlil in his sky ship the extent of the Eden was surveying. Of mountains and rivers he took account, of valleys and plains the measures he took. Where a landing place to establish, a place for the rocket ships he was seeking. Enlil, by the heat of the sun afflicted, for a place of coolness and shade was searching. To snow-covered mountains on the Eden's north side he took a liking. The tallest trees he ever saw grew there in a cedar forest. There above a mountain valley with power beams the surface he flattened. Great stones from the hillside the heroes quarried and to size cut. To uphold the platform with skyships they carried and emplaced them. With satisfaction did Enlil the handiwork consider. A work beyond belief indeed it was, a structure of everlasting. An abode for himself on the crest of the mountain was his desire. Of the tall trees in the cedar forest long beams were prepared. Of them the construction of abode for himself he decreed. The abode of the north crest he named it. On Nibiru a celestial chariot for soaring off was prepared. New kinds of rocket ships, sky ships, and that which Enki had designed it was transporting. A fresh group of 50 from Nibiru it was taken. Chosen females among them were. By Ninmah, exalted lady, were they commanded. In succor and healing were they trained. Ninmah, exalted lady, a daughter of Anu she was, a half-sister, not a full sister of Enki, and Enlil she was. In succor and healing she was greatly learned. In the treating of ailments she excelled. To the complaints from earth she gave much attention, a healing was she preparing. The course of prior chariots, on tablets of destinies recorded, Nungawit's pilot did follow. Unharmed it reached the celestial god Lamu. It circled the planet, slowly to its surface it descended. A faint beaming a group of heroes followed. Ninmah was going with them. Beside a lake shore, Anzu they found. From his helmet the signals were beaming. Anzu himself was without motion, prostrate. He lay dead. Ninmah touched his face. To his heart she gave attention. From her pouch she took out the pulsar. Upon Anzu's heart, pulsing she directed. From her pouch she took out the emitter. Its crystal's life-giving emissions on his body she directed. 60 times did Ninmah direct the pulsar, 60 times the emitter she directed. On the 60th time Anzu his eyes opened, with his lips he motioned. Gently upon his face Ninmah water of life poured, his lips with it wetting. Gentle into his mouth the food of life she placed. Then the miracle did happen, Anzu from the dead arose. About Alelu they him then inquired, of Alelu's death Anzu them told. He led them to a great rock, from the plain heavenward protruding. There to them what had happened he was telling. Alelu soon after the landing from unremitting pain to scream began. From his mouth his innards he was spitting, in agony he peered over the wall. Thus was Anzu to them saying. He led them to a great rock, like a mountain from the plain heavenward rising. In the great rock a cave I found, Alelu's corpse therein I hid. The entrance with stones I covered, so was Anzu to them saying. They followed him to the rock, the stones they removed, the cave they entered. Inside what of Alelu remained they found. He who once in Nibiru a king was a pile of bones was in a cave now lying. For the first time in our annals a king not on Nibiru has died. Not on Nibiru was he buried. So did Ninmah say. Let him in peace for eternity rest, she was saying. They the cave's entrance again with stones covered. the image of Alelu upon the great rock mountain with beams they carved. They showed him wearing an eagle's helmet, his face they made uncovered. Let the image of Alelu forever gaze toward Nibiru that he ruled, toward the earth whose goal he discovered. So Ninmah, exalted lady, in the name of her father Anu did declare, As for you, Anzu, to you Anu the king his promise shall be keeping. 20 heroes with you here shall remain, the way stations building to begin. Rocket ships from earth the golden ores shall here deliver. Celestial chariots from here the gold to Nibiru shall then transport. Hundreds of heroes their abode on Lamu shall make. You, Anzu, shall be their commander. Thus did the great lady, in the name of her father Anu, to Anzu say, My life I owe to you, great lady. So was Anzu's saying. My gratitude to Anu shall limits not have. From the planet Lamu the chariot departed. Toward earth the journey it continued. Synopsis of the fifth tablet. Ninmah arrives on Earth with a group of female nurses. She delivers seeds to grow elixir providing plants. She brings Enlil news of their out-of-wedlock son Ninurta. In the Abzu, Enki establishes an abode and mining sites. In the Eden, Enlil builds space and other facilities. Nibiruans on Earth number 600. 300 Agigi operate the facilities on Lamu. Exiled for date-raping Sud, Enlil learns of the hidden weapons. Sud becomes Enlil's spouse Ninlil, bears a son, Nanar. Ninmah joins Enki in the Abzu, bears him daughters. Ninki, Enki's spouse, arrives with their son Marduk. Clans form on Earth as Enki and Enlil beget more sons. Beset by hardships, the Agigi launch a coup against Enlil. Ninurta defeats their leader Anzu in aerial battles. The Anunnaki, driven to produce gold faster, mutiny. Enlil and Ninurta denounce the mutineers. Enki suggests to artificially fashion primitive workers. From the planet Lamu, the chariot departed. Toward Earth the journey it continued. Around the moon they made circuits, a way station thereon to explore. Around the Earth they made circuits toward a splashdown slowing. In the waters beside Eridu did Nangal the chariot bring down. To a quay by Enlil constructed they stepped off, boats were no longer needed. Enlil and Enki their sister with embraces greeted. With Nangal the pilot they locked arms. The heroes, male and female, by the present heroes were with shouts greeted. All that the chariot had brought was quickly unloaded, rocket ships and sky ships, and the tools by Enki designed, and provisions of all kinds. Of all that on Nibiru transpired, of the death and burying of Alelu, Ninmah her brothers told. Of the way station on Lamu, and the commanding by Anzu she to them related. Enki of that uttered approval, Enlil words of bewilderment uttered. That is Anu's decision, his word is unalterable, Ninmah to Enlil was saying. For the malady's relief I have brought, Ninmah to her brothers said. From her pouch a bag of seeds she brought out, seeds in the soil to be sown. A host of bushes from the seeds shall sprout, a juicy fruit they will produce. The juice an elixir shall form, for drinking by the heroes it shall be good. Their ailments it will chase away, happier their mood it shall make. In a cool place the seeds need to be sown, by warmth and water need they nourishing. So did Ninmah to her brothers say. The place that is perfect I will show you, Enlil to her said. It is where the landing place was fashioned, where an abode of cedar wood I have made. In Enlil's skyship the two of them, Enlil and Ninmah, skyward soared. To the landing place in the snow-covered mountains by the cedar forest, brother and sister went. On the great stone platform the skyship landed. To Enlil's abode they went. Once inside, Enlil embraced her. With favor he kissed Ninmah. "O my sister," my beloved Enlil to her whispered. By her loins he grabbed her. Into her womb his semen he did not pour. "Of our son Ninurta word I bring you," Ninmah to him softly said. "A young prince he is, for adventure he is ready. To join you on earth he is prepared. If here you stay, let us Ninurta our son bring over," Enlil to her said. To the landing place heroes were arriving, rocket ships by skyships to the platform they carried. From the pouch of Ninmah the seeds were obtained, in the valley's soil they were sown, a fruit from Nibiru on earth to be grown. In the skyship Enlil and Ninmah to Eridu returned. On the way Enlil to her the landscape showed, the Eden's extent to her he showed. From the skies Enlil to her his plans explained. "An everlasting plan have I designed," to her he was saying. "That which for all time construction shall determine I have laid out. Away from Eridu, where dry land begins, my quarters shall be. Larsa will be its name, a place for directing it shall become. On the banks of the Buranu, the river of deep waters, will it be located. A twin thereof a city shall in future arise, Lagash I shall name it. Between the two on the plains a line I have drawn. 60 leagues thereafter a healing city shall come into being. A city of your own it shall be, Shurabak, the haven city I shall name it. On the center line it shall be located, to the fourth city it shall be leading. Nibruki, earth's crossing place, I will name it. A bond, heaven and earth, in it I shall establish. The tablets of destinies it shall house, all missions it will control. With Eridu 5 cities there shall be counted, to eternity they shall exist. On a crystal tablet Enlil to Ninmah the master plan was showing. On the tablet she saw more markings, of them of Enlil she inquired. Beyond the 5 cities a chariot place I shall henceforth build. From Nibiru to earth directly to arrive, Enlil to her was responding. Why by Anu's plans for Lamu Enlil was bewildered, Ninmah then understood. My brother, magnificent is your plan for the 5 cities, to him Ninmah was saying. The creation of Shurabak, a city for healing as my abode for my own to be, is a matter for which grateful I am. Beyond that plan, do not transgress your father, your brother too do not offend. You are wise as well as beautiful, Enlil to her said. In the Abzu, Enki plans was also conceiving where to build his house, where for heroes' dwellings to prepare, where the bowels of the earth to enter. In his skyship the extent of the Abzu he measured, in districts he did carefully survey. A distant land the Abzu was, beyond the waters from the Eden it was away. A rich land it was, bursting with riches, perfect in fullness. Mighty rivers rushed across the region, great waters there rapidly flowed. An abode by the flowing waters Enki for himself established. To the midst of the Abzu, to a place of pure waters Enki betook himself. In the land, the place of deepness, Enki determined for the heroes into earth's bowels to descend. The earth sputter Enki there established, therewith in the earth a gash to make. By way of tunnels earth's innards to reach, the golden veins to uncover. Nearby that which crunches and that which crushes he emplaced. The gold-bearing ores to crunch and crush, by skyships to be carried. To the landing place in the Cedar Mountains to be brought. Therefrom by rocket ships to the way station on Lamu to be transported. On earth more heroes were arriving. Some to the Eden were assigned, some in the Abzu task were given. Larsa and Lagash by Enlil were constructed. Shurabak for Ninmah he did establish. With her therein a host of female healers were dwelling, young ones who would give succor. In Nibruki, Enlil, a bond heaven-earth was assembling. From there all missions to command. Between Eridu and the Abzu, Enki was journeying. Back and forth for supervising he went. On Lamu, construction was progressing. Heroes for the way station were also arriving. A shar, 2 shars were the preparations lasting. Then Anu gave the word. On earth the 7th day it was, a day of resting by Enki at the beginning decreed. At every place the heroes were assembled. A message from Anu from Nibiru beamed they overheard. In the Eden they were assembled. Enlil was there in command. With him was Ninmah. Her host of young ones by her side were assembled. Al-Algar, who of Eridu was the master, was there. Abgal, who the landing place commanded, also stood. In the Abzu were the heroes assembled. Under the gaze of Enki they stood. With Enki was his vizier Izimud. Nungal, the pilot, was there too. On the Mu the heroes were assembled. With their proud commander Anzu they stood. 600 were on earth, 300 on the Mu were gathered. In all there were 900. The words of Anu the king they all heard. Heroes of Nibiru, you are the saviors. The fate of all is in your hands. Your success shall for eternity be recorded. By glorious names you shall be called. Those who on earth are shall as Anunnaki be known, those who from heaven to earth came. Those who on the Mu are, Igigi shall be named, those who observe and see they shall be. All that is required is ready. Let the gold start coming. Let Nibiru be saved. Now this is the account of Enki and Enlil and Ninmah, their loves and espousals, and by their sons the rivalries. Offspring of Anu the 3 leaders were. By different mothers were they born. Enki was the firstborn son. A concubine of Anu was his mother. Enlil by Antu, the spouse of Anu, was born. The legal heir he thus became. Ninmah by another concubine was mothered. A half-sister of the 2 half-brothers she was. The firstborn daughter of Anu she was. By her name title Ninmah this was indicated. Greatly beautiful she was, full of wisdom, one quick to learn. Ea as Enki then was named. By Anu to espouse Ninmah was chosen. Thereby their offspring's son the legal successor thereafter to become. Ninmah of Enlil, a dashing commander, was enamored. By him she was seduced. Into her womb his seed he poured. A son from Enlil's seed she bore. Ninurta, the 2 have named him. By the deed was Anu angered. A punishment he Ninmah ever to be a spouse forbade. Ea, his bride to be, by Anu's decree abandoned. A princess named Damkina he instead espoused. A son, an heir to them was born. Marduk they named him. One in a pure place born it meant. As for Enlil, a son not by espousal he had, a spouse by his side to be he did not have. It was on earth, not on Nibiru, that Enlil became espoused. The account of that is one of rape and exile and love that brought forgiveness, and of more sons that were only half brothers. On earth it was summer. To his abode in the cedar forest Enlil retreated. In the cedar forest was Enlil walking in the cool of the day. In a cool mountain stream some of Ninmah's young ones, to the landing place assigned, were bathing. By the beauty and grace of one, Sud was her name, Enlil was enchanted. To his cedar wood abode Enlil her invited. Come, partake with me in the elixir of Nibiru's fruit that grew here, so to her he said. Sud into Enlil's abode entered. The elixir in a cup to her Enlil presented. Sud drank. Enlil drank too. To her Enlil of intercourse was speaking. Unwilling was the lass. My vagina is too little. It knows not compulation. To Enlil she was saying. To her Enlil of kissing was speaking. Unwilling was the lass. My lips are too small. They know not kissing. To Enlil she was saying. Enlil laughed and embraced her. He laughed and he kissed her. His semen into her womb he poured. To Ninmah, Sud's commander, the immortal deed was reported. Enlil, immoral one, for your deed judgment you shall face, so did Ninmah to Enlil in anger say. In the presence of 50 Anunnaki, 7 who judge were assembled. 7 who judge on Enlil a punishment decreed. Let Enlil from all cities be banished to a land of no return, let him exiled be. In a sky chamber they made Enlil leave the landing place. Abgal was its pilot. To a land of no return Enlil was taken, never to return. In the sky chamber the 2 of them journeyed to another land was their direction. There, amidst forbidding mountains, at a place of desolation, Abgal the sky chamber landed. This your place of exile shall be, Abgal to Enlil was saying. Not perchance have I it chosen to enlil, he was saying. A secret of Enki in it is hidden. In the nearby cave, Enki 7 weapons of terror has hidden. From Alelu's celestial chariot he had them removed. Take the weapons into your possession, with the weapons your freedom attain. So was Abgal to his commander, saying, a secret of Enki to Enlil he did reveal. Then from the secret place Abgal departed, Enlil alone was there left. In the Eden, Sud to Ninmah, her commander, words was speaking. By Enlil's seed am I pregnant, a child of Enlil in my womb has been conceived. Ninmah Sud's words to Enki conveyed. The Lord of earth he was, on earth he was supreme. They summoned Sud before 7 who judge. Will you take Enlil as your spouse, they ask her. Words of consent she uttered. The words by Abgal to Enlil in his exile were conveyed. To espouse Sud, Enlil from his exile was returned. By that did Enki and Ninmah to him a pardon give. Enlil's official spouse, Sud, was declared. On her the name title Ninlil, Lady of the Command, was bestowed. Thereafter to Ninlil and Enlil a son was born. Nanar, the bright one, Ninlil him named. He was the first of the Anunnaki on earth to be conceived, one of Nibiru's royal seed on an alien planet to be born. It was after that Enki to Ninmah was speaking. Come be with me in the Abzu. In the midst of the Abzu, in a place of pure waters, an abode have I established. With a bright metal, silver is its name, it is embellished. With a deep blue stone, lapis lazuli, it is adorned. Come, Ninmah, be with me, your adoration of Enlil abandon. To the Abzu, to the abode of Enki, Ninmah then journeyed. Enki there to her words of loving spoke. Of how for each other intended, sweet words to her he whispered. You are still my beloved, to her he said, caressing. He embraced her, he kissed her, she caused his phallus to water. Enki his semen into the womb of Ninmah poured. Give me a son, he cried out. She took the semen into her womb, the semen of Enki her impregnated. 1 day of Nibiru was a month of earth for her. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days of Nibiru like months of earth they were. 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 days of months were completed. The 9th count of motherhood was completed. Ninmah was in travail. To a child she gave birth. The newborn was a female. On the banks of the river in the Abzu, a daughter to Enki and Ninmah was born. Enki by a daughter was disappointed. Kiss the young one, to him Ninmah said. Kiss the young one, Enki to his vizier Izamud said. A son I desired, a son by my half-sister I must have. Again he kissed Ninmah, by her loins he grabbed her, his semen into her womb he poured. Again she was with child, again a daughter to Enki she bore. A son by you I must have, Enki to her cried out. Ninmah he kissed again. Thereupon Ninmah against Enki a cursing tittered. Whatever food he ate was poison in his innards. His jaw hurt, his tooth hurt, his ribs were hurting. Izamud the Anunnaki summoned to Ninmah for relief they were pleading. To distance himself from Ninmah's vulva, Enki by raised arm swore. One by one she his ailments removed. From her curse Enki was freed. To the Eden Ninmah returned, never to be espoused. Anu's command was fulfilled. To earth Enki his spouse Damkina with their son Marduk summoned. Ninki, Lady of Earth, the title she was granted. By her and by her concubines Enki 5 more sons had. These were their names: Nergal and Gibel, Ninagal and Ningisida, and Dumuzi, the youngest. To earth Enlil and Ninmah their son Ninurna summoned. By his spouse Ninlil did Enlil 1 more son have. To Nanar a full brother, Ishkur was his name. 3 sons in all did Enlil have, none by concubines were they born. 2 clans were thus on earth established, their rivalries to wars did lead. Now this is the account of the mutiny of the Agigi, and how Anzu to death was put for stealing the tablets of destinies punished. From the Abzu, gold from Earth's veins to the landing place was carried. Thence, Igigi in rocket ships to the way station on Lamu transported. From the planet Lamu in celestial chariots was the precious metal to Nibiru brought. On Nibiru was the gold to the finest dust fashioned to protect the atmosphere it was employed. Slowing was the breach in the heavens, healing slowly was Nibiru saved. In the Eden, the 5 cities were perfected. Enki in Eridu, a sparkling abode made, upon soil skyward raised he built it. Like a mountain, he raised it above the ground, in a good place he built it. Damkina, his spouse, therein dwelt. To his son Marduk, Enki was their wisdom teaching. In Nibruki, in Lil, the bond heaven and earth established, a sight to see it was. As its center, a heavenward tall pillar, the sky itself was reaching. On a platform that cannot be overturned it was placed. Therewith the words of Enlil, all settlements encompassed, on Lamu and in Nibiru they were heard. From their beams were raised the heart of all the lands they could search. Its eyes could scan all the lands, its net unwanted approach impossible made. In its lofty house a crown-like chamber was the center, to distant heavens it peered. Toward the horizon was its gaze, the heavenly zenith it perfected. In its dark hallowed chamber by 12 emblems was the family of the sun marked. On Mies were the secret formulas of sun and moon, Nibiru and earth, and 8 celestial gods recorded. The tablets of destinies in the chamber their hues emitted. With them Enlil all comings and goings oversaw. On earth the Anunnaki toiled, of work and sustenance they were complaining. By earth's quick cycles they were disturbed, of the elixir they only small rations were given. In the Eden the Anunnaki toiled, in the Abzu the work was more backbreaking. By teams were Anunnaki sent back to Nibiru, by teams new ones were arriving. The Igigi on Lamu dwelling were the loudest in complaining. When from Lamu to earth they descend, a rest place on earth they were demanding. With Anu did Enlil and Enki words exchange, the king they consulted. Let the leader come to earth, with Anzu have discussions, so did Anu to them say. Anzu to earth from the heavens descended, the words of complaints to Enlil and Enki he delivered. Let Anzu of the workings gain understanding, Enki to Enlil was saying. I will the Abzu to him show, you the bond heaven and earth to him reveal. To the words of Enki Enlil consented. Enki to Anzu the Abzu did show, the toil in the mines to him he presented. Enlil Anzu to Nibruki invited, to the hallowed dark chamber he let him enter. In the innermost sanctuary the tablets of destinies to Anzu he explained. What the Anunnaki in the 5 cities were doing to Anzu was shown. To the Igigi, who at the landing place were arriving, relief he promised. To discuss the complaints of the Igigi, he to Nibruki then returned. A prince among the princes was Anzu, of royal seed his ancestry he counted. Evil thoughts filled his heart when to the bond heaven-earth he returned. To take away the tablets of destinies was his scheming. Of the decrees of heaven and earth to take control in his heart he was planning. The removal of the Enlilship in his heart he conceived, to rule Igigi and Anunnaki was his aim. Unsuspecting Enlil at the entrance to the sanctuary Anzu let be stationed. Unsuspecting Enlil left the sanctuary, for a cooling swim he went away. With evil purpose Anzu the tablets of destinies seized. In a sky chamber he flew away, to the mountain of the sky chambers he swiftly went. There, in the landing place, rebellious Igigi for him were waiting. To declare Anzu king of earth, and Lamu they were preparing. In the sanctuary of Nibruki the brilliance petered out, the humming quieted down. Silence in the place prevailed, suspended were the sacred formulas. In Nibruki Enlil was speechless, by the treachery he was overwhelmed. To Enki angry words he spoke, of ancestry of Anzu he him questioned. In Nibruki the leaders gathered, the Anunnaki who decree fates with Anu were consulting. Anzu must be seized. The tablets to the sanctuary must be returned. Thus did Anu decree. Who shall the rebel face? Who shall the tablets retrieve? The leaders ask each other. With the tablets of destinies in his possession, invincible is Anzu, to each other they were saying. Ninurta, by his mother encouraged, from the assembled stepped forward. Enlil's warrior I shall be, Anzu I shall vanquish, thus was Ninurta saying. To the mountainside Ninurta set his course, to vanquish the fugitive Anzu he undertook. Anzu from his hideout Ninurta was mocking. The tablets are my protection, invincible I am. Lightning darts Ninurta at Anzu directed. The arrows could not approach Anzu, backward they turned. The battle was stilled. Ninurta's weapons Anzu did not vanquish. Enki then to Ninurta counsel gave. With your whirlwind stir up a storm. Let the dust cover Anzu's face. Let it the wings of his skybird ruffle. For his son Enlil a mighty weapon fashioned, a Tulu missile it was. To your stormer weapon attach it. When wing to wing near, at Anzu shoot it. Thus did Enlil his son Ninurta instruct. When wing to wing near each other, let the missile fly as a lightning. Again Ninurta in his whirlwind soared. Anzu against him in his skybird rose to challenge. Wing to wing, Anzu in anger shouted, "This battle will be your destruction." Ninurta, the advice of Enki, followed. With his whirlwind a dust storm he created. The dust Anzu's face covered, the pinions of his skybird were exposed. Into their midst Ninurta the missile let loose, a fiery brilliance Anzu's pinions engulfed. Like butterflies his wings began to flutter. To the ground Anzu came falling. The earth shook, the skies became darkened. The fallen Anzu Ninurta made captive, from him the tablets he retrieved. From the mountaintop the Igigi were watching. When to the landing place Ninurta came, they trembled and kissed his feet. Ninurta, the captive Abgal and Anunnaki set free. To Anu and Enlil his victory he announced. To Nibruki he then returned. In its innermost chamber the tablets were reinstalled. Once again the brilliance therein returned. The hum of Mies in the tablets was restored. Before the seven who judge, Anzu for a judgment was taken. Enlil and Ninlil his spouse, Enki and his spouse Ninki, then one beforehand as Damkina known, and the sons Nanar and Marduk were there. Ninmah also was in judging. Ninurta of the evil deeds spoke. There was no justification. Let death be the penalty, he said. The Igigi by right were complaining. A rest place on earth they do need, Marduk in counter argued. By his evil deed all the Anunnaki and Igigi Anzu did endanger, Enlil said. Enki and Ninmah with Enlil agreed. The evil must be extinguished, they said. To death by execution the seven judged Anzu. With a killing ray, Anzu's life breath was extinguished. Let his body to the vultures be left, Ninurta said. Let him on Lamu be buried. In a cave next to Alelu be laid to rest, Enki was saying. From the same ancestral seed the two of them were. Let Marduk the body to Lamu carry. Let Marduk there as commander stay. So was Enki to the judges, suggesting. Let it so be, Enlil said. Now this is the account of how Bad Tibera, the metal city, was established, and how in the 40th Shar the Anunnaki in the Absu mutinied. In the 25th Shar was Anzu judged and executed. The unrest of the Igigi it subdued but left it simmering. To Lamu Marduk was sent, the spirits of the Igigi to raise, to their well-being pay attention. On earth, changes were by Enlil and Enki discussed to avoid unrest on earth they were considering. The stays on earth are too prolonged, to each other they were saying. Ninmah for counsel they asked. By her changing visage they were alarmed. Gold to Nibiru must more quickly flow. Salvation must be faster provided, they all agreed. Ninurta in the innards of planets learned was, to his elders, words of wisdom he was saying. Let a metal city be established, therein the gold ores to be smelted and refined. Therefrom less weighty cargoes from earth shall be lofted. each rocket ship more gold could carry, room for Anunnaki to Nibiru return there shall be. Let the tired to Nibiru return, let fresh ones them on earth replace. Enlil and Enki and Nimma of Ninurta's suggestion were in favor. Anu was consulted and his approval gave. In the Eden was the metal city planned. On that location Enlil did insist. With materials from Nibiru was it constructed. With tools from Nibiru was it equipped. 3 shars the construction lasted. Bad Tibera was it the name given. Ninurta, who made the suggestion, was its first commander. The flow of gold to Nibiru was thereby eased and quickened. To those who to Earth and Lamu at the beginning of the prior times had come, to Nibiru were returning. Alaugar and Abgal and Nungal among them were. The newcomers who them replaced were younger and eager. To the cycles of Earth and Lamu and the other rigors they were not accustomed. On Nibiru, whence they had come, the breach in the atmosphere was healing. The great calamities on the planet and in its heavens the younger ones did not know. Of their golden mission, excitement and adventure they especially cherished. As by Ninurta conceived, the ores from the Abzu were delivered. In Bad Tibera they were smelted and refined. By rocket ships to Lamu they were sent. In celestial chariots from Lamu to Nibiru was the pure gold delivered. As by Ninurta conceived, from the Abzu to Nibiru the gold flowed. What was not conceived was unrest by the new-coming Anunnaki who in the Abzu toiled. Truth be said, Enki to what was brewing heed was not given. To other matters in the Abzu his attention was directing. With that which in the Abzu grows and lives, fascination he acquired. Of the differences between what on earth and what on Nibiru appeared he wished to learn. How maladies by earth cycles and atmosphere were caused he wished to uncover. In the Abzu, by the gushing waters, a wondrous study place he erected. With all manner of tools and equipment he furnished it. House of Life he called the place. To it his son Ningishzida he invited. Sacred formulas, tiny me's, the secrets of life and death possessing they shaped. The mysteries of living and dying of earth's creatures they to unravel sought. With some living creatures Enki was especially enamored. They lived among the tall trees, their front legs as hands they were using. In the tall grasses of the steppes odd creatures were seen, erect they seemed to be walking. Absorbed was Enki in those studies. What was among the Anunnaki brewing he noticed not. First to notice trouble was Ninurta. A lessening of gold ores at Bad Tibera he observed. By Enlil was Ninurta to the Abzu dispatched. What was ongoing to discover. By Inugi, the chief officer, to the excavations he was accompanied. Complaints of the Anunnaki he with his own ears heard. They were backbiting and lamenting. In the excavations they were grumbling. Unbearable is the toil to Ninurta, they were saying. Ninurta, this to his uncle Enki reported. Let us Enlil summon, Enki said. Enlil in the Abzu arrived. In a house near the excavations he was stationed. Let us unnerve Enlil in his dwelling, mine-working heroes shouted. Of the heavy work let him relieve us. Let us proclaim war. With hostilities let us gain relief, others shouted. The Anunnaki, in the excavations the words of incitement heeded. To their tools they set fire, fire to their axes they put. They troubled Inugi, chief officer of the mining. In the tunnels they him seized. They held him as they went to the doorway of Enlil's dwelling. They made their way. It was night, halfway through the watch it was. Enlil's dwelling they surrounded. Their tools as torches they high held. Kaukau, the gateway's guardian, bolted the door, and Nusku aroused. Nusku, Enlil's vizier, roused his lord, got him out of bed, thus saying, My lord, your house is surrounded. Battling Anunnaki to your gate came up. Enlil summoned Enki. Enlil Ninurta summoned to his presence. What do my own eyes see? Is it against me that this thing is done? Thus was Enlil to them saying, Who is of the hostilities the instigator? The Anunnaki stood together. Every single one of us hostilities has declared. Extensive is the toil. Our work is heavy. Great is the distress, so they were to Enlil's saying. Words of the happenings Enlil to Anu beamed. Of what is Enlil accused? Anu inquired. The work, not Enlil, is the trouble causing, Enki to Anu was saying. The lamentation is heavy, every day the complaints we could hear. The gold must be obtained, Anu was saying. The work must continue. Release Anugi for consultations, Enlil to the hostile Anunnaki said. Anugi was released. To the leaders he was thus saying. Ever since Earth's heat has been rising, the toil is excruciating, unbearable it is. Let the rebels to Nibiru return. Let new ones come in their stead, Ninurta said. Perchance new tools you can fashion, Enlil to Enki said, for the Anunnaki heroes the tunnels to avoid. Let us summon my son Ningasita, counsel with hire I wish to take, Enki thus responded. They summoned Ningasita from the house of life. He came. With him Enki huddled. Words amongst them they exchanged. A solution is possible, Enki was saying. Let us create a Lulu, a primitive worker, the hardship work to take over. Let the being the toil of the Anunnaki carry on his back. Astounded were the besieged leaders, speechless indeed they were. Whoever heard of a being afresh created, a worker who the Anunnaki's work can do? They summoned Ninma, one who of healing and succor was much knowing. Enki's words to hear they repeated. Whoever of such a thing heard, they her ask. The task is unheard of, she to Enki said. All beings from a seed have descended. One being from another over eons did develop. None from nothing ever came. How right you are, my sister, Enki said, smiling. A secret of the Abzu let me to you all reveal. The being that we need, it already exists. All that we have to do is put on it the mark of our essence. Thereby a Lulu, a primitive worker, shall be created, so did Enki to them say. Let us hereby a decision make, a blessing to my plan give, to create a primitive worker by the mark of our essence to fashion him. Synopsis of the Sixth Tablet. To the incredulous leadership, Enki reveals a secret. In the Abzu, there roams a wild being akin to the Anunnaki. By augmenting its life essence with that of the Anunnaki, it can be upgraded to be an intelligent primitive worker. Creation belongs to the Father of all beginning, Enlil shouted. We will give our image only to an existing being, Ninma argued. Badly needing gold to survive, the leaders vote yes. Enki, Ninma, and Ningasita, Enki's son, begin experiments. After many failures, the perfect model, Adamu, is attained. Ninma shouts triumphantly, my hands have made it. She is renamed Ninti, Lady of Life, for her achievement. Ninki, Enki's spouse, helps fashion Tiamat, a female earthling. The earthlings, being hybrids, mate but do not procreate. Ningasita adds 2 essence branches to their life tree. Discovering the unapproved ongoings, Enlil expels the earthlings. To create a primitive worker by the mark of our essence to fashion him. So was Enki to the leaders saying, the being that we need, it already exists. Thus did Enki to them a secret of the Abzu reveal. With astonishment did the other leaders Enki's words hear. By the words they were fascinated. Creatures in the Abzu there are, Enki was saying, that walk erect on 2 legs. Their 4 legs they use as arms, with hands they are provided. Among the animals of the steppe they live, they know not dressing in garments. They eat plants with their mouths, they drink water from lake and ditch. Shaggy with hair is their whole body. Their head hair is like a lion's. With gazelles they jostle. With teeming creatures in the waters they delight. The leaders of Enki's words with amazement listened. No creature like that has ever in the Eden been seen, Enlil disbelieving said. Eons ago on Nibiru, our predecessors like that might have been, Ninmah was saying. It is a being, not a creature. Ninmah was saying, to behold, it must be a thrill. To the house of life Enki led them. In strong cages there were some of the beings. At the sight of Enki and the others they jumped up, with fist on the cage bars they were beating. They were grunting and snorting, no words were they speaking. Male and female they are, Enki was saying, malehoods and femalehoods they have. Like us, from Nibiru coming they are procreating. Ningizida, my son, their fashioning essence has tested. Akin to ours it is, like two serpents it is entwined. With our life essence shall be combined, our mark upon them shall be. A primitive worker shall be created, our commands will he understand. Our tools he will handle, the toil in the excavations he shall perform. To the Anunnaki in the Abzu relief shall come. So was Enki with enthusiasm saying, with excitements his words came forth. Enlil at the words was hesitating. The matter is one of great importance. On our planet, slavery has long ago been abolished. Tools are the slaves, not other beings. A new creature beforehand, non-existing, you wish to bring into being. Creation in the hands of the Father of all beginning alone is held. So was Enlil in opposing, saying, stern were his words. Enki to his brother responded, not slaves, but helpers in my plan. The being already exists, Ninmah was saying. To give more ability is the plan. Not a new creature, but one existing more in our image made, Enki with persuasion said. With little change it can be achieved. Only a drop of our essence is needed. A grave matter it is not to my liking, Enlil was saying. Against the rules of from planet to planet journeying it is. By the rules to earth coming it was forbidden. To obtain gold was our purpose. To replace the Father of all beginning it was not. After Enlil thus had spoken, Ninmah was the one to respond. My brother, Ninmah to Enlil was saying, with wisdom and understanding has the Father of all beginning us endowed. To what purpose have we been so perfected, else of it utmost us to make? With wisdom and understanding has the Creator of all our life essence filled to whatever using of it we are capable. It is not that for which we have been destined. So was Ninmah, words to her brother Enlil directing. With that, which in our essence was granted, tools and chariots we have perfected, mountains with terror weapons we shattered, skies with gold we are healing. So was Ninurta to his birth-giving mother saying, let us with wisdom new tools fashion, not new beings create. Let by new equipments, not by slave beings, the toil be relieved. Whereto our understanding does us lead, to that we have been destined. So was Ningizida saying, with Enki and Ninmah he in agreement was. What knowledge we possess, its use cannot be prevented, Ningizida was saying. Destiny indeed cannot be altered. From the beginning to the end it has been determined. To them Enlil was thus saying, destiny it is, or fate it is, that to this planet us has brought to gold from the water's foil, to put Anunnaki heroes to excavating toil, to a primitive worker create to be planning. That, my kinfolk, is the question. Thus with graveness Enlil was saying. Is it destiny? Is it fate? That is what deciding requires. Is it from the beginning ordained or by us for choosing? To put the matter before Anu they decided. Anu before the council the matter presented. The elders, the savants, the commanders were consulted. Long and bitter the discussions were of life and death, fate and destiny, words were spoken. Can there be another way the gold to obtain? Survival is in danger. If gold must be obtained, let the being be fashioned, the council decided. Let Anu forsake the rules of planetary journeys, let Nibiru be saved. From Anu's palace the decision to earth was beamed. It Enki delighted. Let Ninmah my helper be, of such matters understanding she has. Thus was Enki saying. At Ninmah with a longing he was gazing. Let it so be, Ninmah was saying. Let it so be, Enlil did say. By Inugi was the decision to the Anunnaki in the Abzu announced. Until the being is achieved, to the toil willingly you must return, he said. There was disappointment, rebellion there was not. To the toil the Anunnaki returned. In the House of Life, in the Abzu, how to fashion the being Enki to Ninmah was explaining. To a place among the trees Ninmah he directed, a place of cages it was. In the cages there were odd creatures, their likes in the wild no one had seen. 4 parts of one kind they had, hind parts of another creature they possessed. Creatures of 2 kinds by their essence combined to Ninmah Enki was showing. To the House of Life they returned, to a clean place with brightness shining they led her. In the clean place Ningazita to Ninmah the life essence secrets was explaining. How the essence from 2 kinds combined can be, he to her was showing. The creatures in the tree cages are too odd, monstrous they are, Ninmah was saying. Indeed so, Enki responded. To attain perfection, for that you are needed. How the essences to combine, how much of this, how much of that to put together? In which womb conception to begin? In which womb should the birth be given? For that your succor and healing understanding are needed. The understanding of one who gave birth, who a mother is required. A smile on the face of Ninmah was, the 2 daughters that by Enki she mothered she well remembered. With Ningazita she surveyed the sacred formulas that on Mies were secreted. How this and that were done of him she required. The creatures in the tree cages she examined, the 2-legged creatures she contemplated. By a male inseminating a female are the essences transmitted. The 2 entwined strands separate and combine an offspring to fashion. Let a male Anunnaki a 2-legged female impregnate, let a combination offspring be born, thus did Ninmah say. That we have tried, with failures it resulted, to her Enki responded. There was no conceiving, there was no birth. Now this is the account of how the primitive worker was created. How Enki and Ninmah, with Ningazita assisting, the being fashioned. Another way the admixture of essences to attain must be tried, Ninmah was saying. How the 2 strands of essences to combine another way must be found. That which from the earth is in the portion must not be harmed. To receive our essence in graduations it must be shaped. From the me formulas of Nibiru's essence only bit by bit could be attempted. In a crystal vessel Ninmah an admixture was preparing. The oval of a female 2-legged she gently placed. With me Anunnaki seed containing, she the oval impregnated. That oval back into the womb of the 2-legged female she inserted. This time there was conceiving, a birth was indeed forthcoming. The allotted time for birth-giving the leaders awaited. With anxious hearts they results were seeking. The allotted time arrived. There was no birth-giving. In desperation Ninmah a cutting made, that which was conceived with tongs she drew out. A living being it was. With glee Enki shouted. We attained, Ningazita with joy cried out. In her hands Ninmah the newborn held. With joy she was not filled. Shaggy with hair all over was the newborn. His 4 parts like of the earth creatures were. His hind parts to those of the Anunnaki more akin they were. They let the 2-legged female the newborn nurse, with her milk him to suckle. Fast was the newborn growing. What on Nibiru a day was, a month in the Abzu was. Taller the earth child grew. In the image of the Anunnaki he was not. His hands for tools were not suited. His speech only grunting sounds was. We must try once more, Ninmah was saying. The admixture needs adjusting. Let me the me's assay. With this or that me make the endeavor. With Enki and Ningazita assisting, they repeated the procedures. The essences in the me's Ninmah carefully considered. 1 bit she took from one bit she took out from another. Then, in the crystal bowl, the oval of an earth female she inseminated. There was conception. At the appropriate time there was birth-giving. This one more in the likeness of the Anunnaki was. They let his birth mother him suckle. They let the newborn to a child grow. Appealing he was by his looks. His hands to hold tools were shapen. His senses they tested. They found there deficient. The earth child could not hear. His eyesight was faltered. Again and again Ninmah rearranged the admixtures of the me formulas. She took bits and pieces. One being had paralyzed feet. Another, his semen was dripping. One had trembling hands, a malfunctioning liver had another. One had hands too short to reach the mouth. One had lungs for breathing unsuited. Enki, by the results, was disappointed. A primitive worker is not attained to Minma, he was saying. What is good or is bad in this being by trials I am discovering, Ninma to Enki responded. To continue for success my heart prompts me. Once more, an admixture she made. Once more, the newborn was deficient. Perchance the shortfall is not in the admixture, Enki to her was saying. Perchance neither in the female's oval nor in the essences is the hindrance. Of what the earth itself is fashioned, perchance that is what is missing. Not of Nibiru's crystals use the vessel, of the clay of earth make it. So was Enki with great wisdom possessed to Ninma's saying. Perchance what is earth's own admixture of gold and copper is required. Thus was Enki, he who knows things, prompting her to use clay of the Abzu. In the house of life, Ninma made a vessel. Of the Abzu's clay she made it. As a purifying bath, she shaped the vessel within it to make the admixture. Gently into the clay vessel, the oval of an earth female, the two-legged she put, the life essence from an Anunnaki's blood extracted she in the vessel placed. By the Mi formulas was the essence directed. Bit by correct bit was it in the vessel added. Then the oval thus fertilized into the womb of the earth female she inserted. There is conception, Ninma with joy announced. The allotted birth-giving time they awaited. At the allotted time the earth female began to travail. A child, a newborn, was forthcoming. With her hands Ninma the newborn extracted. A male it was. In her hands she held the child. His image she examined. It was the image of perfection. In her hands she held up the newborn. Enki and Ningazita were present. With joyful laughter the three leaders were seized. Enki and Ningazita were backslapping. Ninma Enki embraced and kissed. Your hands have made it, Enki with a gleaming eye to her was saying. They let the birth-giving mother the newborn suckle. Quicker than a child on Nibiru grows he was growing. From month to month the newborn progressed. From a baby to a child he was becoming. His limbs for the task were suited. Speech he knew not. Of speaking he had no understanding. Grunts and snorts were his utterings. Enki, the matter was pondering. What was done each step and admixture he considered. Of all that we had tried and changed, one thing was never altered to Ninma, he was saying. Into the womb of the earth female the fertilized oval was always inserted. Perchance this is the remaining obstruction, thus was Enki saying. Ninma at Enki gazed. With bewilderment she him beheld. What, in truth, are you saying? Of him she an answer required. Of the birth-giving womb am I speaking, to her Enki was responding. Of who the fertilized oval nurtures to birth-giving carries, in our image and after our likeness to be, perchance an Anunnaki womb is required. In the house of life there was silence. Words never before heard Enki was uttering. They gazed at each other about what in each other's mind they were thinking. Wise are your words, my brother, Ninma at long last was saying. Perchance the right admixture in the wrong womb was inserted. Now where is the female among the Anunnaki her womb to offer? Perchance the perfect primitive worker to create, perchance a monster in her belly to carry. So was Ninma with a trembling voice saying. Let me of Ninki my spouse of that inquire, Enki was saying. Let us her to the house of life summon, the matter before her lay out. He was turning to depart when Ninma put her hand on his shoulder. No, no, to Enki she was saying. The admixtures by me were made. Reward and endangerment should be mine. I shall be the one the Anunnaki womb to provide, for good or evil fate to face. Enki bowed his head. Gently he embraced her. So be it, to her he said. In the clay vessel the admixture they made. The oval of an earth female with Anunnaki male essence they put together. The fertilized egg into the womb of Ninma by Enki was inserted. There was conception. The pregnancy by an admixture conceived. How long will it last? To each other they wondered. Will it be 9 months of Nibiru? Will it be 9 months of earth? Longer than on earth, quicker than on Nibiru, travail came. To a male child Ninma birth was giving. Enki, the boy child, held in his hands the image of perfection he was. He slapped the newborn on his hind parts. The newborn uttered proper sounds. He handed the newborn to Ninmah. She held him up in her hands. "My hands have made it," victoriously she shouted. Now this is the account of how Adamu by name was called, and how Tiamat as a counterpart female for him was fashioned. The newborn's visage and limbs the leaders carefully examined. Of good shape were his ears, his eyes were not clogged, his limbs were proper, hind parts like legs, fore parts like hands were shaped. Shaggy like the wild ones he was not, dark black his head hair was. Smooth was his skin, smooth as the Anunnaki skin it was. Like dark red blood was its color, like the clay of the Abzu was its hue. They looked at his malehood. Odd was it shaped, by his skin was its foreparts surrounded. Unlike that of the Anunnaki malehood it was, a skin from its forepart was hanging. Let the earthling from us Anunnaki by this foreskin be distinguished, so was Enki saying. The newborn to cry was beginning. To her chest Ninmah closely drew him. Her breast to him she gave, the breast he began to suckle. Perfection we did attain, Ningazita with elation was saying. Enki at his sister was gazing, a mother and son, not Ninmah and a being he was seeing. A name will you give him? Enki required. A being he is, not a creature. Ninmah cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers his dark red skin she caressed. Adamu I shall call him, Ninmah was saying. One who like earth's clay is, that will be his name. For the newborn Adamu a crib they fashioned, in a corner of the house of life they placed him. A model for primitive workers we have indeed attained, Enki was saying. Now a host of workers like him are needed, Ningazita his elders reminded. A model indeed he shall be, as for himself like a firstling he shall be treated. From toil he himself shall be protected, his essence alone as a mold shall be. So was Enki saying, by his decree Ninmah was greatly pleased. Whose wombs henceforth the fertilized ovals shall carry, Ningazita was asking. The leaders the matter pondered, Ninmah a solution offered. From her city, Shurabak, Ninmah female healers summoned. The task required to them she explained. To the crib of Adamu she led them, the newborn earthling to perceive. To perform the task is not a commandment, Ninmah to them was saying. Your own wish is the decision. Of the female Anunnaki assembled, 7 stepped forward, 7 the task accepted. Let their names for all time be remembered, Ninmah to Enki was saying. Their task is heroic. By them a race of primitive workers shall come into being. The 7 stepped forward, each one her name was announcing. The names Ningazita recorded. Nin Ima, Zuziana, Nin Mata, Nin Bera, Nin Mug, Musardu, and Nin Gunna. These were the names of the 7 who by their own wish birth mothers were to be. Earthlings in their wombs to conceive and bear, primitive workers to create. In 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu made, Ninmah ovals of the 2-legged females placed. The life essence of Adamu she extracted bit by bit in the vessels it inserted. Then in the male part of Adamu an incision she made, a drop of blood to let out. Let this a sign of life be, that flesh and soul have combined, let it forever proclaim. She squeezed the male part for blood, 1 drop of blood in each vessel to the admixture she added. In the clay's admixture, earthling with the Anunnaki shall be bound. Thus was Ninmah saying, an incantation she was pronouncing. To a unity shall the 2 essences, one of heaven, one of earth, together be brought. That which is of earth, and that which is from Nibiru by a blood kinship shall be bonded. So was Ninmah pronouncing. Her words Ningazita also recorded. In the wombs of the birth-giving heroines the fertilized ovals were inserted. Their T's conception with anticipation was the allotted time counted. At the allotted time, birth-givings were occurring. At the allotted time, 7 male earthlings were born. Their features were proper. Good sounds they were uttering. By the heroines they were suckled. 7 primitive workers have been created, Ningazita was saying. Let the procedure be repeated, 7 more the toil to undertake. My son, to him Enki was saying, not even 7 by 7 sufficient shall be. Of heroine healers too much is required, forever their task this way shall be. Indeed, the task is too demanding, glow beyond enduring it is, Ninmah to their said. Female ones we have to fashion, Enki was saying, for male counterparts to be. Let them know each other, as one flesh the two to become. Let them by themselves procreate, on their own the child-birthing make. To primitive workers by themselves give birth, Anunnaki females to relieve. The me formulas you must change, from male to female adjustment make. So did Enki to Ningazita say. For a counterpart to Adamu to be fashioned, in the womb of an Anunnaki female conception is needed. So did Ningazita to his father Enki in responding, saying, Let me this time Ninki my spouse summon, with strong voice he said. If she is willing, let her the mold for the female earthling create. They to the Abzu, to the house of life, Ninki summoned. They showed her Adamu all that matters to her, they explained. Of the task that is required, they gave explanations. Of success and danger to her an account gave. By the task, Ninki was fascinated. Let it be done, she to them said. By the me formulas, Ningazita adjusting made. By the admixture was an oval fertilized. Into the womb of his spouse Enki it inserted. With much care he did it. There was conception. In the allotted time Ninki was in travail. A birth there was not. Ninki the months counted. Ninmah the months counted. The 10th month, a month of evil fates they began to call. Ninmah, the lady whose hand wombs has opened, with a cutter an incision made. Her head was covered, on her hands protections she wore. With dexterity the opening she made, her face at once was brightened. That which in the womb was from the womb came forth. A female birth was given to Ninki with joy she shouted. The newborn's visage and limbs they carefully examined. Of good shape were her ears, her eyes were not clogged, her limbs were proper, hind parts like legs, fore parts like hands were shaped. Shaggy she was not. Like beach sands was the hue of her head hair. Her skin smooth was, as that of the Anunnaki in smoothness and color it was. Ninmah the girl held in her hands, she slapped her hind parts. Proper sounds the newborn uttered. To Ninki, the spouse of Enki, she the newborn handed, to be suckled, nourished, and raised. A name will you give her? Enki of his spouse inquired. A being she is, not a creature. In your image she is, and after your likeness. Perfectly she is fashioned, a model for female workers you have attained. Ninki cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers her skin she caressed. Tiamat, let her name be, the mother of life, Ninki was saying. Like the planet of old, of which the earth and the moon were fashioned, let her be called. From her womb's life essences other birth givers shall be molded. To a multitude of primitive workers she thereby life will be giving. Thus was Ninki saying, the others' words of concurring uttered. Now this is the account of Adamu and Tiamat in the Eden, and how they knowing of procreation were given and to the Absu expelled. After Tiamat in the womb of Ninki was fashioned, in 7 vessels of the clay of the Absu made Ninmah ovals of the 2-legged females placed. The life essence of Tiamat she extracted, bit by bit in the vessels she it inserted. In the vessels of the clay of the Absu made, Ninmah the admixture formed. Incantations as the procedure befits she was uttering. In the wombs of the birth-giving heroines the fertilized ovals were inserted. There was conception. At the allotted time birth-giving were occurring. At the allotted time 7 female earthlings were born. Their features were proper, good sounds they were uttering. Thus were 7 female counterparts for the primitive workers created. 7 male and 7 female did the 4 leaders create them. After the earthlings were thus created, let the males the females inseminate. Let the primitive workers by themselves offspring beget. So was Enki to the others, saying, after the allotted time offsprings other offspring will beget. Plentiful will be the primitive workers' numbers, the toil of the Anunnaki they shall hear. Enki and Ninki, Ninmah and Ningazita were joyful. the fruit's elixir they were drinking. For the semen and 7 cages they made, among the trees they placed them. Let them together grow up, malehoods and femalehoods attain. Let the males the females inseminate, let them by themselves offspring beget. So were they to each other saying, As for Adamu and Tiamat, from the toil of the excavations they shall be protected. Let us them to the Eden being over, to the Anunnaki therein our handiwork display. So was Enki to the others saying, with that the others did concur. To Eridu, in the Eden, the city of Enki, Adamu, and Tiamat were taken. An abode in an enclosure for them was built, to roam therein they could. The Anunnaki of the Eden came to see them, from the landing place they came. Enlil came to see them. By the sight his displeasure was diminished. Ninurta came to see them. Enlil did as well. From the way station on Lamu, Marduk, the son of Enki, also came down to see. It was a sight most astounding, a wonder of wonders it was to behold. Your hands have made it, the Anunnaki to the fashioners were saying. The Agigi, who between earth and Lamu shuttled, were also all agog. Primitive workers have been fashioned, our days of toil to end, so were they all saying. In the Abzu, the newborns were growing. For their maturing, the Anunnaki were anticipating. Enki was the supervisor. Ninma and Ningazita also came. In the excavations, the Anunnaki were grumbling. Patience to impatience gave way. Inugi, their overseer of Enki, was often inquiring. For primitive workers, the outcry he conveyed. The circuits of earth grew in number. Maturity of the earthlings was overdue. No conceiving among the females was observed. There was no birth-giving. By the cages among the trees, Ningazita a couch of grass for himself made. Day and night the earthlings he was watching, their doings to ascertain. Indeed, he saw them mating. The males, the females were inseminating. Conceiving there was not. Birth-giving there was not. Enki the matter deeply pondered. The creatures once combined he contemplated. None, not one of them, had offspring begotten. By 2 kinds combined, a curse had been created, Enki to the others said. Let us, the essences of Adamu and Tiamat, afresh examine, Ningazita was saying. Their me's, bit by bit, to be studied, what is wrong to ascertain. In Shurabak, in the house of healing, the essences of Adamu and Tiamat were contemplated. With the essence of Anunnaki males and females they were compared. Like 2 entwined serpents, Ningazita the essences separated. Arranged like 22 branches on a tree of life were the essences. Their bits were comparable. The images and likenesses they properly determined. 22 they were in number. The ability to procreate they did not include. Another 2 bits of the essence in the Anunnaki present in Ningazita to the others showed. 1 male, 1 female. Without them there was no procreating. So was he to them explaining. In the molds of Adamu and Tiamat, in the combining, they were not included. Ninma heard this and was distraught. With frustration was Enki seized. The clamor in the Abzu is great. Mutiny is again in the making. So was Enki to them saying. Primitive workers must be procured, lest the gold extracting shall be ceasing. Ningazita in these matters learned. A solution was proposing. To his elders, Enki and Ninma, in the house of healing he whispered. They all, the heroines who Ninma were assisting, sent away. They locked the door behind them, the 3, with the 2 earthlings alone remaining. Upon the 4 others, Ningazita a deep sleep caused to descend. The 4 he made unfeeling. From the rib of Enki the life essence he extracted. In the rib of Adamu the life essence of Enki he inserted. From the rib of Ninma the life essence he extracted. Into the rib of Tiamat the life essence he inserted. Where the incisions were made, the flesh thereon he closed up. Then the 4 of them by Ningazita were awakened. It is done, he proudly declared. To their tree of life 2 branches have been added. With procreating power their life essences are now entwined. Let them freely roam, as one flesh let thorn knots each other, Ninma was saying. In the Eden's orchards, to freely roam Adamu and Tiamat were placed. Of their nakedness they became aware. Of malehood and femalehood they were knowing. Tiamat of leaves aprons made, from the wild beast to be distinguished. In the heat of the day, Enlil in the orchard was strolling, the shade he was enjoying. Without expectation, Adamu and Tiamat he encountered. The aprons on their loins he noticed. What is the meaning of this, Enlil wondered. Enki for explaining he summoned. The matter of procreation, Enki to Enlil explained. The 7 and 7 had failed to Enlil, he admitted. Ningazida, the life essence, examined an additional combining was needed. Great was Enlil's anger. Furious his words were. The whole thing was not to my liking. For acting as creators I had opposed. The being that we need, it already exists, so were you, Enki, saying. All we need is put our mark on it, thereby primitive workers to fashion. Healing heroines themselves put at risk, Ninmah and Ninki were endangered. To no avail it was all, your handiwork was a failure. Now the last bits of our life essence to these creatures you have given, to be like us in procreation knowing, perchance our life cycles on them to bestow. Thus did Enlil with angry words speak. Enki, Ninmah, and Ningazida summoned with words Enlil to pacify. My lord Enlil, Ningazida was saying, knowing for procreation they were given, the branch of long living to their essence tree was not. Ninmah then spoke up. To her brother Enlil she was saying, What was the choice, my brother? To end it all in failure, Nibiru in doom to face its fate? Or to try, and try, and try, and by procreation let earthlings the toil undertake? Then let them be where they are needed, Enlil with anger said. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. Synopsis of the 7th tablet. Returned to the Abzu, Adamu and Tiamat bear children. Earthlings proliferate, working in the mines and as servants. Enlil's grandchildren, the twins Utu and Inanna, are born. Anunnaki couples bear other offspring on Earth. Climate changes cause hardships on Earth and on Lamu. Nibiru's orbital nearing is accompanied by upheavals. Enki and Marduk explore the moon, find it inhospitable. Enki determines the constellations and celestial time. Bitter about his own fate, Enki promises supremacy to Marduk. Anu gives command of a new spaceport to Utu, not to Marduk. Enki encounters and mates with 2 earthling females. One bears a son, Adapa, the other a daughter, Titi. Keeping his parenting a secret, Enki raises them as foundlings. Adapa, highly intelligent, becomes the first civilized man. Adapa and Titi mate, have 2 sons, Cain and Abel. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. So did Enlil the command decree. From the Eden to the Abzu, Adamu and Tiamat were expelled. In an enclosure among the trees Enki them placed. To know each other he left them. With joy did Enki see what Ningazida had done come to be. With child Tiamat was frolicking. Ninmah came the birth giving to watch. A son and a daughter, twins to the earth beings, were born. With wonderment did Ninmah and Enki watch the newborns. How they grew and developed was a marvel. Days were as months, months to earth years accumulated. By the time Adamu and Tiamat had other sons and daughters, the first ones were by themselves procreating. Before 1 shar of Nibiru had passed, the earthlings were proliferating. With understanding were the primitive workers endowed, of commandments they were comprehending. To be with the Anunnaki they were eager, for food rations they toiled well. Of heat and dust they did not complain, of backbreaking they did not grumble. Of the hardships of work the Anunnaki of the Abzu were relieved. The vital gold to Nibiru was coming. Nibiru's atmosphere was slowly healing. Earth mission to the satisfaction of all was proceeding. Among the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, there was also espousing and procreation. The sons of Enlil and Enki from sisters and half-sisters from healing heroines took spouses. To them on earth, sons and daughters were born. Though by the life cycles of Nibiru were they endowed, by earth's cycles were they quickened. Who on Nibiru in diapers would still be, on earth became a child. Who on Nibiru began to crawl, when on earth born was running around. Special joy there was when to Nanar and Ningal twins were born. A daughter and a son they were, Inanna and Utu, by Ningal they were named. With them a third generation of Anunnaki on earth was present. For the offspring of the leaders, tasks were allocated. Some olden chores were divided, easier among the offspring they were made. To the olden chores new tasks were added. Upon the earth the warmth was rising, vegetation flourished, wild creatures overran the land. The rains were heavier, rivers were gushing, abodes repairing needed. Upon the earth the heat was increasing, the snow-white parts to water were melting. The bars of the seas the oceans were not containing. From the depths of the earth volcanoes were fire and brimstones belching. The grounds were trembling each time the earth was shaking. In the lower world, the snow-white hued place, the earth was grumbling. At the tip of the Abzu, Enki a place for observing established. To his son Nergal and his spouse Irish Kegel, command thereof he entrusted. A thing unknown, an untoward thing, thereunder is brewing, Nigal to his father Enki said. In Nibruki, the place of the bond heaven-earth, Enlil the heavenly circuits was watching. By the means of the tablets of destinies, celestial motions he was comparing. There is turmoil in the heavens, Enlil to his brother Enki said. From the planet Lamu, the place of the way station, Marduk to Enki his father was complaining. Strong winds are disturbing, annoying dust storms they are raising. So Marduk to his father Enki words was beaming. In the hammered bracelet, turmoils are occurring. Upon the earth, brimstones from the skies were falling. Pitiless demons havoc causing, violently the earth they approached. Into flaming fires in the skies they were bursting. In a clear day darkness they were causing, with storms and evil winds they raged around. Like stony missiles the earth they were attacking. Kingu, earth's moon, and Lamu too by these havocs were afflicted. The faces of all three with countless scars were covered. Enlil and Enki to Anu the king urgent words were beaming. Nibiru's savants they alerted. The earth and the moon and Lamu a calamity unknown are facing. From Nibiru the savants were responding. Their words the leaders' hearts were not calming. In the heavens the family of the sun were taking stations. The celestials of whom earth is the seventh in a row were choosing places. In the heavens Nibiru was approaching. The sun's abode it was nearing. By the seven in a row arraigned was Nibiru distracted. The path through the hammered bracelet it was missing. From the bracelet bits and pieces it has been displacing. Bereft of the celestial bar, Lahamu and Mamu near the sun were crouching. In the heavens Lahamu her glorious dwelling place was abandoning. Toward Nibiru the heavenly king she was attracted. A queen of heaven she wished to be. To quill her, Nibiru from the celestial deep a monstrous demon made appear. A monster once to Tiamat's host belonging, by the celestial battle fashioned. From the celestial deep made its way, by Nibiru was it from slumber awakened. From horizon to the midst of heaven like a flaming dragon it was stretched. 1 league was its head, 50 leagues in length it was, awesome was its tail. By day the skies of earth it darkened. By night upon the face of the moon a spell of darkness it cast. To her brothers, the celestials, Lahamu for help was calling. Who will the dragon obstruct? Who will stop and kill it? She was asking. Only valiant Kingu, once Tiamat's protector, stepped forward to respond. To intercept the dragon in its path, Kingu was making haste. Fierce was the encounter, a tempest of clouds upon Kingu was raised. By its foundations was Kingu shaken, from the impact did the moon quake and shake. Then the heavenly havoc was calmed. Nibiru to its distant abode in the deep was returning. Lahamu its dwelling place did not abandon. The stony missiles upon the earth and Lamu ceased their raining. Enki and Enlil with Marduk and Ninurta gathered a surveying of the havoc they undertook. The foundations of the earth Enki surveyed, of what its platforms had befallen he examined. The depths of the oceans he measured, in earth's far corners the mountains of gold and copper he scanned. Of the vital gold there will be no shortage, this was Enki saying. In the Eden, Ninurta was the surveyor, where mountains trembled and valleys shook. In his sky ship he soared and journeyed. The landing platform was intact. In the valleys of the north the early fiery liquids was pouring. So was Ninurta to his father Enlil telling. Sulfuric mist and bitumens he was discovering. On Lamu the atmosphere was damaged. Dust storms were with life and work interfering. So Marduk to Enki was saying, to earth return I wish to his father he disclosed. Enlil to his olden plans betook himself. What cities and their task he planned he reconsidered. A chariot place in the Eden must be established to the others he was saying. The olden designs of the layout on the crystal tablet to them he showed. The conveying from the landing place to the way station on Lamu is no longer certain. To soar toward Nibiru from earth we must be able, so was Enlil to them saying. For the count since the first splashdown, the count of 80 shars it was. Now this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk, and how Enki the three ways of heaven and the constellations determined. Let the place of the chariots near Bad Tibera, the metal city, be established. Therefrom let the gold from earth to Nibiru in the chariots directly be carried. So Ninurta of Bad Tibera, the commander, to them words was saying. Enlil to the words of Ninurta his son gave heed. Of his son's wisdom he was proud. To Anu the king Enlil the plan quickly conveyed. To him words he was saying. Let a place of celestial chariots in the Eden be established. Near the place where the gold ores are smelted and refined, let it be built. Let the pure gold in the chariots directly from earth to Nibiru be carried. Directly to earth from Nibiru let heroes and supplies be coming. Of great merit is the plan of my brother, Enki to their father Anu was saying. A great disadvantage in its core it is holding. The net pull of earth is than Lamu's much greater. To overcome in our powers shall be exhausted. Before there is rush to deciding, let us an alternative examine. Nearby the earth a companion it has, the moon it is. Smaller is its net pull, ascent and descent thereon little effort will require. Let us at a way station consider, let me and Marduk thereto journey. The two plans Anu the king before counselors and savants for considering presented. Let the moon be first examined, the king they did advise. Let the moon be first examined, Anu to Enki and Enlil the decision beamed. Enki was greatly joyed, the moon to him was always alluring. Whether somewhere waters it is hiding, what atmosphere it possesses, he did always wonder. In sleepless nights, its silvery cool disk with bewitchment he observed. Its waxing and waning, a game with the sun played, a wonder of wonders he deemed. What secrets from the beginning it held he wished to uncover. In a rocket ship did Enki and Marduk to the moon journey. Thrice they the earth's companion encircled. The deep wound by the dragon caused they observed. By many hollows the handiwork of smashing demons was the moon's face marked. In a place of rolling hills they set the rocket ship down, in its midst they landed. From the place the earth they could observe and the expanse of the heavens. Eagles' helmets they had to don, the atmosphere was for breathing insufficient. With ease they walked about, in this and that direction they went. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. Unlike Lamu it is, for a way station it is unsuitable to his father Marduk was saying. Let us abandon this place, let us to earth return. Do not be hasty, my son, so was Enki to Marduk saying. Are you not by the celestial dance of earth and moon and sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing, the quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth like a globe in the void by nothing is hanging. With our instruments we can scan the distant heavens, the handiwork of the Creator of all, in this solitude we can admire. Let us stay, the circuits observe, how the motion or how the moon circles the earth. how the earth its circuits around the sun is making. So Enki, by the sights agitated, to his son Marduk was saying. By his father's words Marduk was persuaded, in the rocket ship they made their dwelling. For 1 circuit of earth, for 3 circuits on the moon they remained. Its motions about the earth they measured, the duration of a month they calculated. For 6 circuits of earth, for 12 circuits about the sun, earth's year they measured. How the two were entwined, causing the luminaries to disappear, they recorded. Then to the sun's quarter they attention gave, the paths of Mamu and Lahamu they studied. With the earth and the moon, Lamu the sun's second quarter constituted. 6 were the celestials of the lower waters, so was Enki to Marduk explaining. 6 were the celestials of the upper waters, beyond the bar, the hammered bracelet they were. Anjar, Kishar, Anu, and Nudimud, Gaga, and Nibiru. These were the 6 others. 12 were they in all, of 12 did the sun and its family make the count. Of the upheavals most recent Marduk of his father was inquiring, why have 7 celestials in a row places taken? So was he his father asking. Their circuits about the sun Enki then considered. Their grand band around the sun, their progenitor, Enki carefully observed. The positions of earth and moon therein on a chart Enki marked out. By the motions of Nibiru of the sun, not a descendant, the width of the great band he outlined. The way of Anu, the king, the name it Enki decided. In the expanse of the deep heavens, the stars did father and son observe. By their proximities and groupings was Enki fascinated. By the circuit of the heavens from horizon to horizon he drew images of 12 constellations. In the great band, the way of Anu, 1 each with the sun's family of 12 he paired. To each one he designated a station, by names they were to be called. Then in the heavens below the way of Anu, whence Nibiru the sun is approaching, a band-like way he designed, the way of Enki he it designated. To it 12 constellations by their shapes he also allotted. The heavens above the way of Anu, the upper tier, the way of Enlil he called. Therein too the stars into 12 constellations he assembled. 36 were the stars' constellations, in the 3 ways were they located. So will the earth's position designated as around the sun it travels. The start of the cycle of celestial time the measure Enki to Marduk indicated. When on earth I had arrived, the station that was ending by me, the station of the fishes, was named. The one that followed after my name title, he of the water, I called. So Enki with satisfaction and pride to his son Marduk was saying, your wisdom the heavens embraces, your teachings any own understanding extend. But on earth and on Nibiru, knowledge and rulership are separated. So did Marduk to his father say, my son, what is that you do not know? What is it that you are missing? To him Enki was saying, the secrets of the heavens, the secrets of the earth, with you have I shared. Alas, my father, Marduk was saying, there was agony in his voice. When the Anunnaki in the Abzu the toil ceased, and the primitive worker you set to fashion, not my mother, but Ninmah, the mother of Ninurta, to assist you was summoned. Not I, but Ningishzida of me the younger, to help you was invited. With them, not with me, your knowledge of life and death did you share. My son, Enki to Marduk responded, to you command was given of the Igigi and Lamu to be supreme. Alas, my father, to him Marduk was saying, of supremacy by fate we are deprived. You, my father, are Anu's firstborn, yet Enlil, not you, is the legal heir. You, my father, were first to splash down, and Eridu to establish. Yet Eridu is in Enlil's domain, yours is in the distant Abzu. I am your firstborn, by your legitimate spouse on Nibiru was I born. Yet the gold in the city of Ninurta is assembled therefrom to send or to withhold. The survival of Nibiru is in his hands, in my hands it is not. Now to earth we are returning, what will my task be? Am I to fame and kingship fated, or again to humiliated be? In silence did Enki embrace his son, on the desolate moon to him a promise made. Of that of which I have been deprived, your future lot shall be. Your celestial time will come, a station mine adjoining yours shall be. Now this is the account of Sippar, the place of the chariots in the Eden, and how the primitive workers to the Eden were returned. For many circuits of the earth, from the earth were father and son absent. On earth no plans were implemented. On Lamu the Igigi were in turmoil. Enlil to Anu secret words conveyed. His concerns to Anu he from Nibruki beamed. Enki and Marduk to the moon have gone. For countless circuits there they are staying. Their doings a mystery are. What they are scheming it is not known. Marduk the way station on Lamu has abandoned. The Igigi are agog. By dust storms has the way station been affected. What damage there is to us is not known. The place of the chariots in the Eden must be established. Therefrom the gold directly from earth to Nibiru to be carried. No way station on Lamu shall henceforth be needed. The plan of Ninurta it is. Great in these matters is his understanding. Let him the place of the chariots near Bad Tibera establish. Let Ninurta be its first commander. Anu to the words of Enlil gave much consideration. To Enlil a response he gave. Enki and Marduk to earth are returning. What about the moon they have found? Let us first to their words listen. From the moon Enki and Marduk departed. To earth they did return. Of conditions thereon they gave account. A way station is unfeasible now, so they reported. Let the place of the chariots be built, Anu was saying. Let Marduk be its commander, Enki was saying to Anu. The task is for Ninurta set aside, Enlil with anger shouted. For the Igigi command is no more needed. Of the task Marduk knowledge has. Of the gateway to heaven let Marduk be in charge. So did Enlil to his father say. Anu the matter with concern contemplated. Rivalries now the sons have affected. With wisdom was Anu endowed. With wisdom were his decisions. The place of the chariots for new ways the gold to handle is designated. Let us what henceforth comes in the hands of a new generation place. Neither Enlil nor Enki, neither Ninurta nor Marduk in command shall be. Let the third generation responsibility undertake. Let Utu be the commander. Let the place of the celestial chariots be built. Let Sippar Bird City be its name. This was the word of Anu. Unalterable was the word of the king. In the 81st Shar was the construction started. The plans of Enlil it followed. Nibruki was in the center. A navel of the earth by Enlil it was designated. As on circles by their place and distances the olden cities were located. Like an arrow from the lower sea toward the mountains pointing they were arrayed. A line on the twin peaks of Arata to the skies in the north reaching he drew. Where the pointing arrow the Arata line intersected, the place for Sippar, the earth's place of the chariots, he marked out. To it the arrow directly led. It from Nibruki was by an equal circle precisely located. Ingenious was the plan. By its precision all were made to wonder. In the 82nd Shar was the construction of Sippar completed. To the hero Utu of Enlil the grandson its command was given. An eagle's helmet for him was fashioned. With eagle's wings was he decorated. In the first chariot from Nibiru to Sippar directly come, Anu was traveling. To view for himself the installations he desired, to marvel at what was attained he wanted. For the occasion the Igigi by Marduk commanded from Lamu to earth came down. From the landing place and from the Abzu Anunnaki were assembled. There was backslapping and hailing, a feast and a celebration. For Anu, Mana, Enlil's granddaughter, singing and dancing presented. With affection Anu kissed her. Anu Nitu, Anu's beloved, he fondly called her. Before departing, Anu the heroes and heroines assembled. A new era has begun, so was he to them saying. Supplied directly with the golden salvation forthcoming is the end of toil. Once enough gold on Nibiru for protecting is piled in storage, the toil on earth can be diminished. Heroes and heroines to Nibiru will return. Thus did Anu the king to the assembled promise. A great hope to them he did extend. A few more shars of toil, and homeward they shall be bound. With much pomp did Anu to Nibiru soar back. Gold, pure gold, with him was carried. His new task Utu with cherish performed. Ninurta of Bad Tibera command retained. Marduk to Lamu did not return. With his father to the Abzu he did not go. Over all the lands he wished to roam, in his skyship the earth to comprehend. Of the Igigi, some on Lamu, some on earth, Utu was the commander made. After Anu to Nibiru returned, on earth the leaders great expectations had. With renewed vigor to labor, the Anunnaki they expected. Gold quickly to amass, thereby quicker homebound to be. That, alas, was not what came to pass. In the Abzu, relief, not continued toil, was the Anunnaki's expectation. Now that the earthlings are proliferating, let them provide the labor. So were the Anunnaki in the Abzus saying. In the Eden, the tasks were greater, more abodes, more provisions were required. For primitive workers to the Abzu confined did the Eden heroes clamor. For 40 shars was relief only to the Abzu provided. The heroes in the Eden shouted, "Our toil has increased beyond endurance, let us have the workers too." While Enlil and Enki the matter were debating, Ninurta the decision into his hands took. With 50 heroes an expedition to the Abzu he led, with weapons were they armed. In the forest and the steppes of the Abzu the earthlings they chased. With nets they them captured, male and female to the Eden they them brought. To do all manners of chores, in the orchards and in the cities they trained them. By the doings was Enki angered, by them was Enlil enraged. By expelling of Adamu and Tiamat you have overturned, so Enlil to Ninurta said. Let the mutiny once in the Abzu occurring, not in the Eden, be repeated. So to Enlil Ninurta said, with the earthlings in the Eden the heroes are becalmed. A few more shars and it will no longer matter, so did Ninurta to Enlil say. Enlil was not appeased. With grumbling, let it so be to his son, he said. Let the gold pile up quickly, let us all to Nibiru soon return. In the Eden the Anunnaki the earthlings with admiration observed. Intelligence they possessed, of commands they had understanding. They took over all manner of chores, unclothed they were, the task performing. Males with females among them were constantly mating, quick were their proliferations. In one shar, sometimes 4, sometimes more, were their generations. As the earthlings grew in numbers, workers the Anunnaki had. With food the Anunnaki were not satiated. In the cities and in the orchard, in the valleys and in the hills, the earthlings for food were constantly foraging. In those days grains had not yet been brought forth. There was no ewe, a lamb had not yet been fashioned. About these matters Enlil to Enki angry words was saying. By your doings confusion was created, by you let salvation be devised. Now this is the account of how civilized man was brought about. How by a secret of Enki, Adapa and Titi in the Eden were brought forth. By the proliferation of the earthlings Enki was pleased, Enki was worried. The lot of the Anunnaki was greatly eased, their discontent was diminished. By the proliferation the Anunnaki shunned toil, the workers as serfs were becoming. For 7 shars the Anunnaki's lot was greatly eased, diminished was their discontent. By the proliferation of the earthlings, what by itself was growing for all insufficient was. In 3 more shars of fish and fowl there was a shortage. What by itself grows Anunnaki and earthlings did not satiate. In his heart, Enki a new undertaking was scheming. To create a civilized mankind, in his heart he conceived. Grains that are sown by them to be cultivated, ewes that become sheep, let them shepherd. In his heart, Enki a new undertaking was scheming. How this to attain he contemplated. The primitive workers in the Abzu he for this scheme observed. The earthlings in the Eden, in the cities and in the orchards he considered. What could for the task make them suited? What by the life essence has not been combined? The offspring of the earthlings he observed. An alarming matter he noticed. By their repeated copulations back toward their wild forebears they were degraded. Enki in the marshlands looked about, on the rivers he sailed and observed. With him was only Izamud, his vizier, whose secrets kept. On the river's bank, bathing and frolicking earthlings he noticed. 2 females among them were wild with beauty, firm were their breasts. Their sight, the phallus of Enki, calls to water. A burning desire he had. Shall I not kiss the young ones? Enki his vizier Izamud was asking. Aye, the boat will hither row, kiss the young ones, Izamud to Enki was saying. The boat thereto Izamud directed. From the boat to dry land Enki stepped. A young one to him Enki called, a tree fruit she to him offered. Enki bent down, the young one lie embraced, on her lips he kissed her. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breast. Into her womb he poured his semen, in a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen, by the semen of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. The second young one to him Enki called, berries from the field she him offered. Enki bent down, the young one he embraced, on her lips he kissed her. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breast. Into her womb he poured his semen, in a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen, by the semen of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. With the young one's stay, whether pregnancies come about ascertain, so was Enki to his vizier Izamud saying. Izamud by the young one sat down, by the fourth count their bulges appeared. By the 10th count, the 9th having been completed, the first young one squatted and birth gave. By her a male child was born. The second young one squatted and birth gave. By her a female child was born. At dawn and dusk, which a day delimit, on the same day the two were born. The gracious ones, dawn and dusk, thereafter in legends they were known. In the 93rd Shar, the two, by Enki fathered, in the Eden were born. Word of the births Izamud to Enki quickly brought. By the births Enki was ecstatic, whoever such a thing has ever known. Between Anunnaki and Earthling conception was attained. Civilized man I have brought into being. To his vizier Izamud Enki instructions gave. A secret must my deed remain. Let the newborns by their mothers be suckled. Thereafter into my household them bring. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets have I them found. Thus to all you will say, by their mothers were the newborns suckled and nurtured. To Enki's household in Eridu thereafter Izamud them brought. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets have I them found. So did Izamud to all say. Ninki to the foundlings a liking took. As her own children she raised them. Adapa, the foundling, the boy she called. Titi, one with life, the girl she named. Unlike all other earthling children, the twosome were slower to grow up than earthlings they were, much quicker in understanding they were. With intelligence they were endowed, of speaking with words capable they were. Beautiful and pleasant was the girl, with her hands she was greatly dexterous. Ninki, the spouse of Enki, to Titi took a liking. All manner of crafts she was her teaching. To Adapa Enki himself teachings gave. How to keep records he was him instructing. The achievements with pride Enki to Izamud was showing. A civilized man have I brought forth, to Izamud he was saying. A new kind of earthling from my seed has been created, in my image and after my likeness. From seed they food will grow, from ewes sheep they will shepherd. Anunnaki and earthlings henceforth shall be satiated. To his brother Enlil Enki word sent. From Nibruki to Eridu Enlil came. In the wilderness a new kind of earthling has come forth, to Enlil was Enki saying. Quick of learning they are, knowledge and craftwork to them can be taught. Let us from Nibiru seeds that are sown bring down. Let us from Nibiru use that sheep become to earth deliver. Let us the new breed of earthlings farming and shepherding teach. Let Anunnaki and earthlings together satiated be. So was Enki to Enlil saying. Akin to us Anunnaki in many ways, indeed they are, Enlil to his brother said. A wonder of wonders it is, in the wilderness by themselves to have come about. Izamud was summoned. Among the bulrushes and reeds baskets I them found, he said. Enlil the matter with graveness pondered, with amazement his head he shook. Indeed, a wonder of wonders it is. A new breed of earthling on earth has emerged. A civilized man has the earth itself brought forth. Farming and shepherding, crafts and tool-making he can be taught. So was Enlil to Enki saying, Let us of the new breed to Anu word send. Of the new breed word to Anu on Nibiru was beamed. Let seeds that can be sown, let ewes that sheep become to earth be sent. So did Enki and Enlil to Anu the suggestion make. By civilized man let Anunnaki and earthlings become satiated. Anu the words heard, by the words he was amazed. That by life essences one kind to another leads is not unheard of, to them words back he sent. That on earth a civilized man from the Adamu so quickly appeared, that is unheard of. For sowing and husbanding great numbers are needed, perchance the beings to proliferate are unable. While the savants on Nibiru the matter contemplated, in Eridu occurrences of import took place. Adapa, in a mating Titi knew, into her womb he poured his semen. There was conception, there was birth-giving. 2 twins, 2 brothers, Titi gave birth. Word of the birth to Anu on Nibiru was beamed. The twosome for conception are compatible, proliferation by them can occur. Let seeds that are sown, used that sheep become, to earth be delivered. Let on earth farming and shepherding begin. Let us all be satiated. So did Enki and Enlil to Anu on Nibiru say. Let Titi in Eridu remain, the newborns to suckle and nurture. Let Adapa, the earthling, to Nibiru be brought. So did Anu his decision declare. Synopsis of the 8th tablet. Adapa's wide understanding amazes Nibiru's savants. On Anu's orders, Adapa is brought to Nibiru, an earthling's first ever space journey. Enki reveals Adapa's parenting truth to Anu. Enki justifies his deed by the need for more food. Adapa is sent back to start farming and shepherding. Enlil and Enki create crop seeds and sheep lines. Ninurta teaches Cain crop cultivation. Marduk teaches Abel shepherding and tool-making. Fighting over water, Cain strikes and kills Abel. Cain is tried for murder, sentenced to exile. Adapa and Titi have other offspring who intermarry. On his deathbed, Adapa blesses his son Sati as his heir. A descendant, Enki, is taken by Marduk to Lamu. Let Adapa, the earthling, to Nibiru be brought. So did Anu his decision declare. By the decision Enlil was not pleased. Whoever of this would have thought that by a primitive worker fashioning, like us the being would become. With knowledge endowed between heaven and earth will travel. On Nibiru the waters of long life he will drink, the food of long life eat. Like one of us Anunnaki shall the one of earth become. So was Enlil to Enki and the other leaders, saying. By the decision of Anu, Enki too was not pleased. Sullen was his face after Anu had spoken. After Enlil had spoken, with Enlil his brother Enki agreed. Indeed, who of this would have thought? So to the others did Enki say. The brothers sat and contemplated. Ninmah with them was also deliberating. The command of Anu cannot be avoided, to them she said. Let Adapa by our young ones to Nibiru be accompanied, his fright to diminish, to Anu things explain. So did Enki to the others say. Let Ningishzida and Dumuzi his companions be. By the way, Nibiru for the first time with their eyes also see. By Ninmah was the suggestion favored. Our young ones, on earth born, of Nibiru are forgetting. Its life cycles by those of earth are overwhelmed. Let the 2 sons of Enki, as yet unmarried, to Nibiru also travel. Perchance brides there for themselves they shall find. When the next celestial chamber from Nibiru did arrive in Sippar, Ilabrat, a vizier of Anu, from the chamber stepped off. I have come to fetch the earthling Adapa, so to the leaders he said. The leaders to Ilabrat Adapa presented. Titi and her sons to him they also showed. Indeed, in our image and after our likeness they are, so did Ilabrat say. To Ilibrat, Ningizida, and Dumuzi, sons of Enki, were presented. To accompany Adapa on his journey, they have been selected to him, Enki said. Anu, his grandchildren to see, will be pleased, so did Ilibrat say. To hear instructions, Enki Adapa to him summoned. To Adapa thus he said, Adapa, to Nibiru, the planet whence we had came, you will be going. Before Anu, our king, you will come. To his majesty you will be presented. Before him you shall bow, speak only when asked, to questions short answers give. New clothing you will be given, the new garments put on. A bread on earth not found they to you will give. The bread is death, do not eat. In a chalice an elixir to drink they too will give you. The elixir is death, do not drink. With you, Ningizida and Dumuzi, my sons, will journey. To their words hearken, and you shall live. So did Enki Adapa instruct. This I shall remember, Adapa said. Enki, Ningizida, and Dumuzi summoned. To them a blessing and advice he gave. Before Anu the king, my father, you are coming. To him you shall bow and homage pay. By princes and nobles do not be coward, of them you are the equals. To bring Adapa back to earth is your mission. By Nibiru's delights be not charmed. This we shall remember, Ningizida and Dumuzi said. His young one, Dumuzi, Enki embraced. On the forehead he kissed him. The wise one, Ningizida, Enki embraced. On the forehead he kissed him. A sealed tablet in the hand of Ningizida unseen he placed. To my father Anu this tablet in secret you shall give. So did Enki to Ningizida say. Then the two with Adapa to Sipper departed. To the place of the celestial chariots they went. To Ilibrat, Anu's vizier, the three of them themselves presented. To Ningizida and Dumuzi, the garb of Igigi was given. Like celestial eagles they were dressed. As for Adapa, his unkept hair was shaven. A helmet as that of an eagle he was given. Instead of his loincloth, a tight-fitting vestment he was made to wear. Between Ningizida and Dumuzi, inside that which ascends he was placed. When the signal was given, the celestial chariot roared and shuddered. In fright did Adapa cower and cry out, The eagle without wings is soaring. Upon his sides Ningizida and Dumuzi their arms placed. With soothing words they him calmed. When 1 league aloft they were borne, upon the earth they glanced out. Its lands they saw by seas and oceans into parts separated. When 2 leagues aloft they were, the ocean to a tub grew smaller. The land was the size of a basket. When 3 leagues aloft they were, again they cast a glance whence they had departed. The earth was now as small as a ball, by a sea of darkness in the vastness swallowed. Once again Adapa agitated was. He cowered and cried out, Take me back, he shouted. Ningizida his hand on the neck of Adapa put. In an instant was Adapa quiet. When they on Nibiru landed, there was much curiosity. The children of Enki, on earth born, to see, even more so an earthling to encounter. A being from another world on Nibiru has arrived. So were the crowds shouting. With Ilibrat to the palace they were taken to be washed and with perfumed oils anointed. Fresh and befitting garments they were given. Heeding Enki's words, Adapa the new clothing did put on. In the place nobles and heroes milled about. In the throne room princes and counselors gathered. Through the throne room by Ilibrat they were led. Adapa behind him, then the 2 sons of Enki. In the throne room before Anu the king they bowed. From his throne Anu stepped forward. My grandsons, he cried out. He hugged Dumuzi and he hugged Ningizida. With tears in his eyes he embraced them, he kissed them. To his right Dumuzi he bade to be seated. On his left Ningizida sat. Then Ilibrat to Anu the earthling Adapa presented. Does he our speech understand? Anu the king of Ilibrat inquired. Indeed he does. By the Lord Enki was he taught, Ilibrat so answered. Come hither, Anu to Adapa said. What is your name and your occupation? Forward Adapa stepped. Again he bowed. Adapa is my name, of the Lord Enki a servant. So did Adapa in words speak. His speaking great amazement was causing. A wonder of wonders on earth has been attained, Anu declared. A wonder of wonders on earth has been attained, all the assembled shouted. Let there a celebration be, let us our guests thus welcome, Anu was saying. To the banquet room Anu all who were assembled led. To the laden tables he happily gestured. At the laden table bread of Nibiru Adapa was offered. He did not eat it. At the laden tables elixir of Nibiru Adapa was offered. He did not drink it. By this Anu the king was puzzled, was offended. Why has Enki to Nibiru this ill-mannered earthling sent? To him the celestial ways reveal. Come now, Adapa, to Adapa Anu said. Why did you neither eat nor drink? Our hospitality rejected. My master the Lord Enki commanded me, the bread do not eat, the elixir do not drink. So did Adapa the king Anu answer. How odd is this thing, Anu was saying, for what has Enki from an earthling our food and elixir prevented? He asked Illibrat. He asked Dumuzi. Illibrat the answer knew not. Dumuzi could not explain. He asked Ningazida. Perchance in this lies the answer, Ningazida to Anu said. The secret tablet that he carried hidden to Anu the king he then gave. Puzzled was Anu. Anu was concerned. To his private chamber he went, the tablet to decipher. Now this is the account of Adapa, of civilized mankind the progenitor, and how his sons Cain and Abel satiation on earth was started. In his private chamber Anu the tablet's seal broke open. Into the scanner the tablet he inserted, it message from Enki to decipher. Adapa by my seed to an earthling woman was born, so did the message from Enki say. Likewise was Titi by another earthling woman of my seed conceived. With wisdom and speech they are endowed, with Nibiru's long lifetime they are not. The bread of long living he should not eat, the elixir of long life he should not drink. To live and die on earth Adapa must return, mortality his lot must be. By the sowing and shepherding by his offspring on earth satiation shall be. So did Enki the secret of Adapa to his father Anu reveal. By the secret message from Enki Anu was astounded. Whether to angry be or laugh he knew not. Illibrat his vizier to his private chamber he summoned. To him he thus said, That son of mine Ea, even as Enki his free ways with females has not mended. To Illibrat his vizier the message on the tablet he showed. What are the rules? What is the king to do? Of his vizier Anu inquired. Concubines by our rules are permitted. Of interplanetary cohabitation no rules exist. So did Illibrat to his king respond. If damage there be, let it be restricted. Let Adapa forthwith to earth be returned. Let Ningazida and Dumuzi longer stay. Anu then Ningazida to his private chamber summoned. Know you what your father's message said? Of Ningazida he inquired. Ningazida, his head lowered, with whispering voice he said, I know not, but guess I can. The life essence of Adapa I have tested, of Enki's seed he is. That indeed is the message to him, Anu said. Adapa to earth forthwith shall return. To be of civilized man a progenitor his destiny shall be. As for you, Ningazida, to earth with Adapa you shall return. Of civilized man at your father's side to become the teacher. So did Anu the king the decision make. The destiny of Adapa and Ningazida he determined. To the assembled savants and nobles, princes and counselors Anu and the other two returned. To the assembled words of decision Anu announced. The welcome of the earthling must not be overextended. On our planet he cannot eat or drink. Of his astounding abilities we have all seen, let him to earth return. Let his offspring there on earth fields till and in meadows shepherd. To ensure his safety and avoid his agitation, Ningazida with him back will travel. With him the seeds of Nibiru of grains which multiply to earth will be sent. Dumuzi, the youngest, for a shar with us shall stay. Then to earth with ewes and the essence of sheep he shall return. This was the decision of Anu. To the king's words all in agreement their head bowed. At the appointed time Ningazida and Adapa to the place of the celestial chariot were taken. Anu and Dumuzi, Illibrat and counselors, nobles and heroes to them farewell bade. There was roaring and shuddering, and the chariot was lofted. The planet Nibiru grew smaller they saw, then from horizon to zenith the heavens they saw. On their journey Ningazida to Adapa the planet gods explained. Of sun and earth arid the moon to him lessons he gave. Of how the months chase one another and how earth's year is counted him he taught. When to earth they returned, To his father Enki, Ningazida all that had happened related. Enki laughed and struck his loins. It all went as I expected with glee, he said. Except the detention of Dumuzi. That is a puzzle, so did Enki say. By the prompt return of Ningazida and Adapa, Enlil was greatly puzzled. What is the matter? What on Nibiru transpired of Enki and Ningazida, he inquired. Let Ninmah too be summoned. Let her too of what transpired here, Enki to him said. After Ninmah arrived, to Enlil and to her Ningazida all did tell. Enki, his cohabitation with the earthling females, also related. No rules have I broken, our satiation I have ensured, so Enki to them said. No rules did you break? The fates of Anunnaki and earthlings by a rash deed you determined, so did Enlil in anger say. Now the lot is cast, destiny by fate is overtaken. With fury was Enlil seized, with anger he turned and left them standing. To Eridu Marduk came, by his mother Damkina was he summoned. The odd ongoings to verify of his father and brother he demanded. To keep the secret from Marduk hidden father and brother decided. Anu by the civilized man was enthralled, to at once all on earth satiate he commanded. So they to Marduk only part of the truth revealed. By Adapa and Titi Marduk was impressed, to the boys he took a liking. While Ningazida Adapa is instructing, let me the boys' teacher be, so did Marduk to his father Enki and Enlil say. Let Marduk teach one, let Ninurta teach the other, to them Enlil responded. In Eridu, Ningazida with Adapa, and Titi stayed, numbers and writing Adapa he taught. The twin who was first in birth, Ninurta to Bad Tibera his city took. Cain, he who in the field food grows, he called him. To dig canals for watering he taught. Sowing and reaping he was teaching. A plow from the wood of trees Ninurta for Cain made, with it a tiller of the land to be. The other brother, son of Adapa, by Marduk to the meadows was taken. Abel, he of the watered meadows, his name was thereafter called. How to build stalls Marduk him taught, for shepherding to start, the return of Dumuzi they awaited. When the Shar was completed, Dumuzi to earth returned. The essence, seed of sheep, used for the growing, with him he brought. Four-legged animals of Nibiru to another planet, the earth, he conveyed. His return with essence, seed, and use was cause for much celebration. Into the care of his father Enki, Dumuzi with his precious cargo returned. The leaders then got together how to proceed with the new breed they considered. Never before was there a ewe on earth, a lamb has never to earth from the heavens been dropped. A she-goat has never before to her kid given birth. Weaving of sheep's wool has never before been established. The Anunnaki leaders, Enki and Enlil, Ninmah and Ningazida, who the creators were, a creation chamber, a house of fashioning to establish, decided. Upon the pure mound of the landing place in the Cedar Mountains it was established. Near where the elixir seeds by Ninmah brought were planted there was the creation chamber established. There was the multiplying of the grains and of the ewes on earth begun. Of Cain for sowing and reaping Ninurta was the mentor. Of Abel, the arts of ewe and lamb rearing and shepherding Marduk was the mentor. When the first crops were reaped, when the first sheep matured, let there be a celebration of first, Enlil a decree proclaimed. Before the assembled Anunnaki the first grains, the first lambs were presented. At the feet of Enlil and Enki, Cain, by Ninurta guided, his offering placed. At the feet of Enlil and Enki, Abel, by Marduk guided, his offering placed. Enlil to the brothers gave a joyful blessing, their labors he extolled. Enki his son Marduk embraced. The lamb for all to see he raised. Meat for eating, wool for wearing, to earth have come, Enki said. Now this is the account of the generations of Adapa, and the killing of Abel by Cain, and what thereafter transpired. After the celebration of first was over, sullen was Cain's face. By the lack of Enki's blessing greatly he was aggrieved. As to their task the brothers returned. Abel before his brother was boasting. I am the one who abundance brings, who the Anunnaki satiates, who gives strength to the heroes, who wool for their clothing provides. Cain by his brother's words was offended. To his boasting strongly he objected. It is I who the plain luxuriates, who furrows with grains makes heavy. in whose fields birds multiply, in whose canals fish become abundant. Sustaining bread by me is produced, with fish and fowl the Anunnaki diet I variate. On and on the twin brothers each other disputed. Through the winter time they argued. When summer began, it was not raining, the meadows were dry, the pastures dwindled. Into the fields of his brother Abel his flocks drove, from the furrows in the canals to drink water. By this Cain was angered. To move the flocks away his brother he commanded. Farmer and shepherd, brother and brother, words of accusation uttered. They sped on each other, with their fists they fought. Greatly enraged, Cain a stone picked up. With it he Abel in the head struck. Again and again he hit him until Abel fell, his blood from him gushing. When Cain his brother's blood saw, Abel, Abel, my brother, he shouted. Motionless on the ground did Abel remain, from him his soul had departed. By the brother whom he had killed, Cain remained. For a long time he sat crying. Titi it was who of the killing was the first to know by a premonition. In a dream vision, as she was sleeping, Abel's blood she saw, in the hand of Cain it was. Adapa from his sleep she awakened, her dream vision to him she told. A heavy sorrow fills my heart, did something terrifying happen? So did Titi to Adapa say, greatly agitated she was. In the morning the two from Eridu departed, to the whereabouts of Cain and Abel they went. In the field they found Cain, by the dead Abel he was still seated. A great cry of agony Titi shouted. Adapa spread mud on his head. What have you done? What have you done? To Cain they shouted. Silence was Cain's answer. To the ground he threw himself and wept. To Eridu city Adapa returned. What had happened to the Lord Enki he told. With fury Enki Cain confronted. Accursed you shall be, to him he said. From the Eden you must depart. Among Anunnaki and civilized earthlings you shall not stay. As to Abel in the fields, his body cannot for the wild birds remain. As the Anunnaki custom is, he in a grave below a stone pile shall be buried. How Abel to bury Enki to Adapa and Titi showed, for the custom to them was not known. For 30 days and 30 nights was Abel by his parents mourned. To Eridu for judgment Cain was brought, the exile sentence to pronounce Enki wished. For his deed Cain himself must be slain, so did Marduk with anger say. Let the 7 who judge be assembled, so did Ninurna of Cain the mentor say. Whoever of such an assembling ever heard, Marduk shouted, that for one not from Nibiru Anunnaki leaders shall to judge be called? Is it not enough that one by Ninurna mentored, the one by me favored has killed? Is it not that as Ninurta Anzu did vanquish, so did Cain against his brother rise? Like the fate of Anzu, Cain's fate should be. His life breath should be extinguished. So did Marduk in anger to Enki, Enlil, and Ninurta say. Ninurta by the words of Marduk was saddened. Silence, not words, his answer was. Let me with Marduk my son words in private have, to them Enki said. When in Enki's private chambers he and Marduk were, my son, to Marduk Enki softly spoke, your agony is great. Let us not agony with agony compound. A secret that on my heart has heavily emburdened me, let me to you tell. Once upon a time, as by the river I strolled, 2 earthland maidens my face caught. By them from my seed were Adapa and Titi conceived. A new kind of earthling, a civilized man, by that upon the earth was brought. Whether they to procreate were able, our king Anu in doubt was. By the birth of Cain and Abel were Anu and the council on Nibiru convinced. A new phase of Anunnaki presence on this planet was welcomed and approved. Now that Abel has been slain, and if Cain too shall be extinguished, satiation to an end would come, mutinies will be repeated, all that was achieved shall crumble. No wonder that to Abel a liking you took, the son of your half-brother he was. Now on the other one have pity, let the line of Adapa survive. So did Enki with sadness a secret to Marduk his son reveal. By the revelation Marduk was at first astounded, then by laughter he was overcome. Of your love-making prowess much to me was rumored, now of that I am convinced. Indeed, let Cain's life be spared to the ends of the earth, let him be banished. So did Marduk, from anger to laughter changing to his father, say. In Eridu judgment upon Cain by Enki was pronounced. Eastward to a land of wandering, for his evil deed Cain must depart. That his life must be spared, he and his generations shall be distinguished. By Ningazita was the life essence of Cain altered. That his face a beard should not grow, Cain's life essence Ningazita changed. With his sister Awan, a spouse, Cain from the Eden departed. To the land of wandering he set his course. Now the Anunnaki sat and among themselves wondered. Without Abel, without Cain, who shall for us the grains grow and bread make? Who shall be the shepherd, the ewes multiply, wool for clothing provide? Let by Adapa and Titi more proliferation be, so did the Anunnaki say. With the blessing of Enki, Adapa his spouse Titi knew again and again. One daughter, another daughter, each time again and again were born. In the 95th Shar, a son Adapa and Titi finally had. Sati, he who life binds again, Titi he named. By him were the generations of Adapa counted. In all, 30 sons and 30 daughters Adapa and Titi had. Of them tillers of the land and shepherds for the Anunnaki toiled. By them did satiation to Anunnaki and civilized earthlings come back. In the 97th Shar, to Sati a son by his spouse Azura was born. By the name Enki in the annals he was recorded. Master of humanity meant his name. By Adapa his father writing in numbers he was made to understand. And who the Anunnaki were and all about Nibiru by Adapa Enki was told. To Nibru-Ki by the sons of Enlil he was taken. Secrets of the Anunnaki him they taught. How the perfumed oils for anointing Nanar, Enlil's on earth the eldest, him showed. How the elixir from the Enbu fruits to prepare Ishkur, Enlil's youngest, him instructed. It was since then that by civilized man the Anunnaki lords were called, and of the rites of worship of the Anunnaki that the beginning was. Thereafter to Enki by his sister Nome a son was born. Cunan, he of the kilns, his name had the meaning. For by Ninurta in Bad Tibera he was tutored, of furnace and kiln there he learned. How with bitumens fires to make, how to smelt and refine he was taught. In the smelting and refining of gold for Nibiru he and his offspring toiled. In the 98th Shar did this matter come about. Now this is the account of the generations of Adapa after Cain was exiled, and the heavenly journeys of Enki and the death of Adapa. In the 99th Shar to Cunan a son was born. By Mulet, a half-sister of Cunan, he was conceived. Malelu, he who plays, she named him. In music and song he excelled. For him Ninurta a stringed harp made, a flute for him he shaped. Hymns to Ninurta Malelu played, with his daughters before Ninurta they sang. The spouse of Malelu, the daughter of his father's brother, was Dunna, was her name. In the 100th Shar, since the count on earth had begun, a son of Malelu and Dunna was born, their firstborn he was. Irid, he of the sweet waters, his mother Dunna him named. Him Dumuzi how wells to dig had taught, for flocks in distant meadows water to provide. It was there, by the wells in the meadows, that shepherds and maidens gathered, where espousing and proliferation by civilized mankind exceedingly abounded. In his days the Igigi to earth were more frequently coming. To observe and see from the heavens they increasingly abandoned. To watch and see what on earth was transpiring they increasingly desired. To be with them on Lamu Enki Marduk beseeched. To watch and see what on earth was transpiring Marduk more fervently wished. At a well in the meadows did Irid his spouse meet. Baraka was her name, the daughter of his mother's brother she was. At the conclusion of the 102nd Shar a son to them was born. By the name Enki, by Enki understanding in the annals he was called. Wise and intelligent he was, numbers he quickly understood. About the heavens and all matters celestial he was constantly curious. To him the Lord Enki took a liking. Secrets once to Adapa revealed to him he told. Of the family of the sun and the 12 celestial gods Enki him was teaching, and how the months by the moon were counted and the years by the sun, and how by Nibiru the Shars were counted, and how the counts by Enki were combined, how the Lord Enki the circle of the heavens to 12 parts divided, a constellation to each one how Enki assigned, 12 stations in a grand circle he arranged, how to honor the 12 Anunnaki great leaders by names the stations were called. To explore the heavens Enki was eager, 2 celestial journeys he did make. And this is the account of Enki's journeys to the heavens, and how the Igigi troubles and intermarriages by Marduk were started. To be with Marduk in the landing place Enki was sent. From there Marduk in a rocket ship to the moon did him take. There what Marduk from his father Enki had learned to Enki he did teach. When to earth Enki returned to be with Utu in Sippar, the place of the chariots, he was sent. There a tablet for writing what he was learning by Utu to Enki was given. Utu in his bright abode a prince of earthlings him installed. The rites him he taught, the functions of priesthood to begin. In Sippar, with his spouse Adina, a half-sister Enki resided. To them in the 104th Shar a son was born, Methuselah, his mother him named, who by the bright waters raised the name meant. It was after that Enki on his second journey to the heavens went. This time, too, Marduk was his mentor and companion. In a celestial chariot heavenward they soared, toward the sun, and away from it they circled. To visit the Igigi on Lamu by Marduk he was taken. To him the Igigi a liking took, of civilized earthlings from him they learned. Of him it is in the annals said that to the heavens he departed, that in the heavens he stayed till the end of his days. Before Enki for the heavens departed, all that in the heavens he was taught. In writings Enki a record made, for his sons to know he wrote it. All that is in the heavens, in the family of the sun he wrote down, and about the quarters of the earth and its lands and its rivers too. To the hands of Methuselah, his firstborn son, the writings he entrusted. With his brothers Ragam and Gadid to study and abide by, in the 104th Shar was Methuselah born. To the Igigi troubles and what Marduk had done he was a witness. By his spouse Edna a son to Methuselah was born, Lumok. Mighty man was his name. In his days conditions on earth became harsher. The toilers in the field and meadow raised complaints. As a workmaster, the Anunnaki Lumok appointed the quotas to enforce, the rations to reduce. In his days it was that Adapa his death time attained. And when Adapa knew that his days to an end were coming, let all my sons and sons of sons assemble themselves to me, he said, that before I die I may bless them, and words to them speak before I die. And when Sati and the sons of the sons had gathered, where is Cain, my firstborn? Adapa of them all asked. Let him be fetched to them all, he said. Before the Lord Enki, Sati his father's wish presented. What to be done of the Lord, he asked. Enki then Ninurta summoned. Let the banished one, of whom the mentor you were, to Adapa's deathbed be brought. In his bird of heaven, Ninurta betook himself, to the land of wandering he flew. Over the lands he roamed, from the skies for Cain he searched. And when he found him, like on eagle's wings Cain to Adapa he brought. When of his son's arrival Adapa was informed, let Cain and Sati before me come, Adapa said. Before their father the two came, Cain the firstborn on the right, Sati on the left. And the eyesight of Adapa having failed, for recognition his sons' faces he touched. And the face of Cain on the right was beardless, and the face of Sati on the left with beard was. And Adapa put his right hand on the head of Sati, the one on the left, and he blessed him and said, Of your seed shall the earth be filled. And of your seed as a tree with 3 branches, mankind a great calamity shall survive. And he put his left hand on the head of Cain on his right, and to him said, For your sin of your birthright you are deprived, but of your seed 7 nations shall come. In a realm set apart they shall thrive, distant lands they shall inhabit. But having your brother with a stone killed, by a stone will be your end. And when Adapa finished these words saying, his hands dropped, and he sighed and said, Now summing my spouse Titi, and all the sons and all the daughters. And after my spirit leaves me, to my birthplace by the river carry me. And with my face toward the rising sun there bury me. Like a wounded beast Titi cried out, to her knees by Adapa's side she fell. And the 2 sons of Adapa, Cain and Sati, in a cloth his body wrapped, In a cave by the banks of the river, by Titi-Shon, Adapa they buried. In the midst of the 93rd Shar was he born. By the end of the 108th he died. A long life for an earthling he had. The life cycle of Enki he did not have. And after Adapa was buried, Cain to his mother and brother farewell bade. Ninurta in his bird of heaven to the land of wandering him he returned. And in a distant realm Cain had sons and daughters, and he from them a city built, and as he was building by a falling stone he was killed. In the Eden, Lumok, as a workmaster the Anunnaki served. In the days of Lumok did Marduk and the Agigi with earthlings intermarry. Synopsis of the 9th tablet. Mankind proliferates. Adapa's line serves as royalty. Defying Enlil, Marduk espouses an earthling female. Celestial disturbances and climate changes affect Lamu. The Agigi descend to earth, sees earthling females as wives. The promiscuous Enki begets a human son, Sasudra. Droughts and pestilences cause suffering on earth. Enlil sees it as fated retribution, wants to return home. Ninmah, aged by Earth's cycles, also wants to return. A mystery emissary warns them not to defy their destiny. Signs increase of a coming calamitous deluge. Most Anunnaki begin to depart back to Nibiru. Enlil enforces a plan to let mankind perish. Enki and Ninmah start to preserve Earth's seeds of life. The remaining Anunnaki prepare for the day of the deluge. Nergal, lord of the lower world, is to issue the warning. In the days of Lumok did Marduk and the Agigi with earthlings intermarry. In those days on earth the hardships were increasing. In those days on Lamu, with dryness and dust was the planet enveloped. The Anunnaki who decreed the fates, Enlil and Enki and Ninmah with each other consulted. What conditions on earth and on Lamu were altering they wondered. On the sun flarings they observed, in the net forces of earth and Lamu there were disruptions. In the Abzu, at the tip of the white land facing instruments far observing they is installed. In the charge of Nergal, the son of Enki and his spouse Irish Kigal, the instruments were put. To the land beyond the seas Ninurta was assigned, in the mountain land a band heaven and earth to establish. On Lamu the Agigi were restless, to pacify them Marduk was the task given. Until what are the hardships causing, the way station on Lamu must be kept, so to Marduk the leaders said. The three who the fates decree with each other consulted. They looked at each other. How old the others are, each one of the others thought. Enki, who the death of Adapa was grieving, was the first one to speak. More than 100 shars since my arrival has passed to his brother and sister, he said. I was then a dashing leader, now bearded, tired, and old I am. An enthusiastic hero I was, for command and adventure ready, Enlil then said. Now I have children who have children, all on earth born. Old on earth we became, but those on earth born are even older sooner. So did Enlil to his brother and sister ruefully say. As for me, an old sheep they call me, so did Ninmah wistfully say. While the others have been coming and going, turns on earth to serve taking, we the leaders have stayed and stayed. Perchance it is time to leave, so did Enlil say. Of that did I often wonder to them, Enki was saying. Each time one of us three to revisit Nibiru wished, word from Nibiru always our coming thereto prevented. Of that I too did wonder, Enlil was saying. Is it a thing on Nibiru, a thing on earth? Perchance the life cycles that differ it concerns, so was Nimma saying. To watch and see what transpires, the leaders decided. At that time, fate, or was it destiny? In its hands the matters took. For it came to pass that soon thereafter Marduk to his father Enki came, a matter of gravity with his father Enki to discuss he wished. Upon the earth, the 3 sons of Enlil spouses have chosen. Ninurta Bau of Anu, a young daughter, he espoused. Nanar has chosen Ningal, Ishkar Shala has taken. By Nergal, your son Irish Kigal of Enlil's, a granddaughter, as a spouse was taken. By threats to kill her, her consent from her was extracted. To await my espousal, being your firstborn, Nergal did not await. The other 4 in deference my espousal are awaiting. A bride I wish to choose, to have a spouse it is my desire. So did Marduk to his father Enki say. Your words happy make me, Enki to Marduk was saying. Your mother too shall rejoice. To hold his words to Ninki, Marduk with a raised hand to his father motioned. Is she one of the young ones who heal and succor give? Enki went on to ask. A descendant of Adapa she is, of earth, not Nibiru is she, Marduk softly whispered. With a puzzled look, Enki was speechless. Then uncontrolled words he shouted. A prince of Nibiru, a firstborn to succession, entitled an earthling will espouse? Not an earthling, but your own offspring, to him Marduk said. A daughter of Enkimi, who to heaven was taken she is. Sarpanit is her name. Enki, his spouse Ninki, summoned. To her what with Marduk transpired he related. To Ninki, his mother, Marduk his heart's desire repeated and said, with Enkimi with me was journeying, and of heaven and earth him I was teaching. What my father once had said, I with my own eyes witnessed. Step by step on this planet a primitive being, one like us to be, we have created. In our image and in our likeness, civilized earthling is, except for the long life, he is we. A daughter of Enkimi my fancy caught, her to espouse I wish. Ninki her son's words pondered. And the maiden, does she your gaze appreciate? So did she, Marduk asked. Indeed she does, Marduk to his mother said. This is not the matter to consider, Enki with a raised voice said. If our son this shall do, to Nibiru with his spouse he would never go. His princely rights on Nibiru he forever will forsake. To this Marduk with a bitter laughter responded, My rights on Nibiru are non-existent. Even on earth my rights as firstborn have been trampled. This indeed is my decision. From prince a king on earth become the master of this planet. Let it so be, Ninki said. Let it so be, Enki also said. They summoned Methuselah, the bride's brother, of Marduk's wish they him told. Humbled, but with joy overwhelmed, Methuselah was. Let it so be, he said. When of the decision Enlil was told, with fury he was seized. It was one thing for the father with earthlings intercourse have. It is another matter for the son an earthling to espouse, lordship on her to bestow. When Nimma of the matter was told, greatly disappointed she was. Marduk any maiden of ours could espouse. Even from my own daughters by Enki he could choose. Half-sisters, as the royal custom he could espouse, so did Nimma say. With fury to Anu on Nibiru of the matter words beamed up. Too far has this behavior gone, it cannot be allowed to Anu, the king Enlil said. On Nibiru Anu the counselors summoned, the matter with urgency to discuss. In the rule books of such a matter no rule they found. Anu the savants also summoned, the matter's consequences to discuss. On Nibiru Adapa the maiden's progenitor could not stay, to Anu they were saying. Therefore, to return to Nibiru with her, Marduk forever must be barred. Indeed, having to earth cycles become accustomed, even without her, Marduk's return impossible it might be. So were the savants to Anu saying, with that the counselors too agreed. Let the decision to earth be beamed, Anu was saying. Marduk marry can, but on Nibiru a prince he shall no more be. The decision by Enki and Marduk was accepted. Enlil too to the word from Nibiru bowed. Let there be a wedding celebration in Eridu, let it be, Ninki to them said. In the Eden, Marduk and his bride cannot stay, Enlil the commander announced. Let us to Marduk and his bride a wedding gift make, a domain of their own, away from the Eden, in another land, so did Enki to Enlil say. Of Marduk being sent away, Enlil with consent to himself was thinking. To what land of what domain are you speaking, Enlil to his brother Enki said. A domain above the Abzu in the land that the upper sea reaches, one that by waters from the Eden is separated that by ships can be reached. So did Enki to Enlil say. Let it so be, Enlil said. In Eridu, a wedding celebration Enki for Marduk and Sarpanit arranged. Her people, by the sound of a copper drum, the ceremony announced. With 7 tambourines her sisters the bride to her spouse presented. A great multitude of civilized earthlings in Eridu assembled, like a coronation to them the wedding was. Young Anunnaki also attended. Igigi from Lamu in great numbers came. To celebrate our leader's wedding, of Nibiru and Earth a union to witness we came. So did the Igigi their arrival in large numbers explain. Now this is the account of how the Igigi, the daughters of the earthlings, abducted, and how afflictions followed and Sesudra oddly was born. In a great number did the Igigi from Lamu to Earth come. Only 1/3 of them on Lamu stayed, to Earth came 200. To be with their leader Marduk, his wedding celebration to attend was their explanation. Unbeknownst to Enki and Enlil was their secret, to abduct and have conjugation was their plot. Unbeknownst to the leaders on Earth, a multitude of Igigi on Lamu got together. What to Marduk permitted is from us two should not be deprived to each other, they said. Enough of suffering and loneliness, of not offspring ever having, was their slogan. During their comings and goings between Lamu and Earth, the daughters of the earthlings, the Adapite females as them they called. They saw, and after them they lusted, and to each other the plotters said, Come, let us choose wives from among the Adapite females and children beget. One among them, Shamgaz his name was, the leader became. Even if none of you agrees, I alone the deed shall do to the others, he said. If a penalty for this sin shall be imposed, I alone for all of you shall it bear. One by one others in the plot joined together, by an oath together to do it they swore. By the time of Marduk's wedding, 200 of them on the landing place descended. Upon the great platform in the Cedar Mountains they came down. From there to Eridu they journeyed, among the toiling earthlings they passed. Together with the earthling throng in Eridu they arrived. After the wedding ceremony of Marduk and Sarpanit had taken place, by a signal prearranged Shamgaz to the others a sign gave. An earthling mating each of them the Igigi seized, by force they them abducted. To the landing place in the Cedar Mountains the Igigi with the females went. Into a stronghold the place they made, to the leaders a challenge they issued. Enough of deprivation and not having offspring, the Adapite daughters to marry we wish. Your blessing to this you must give, else by fire all on earth destroy we will. Alarmed the leaders were of Marduk, the Igigi commander, charged to take they demanded. If in the matter I a solution must seek, with the Igigi my heart in agreement is. So did Marduk to the others say. What I have done from them cannot be deprived. Enki and Ninmah their heads shook, with begrudging agreement they voiced. Only Enlil was enraged without pacification. One evil deed by another has been followed, fornication from Enki and Marduk the Igigi have adopted. Our pride and sacred mission to the winds have been abandoned. By our hands this planet with earthling multitudes shall be overrun. With much disgust was Enlil speaking. Let the Igigi and their females from earth depart. On Lamu, conditions unbearable have become. Surviving is not possible, so did Marduk to Enlil and Enki say. In the Eden they cannot remain, Enlil with anger shouted. With much disgust the gathering he left. In his heart things against Marduk and his earthlings was Enlil plotting. Upon the landing platform in the Cedar Mountains were the Igigi and their females secluded. Children there to them were born, children of the rocket ships they were called. Marduk and Sarpanit, his spouse, also had children. Asar and Satu were the first 2 sons called. To the domain above the Abzu to him and Sarpan it granted, Marduk the Agigi invited, to dwell in the two cities that for his sons he had built, Marduk the Agigi summoned. Some of the Agigi and their offspring to the domain in the dark-hued land came. In the landing platform in the Cedar Mountains, Shamgaz and others did remain. To the far eastlands, lands of high mountains, some of their offspring went. How Marduk of earthlings his strength increases, Ninurta carefully observed. What are Enki and Marduk scheming to his father Enlil, Ninurta said. The earth by the earthlings inherited will be Enlil, to Ninurta said. Go, the offspring of Cain find, with them a domain of your own prepare. To the other side of earth Ninurta went, the offspring of Cain he found. How tools to make and music to play he them taught. In mining to engage and smelt and refine he showed them. How to build rafts of balsam trees he showed them. To cross a great sea he them guided. In a new land a domain they established, a city with twin towers there they built. A domain beyond the seas it was, the mountain land of the new bond heaven earth it was not. In the Eden, Lumok was the workmaster, quotas to enforce was his duty. The earthlings' rations to reduce was his task. His spouse was Badanash, the daughter of Lumok's father's brother she was. Of a beauty outstanding she was, by her beauty was Enki charmed. Enki to his son Marduk a word did send, to your domain Lumok do summon. How by earthlings a city to build there him teach. And when Lumok to the domain of Marduk was summoned, to the household of Ninmah in Shurabak, the haven city, his spouse Badanash he brought. From the angry earthling masses protected and safe to be. Thereafter Enki, his sister Ninmah in Shurabak was quick to visit. On the roof of a dwelling when Badanash was bathing, Enki by her loins took hold, he kissed her, his semen into her womb he poured. With a child Badanash was, her belly was truly swelling. To Lumok from Shurabak word was sent, to the Eden return, a son you have. To the Eden, to Shurabak, Lumok returned, to him Badanash the sun showed. White as the snow his skin was, the color of wool was his hair. Like the skies were his eyes, in a brilliance were his eyes shining. Amazed and frightened was Lumok, to his father Methuselah he hurried. A son unlike an earthling to Badanash was born. By this birth greatly puzzled I am. Methuselah to Badanash came, the newborn boy he saw, by his likeness amazed he was. Is one of the Agigi the boy's father? Of Badanash Methuselah the truth demanded. To Lumok, your spouse, whether this boy his son is, the truth reveal. None of the Agigi is the boy's father, of this upon my life I swear, so did Badanash him answer. To his son Lumok Methuselah then turned, a calming arm on his shoulders he put. A mystery the boy is, but in his oddness an omen to you is revealed. Unique he is, for a task unique by destiny he was chosen. What that task is I know not, in time appropriate known it shall become. So was Methuselah to his son Lumok saying, to what on earth was transpiring he was alluding. In those days the sufferings on earth were increasing. The days colder grew, the skies their rains were holding back. Fields their crops diminished, in the sheepfolds ewe lambs were few. Let the son to you born, unusual as he is, an omen be that a respite is coming. So did Methuselah to his son Lumok say, let respite be his name. To Methuselah and Lumok, Badanash her son's secret did not reveal. Sesudra, he of long bright life days, she called him, in Shurabak he was raised. Ninmah on the child her protection and affection bestowed. Of much understanding he was endowed, with knowledge he was by her provided. Enki the child greatly adored, to read the writings of Adapa he him taught. The priestly rites how to observe and perform the boy as a young man learned. In the 110th Shar was Sesudra born. In Shurabak he grew up and espoused Imzara, and she bore him 3 sons. In his days the sufferings on earth intensified. Plagues and starvations the earth afflicted. Now, this is the account of Earth's tribulations before the deluge, and how the mysterious Galzu decisions of life and death in secret guided. By the conjugations of the Igigi and the earthling daughters was Enlil greatly disturbed. By Marduk's espousal of an earthling female, Enlil was much distraught. In his eyes, the Anunnaki mission to Earth had become perverted. To him, the howling, shouting earthling masses an anathema became. Oppressive the pronouncements of the earthlings have become. The conjugations of sleep deprive me, so did Enlil to the other leaders say. In the days of Sasudra, plagues and pestilences the earth afflicted. Aches, dizziness, chills, fevers the earthlings overwhelmed. Let us, the earthlings, curing teach, how themselves to remedy to learn, so did Nimma say. This by decree I forbid, Enlil to her pleas retorted. In the lands whereto the earthlings have spread, waters from their sources did not rise. The earth shut its womb, vegetation did not sprout. Let us, the earthlings, pond and canal building teach. Let them from the seas fish and subsistence obtain, so did Enki to the other leaders say. This by decree I forbid, Enlil to Enki said. Let the earthlings by hunger and pestilence perish. For one shar the earthlings ate the grasses of the fields. For the second shar, the third shar, the vengeance of Enlil they suffered. In Shurabak, Sasudra city, the suffering unbearable was becoming. To Eridu, Sasudra of the earthlings, a spokesman journeyed. To the house of the Lord Enki he made his way. By the name of his Lord he called. For help and salvation to him he pleaded. Enki by Enlil's decrees was bound. In those days the Anunnaki for their own surviving were concerned. Their own rations were diminished. By earth's changes they themselves afflicted became. On earth, as on Lamu, the seasons their regularity lost. For one shar, for two shars, from Nibiru the heavenly circuits were studied. Oddities in the planetary destinies from Nibiru were observed. On the sun's face black spots were appearing, from its face flames shot up. Kishar also was misbehaving. Its host, its footings lost. Dizzying were their circuits. The hammered bracelet was by unseen net forces pulled and pushed. For reasons unfathomed, the sun, its family, was upsetting. The destinies of the celestials by unsavory fates were overtaken. On Nibiru the savants' alarms raised. In the public squares the people gathered. The creator of all, to primordial days the heavens is returning. Angry is the creator of all, voices from amongst the people shouted. On earth the tribulations were increasing, fear and famine their heads reared. For 3 shars, for 4 shars, the instruments the white land facing were observed. By Nergal and Ereshkigal, odd rumblings in the white land's snows were recorded. The snow ice that the white land covers to sliding has taken, so did they from Abzu's tip report. In the land beyond the seas, Ninurta in his haven foretelling instruments established. Quakes and jitters at the earth's bottom with the instruments he noticed. An odd matter is afoot, so did Enlil to Anu on Nibiru words of alarm send. For the 5th shar, for the 6th shar the phenomenon gained strength. On Nibiru the savants an alarm raised. Of calamities to the king they forewarnings gave. The next time Nibiru the sun shall be nearing, earth to Nibiru's net force exposed shall be. Lamu in its circuits on the sun's other side shall a station take. From the net force of Nibiru, earth in the heavens protection shall not have. Kishar and its host agitated shall be. Lahamu shall also make a shake and wobble. In earth's great below, the snow ice of the white land is footing losing. The next time Nibiru, the closest to earth, shall approach, the snow ice off the whiteland's surface shall come a-sliding. A watery calamity it shall cause. By a huge wave, a deluge, the earth will be overwhelmed. On Nibiru, great was the consternation, uncertain about Nibiru's own fate. Kings, savants, and counselors about earth and Lamu also greatly worried. The king and the counselors a decision made, for evacuating earth and Lamu to prepare. In the Abzu, the gold mine shut down. Therefrom the Anunnaki to the Eden came. In Bad Tibera, smelting and refining ceased. All gold to Nibiru was lofted. Empty, for evacuating ready, a fleet of fast celestial chariots to earth returned. On Nibiru the heavenly signs were watched, on earth the tremors recorded were. It was at that time that from one of the celestial chariots a white-haired Anunnaki stepped off. Galzu, great knower was his name. With steps majestic to Enlil his way he made, to him a sealed message from Anu he presented. I am Galzu, emissary plenipotentiary of king and council to Enlil, he said. By his coming Enlil was surprised. No word from Anu of that did forecome. Enlil, the seal of Anu examined, unbroken and authentic it was. In Nibruki the message tablet was read, its encoding was trustworthy. For king and council Galzu speaks, his words are my command, so did the message from Anu state. That Enki and Ninmah be also summoned was Galzu's request. When they came to Ninmah, Galzu pleasantly smiled. Of the same school in age we are, to her he said. This Ninmah could not recall. The emissary was as young as a son. She was as his olden mother. Simple is the explanation, Galzu to her said. By our winter's slumbered life cycles it is caused. Indeed, this matter is of my mission a part. About the evacuation it is a secret. Ever since Dumuzi on Nibiru has stayed, returning Anunnaki on Nibiru examined were. Those who on earth the longest stayed by the returning harshly were afflicted. Their bodies to Nibiru cycles were accustomed no longer. Their sleep was disturbed, their eyesight was failing, the net force of Nibiru weighed their walk. Their minds were also affected, as sons were older than the parents they had left. Death, my comrades, to the returnees quickly came, of that I am here a warning to give. The three leaders on earth the longest by the words silent became. Ninmah was the first to speak. That much was to be expected, she was saying. Enki, the wise one, to her words consented. That much was clear, he said. Enlil with anger was seized. Before, the earthlings like us were becoming. Now, we as earthlings have become to this planet imprisoned. This whole mission to a nightmare turned. By Enki and his earthlings from masters, slaves we were made. To the outburst Galzu with compassion listened. Indeed, much there is to ponder, he said. On Nibiru, much thinking and soul-searching deep questions were raising. Should Nibiru to its fate been left, whatever by the Creator of all intended, to be let to happen? Or was the coming to earth by the Creator of all conceived, and we only unwitting emissaries? Of that, my comrades, the debate will continue, so was Galzu to them saying. Now, this is the secret command from Nibiru. The three of you on earth will remain. Only to die to Nibiru you will return. In celestial chariots the earth encircling, the calamity you shall outwait. To each of the other Anunnaki a choice to leave or the calamity outwait must be given. The Igigi, her earthlings a spouse must between departure and spouses choose. No earthling, Marduk's Sarpanit included, to Nibiru to journey is allowed. For all who stay and what happens see, in celestial chariots they safety must seek. As for all the others, to depart for Nibiru, forthwith they ready must be. So did Galzu Nibiru's commands to the leaders in secret reveal. Now, this is the account of how the Anunnaki to abandon Earth decided, and how on oath they took mankind to let it in the deluge perish. In Nibruki, Enlil, a council of Anunnaki and Igigi commanders summoned. The leaders' sons and their children also were present. Word of the impending calamity Enlil to them as a secret revealed. To a bitter end Earth mission has come, to them he solemnly said. All who to leave wish in celestial boats that are ready to Nibiru will be evacuated. But if earthling spouses they have, without the spouses they must leave. Igigi, who to their spouses and offspring attached are, let them to the highest peaks on earth escape. As for a few of us Anunnaki who will choose to stay, in boats of heaven in earth's skies we will remain. The calamity to outwait the fate of earth to witness. As the commander I shall be the first one to stay, so was Enlil saying. By their own choice will be the others. With my father I choose to stay, the calamity to face, so did Ninurta announce. To the lands beyond the oceans after the deluge I will return. Nanar, Enlil's on earth firstborn, an odd wish announced. The deluge to outwait not in earth's skies, but on the moon. That was his wish. Enki, an eyebrow raised. Enlil, though puzzled, approved. Ishkur, Enlil's youngest, to remain on earth with his father, his decision made. Utu and Inanna, Nanar's children who on earth were born, to stay declared. Enki and Ninki to stay, and earth not abandoned chose. Proudly they so announced. The Igigi and Sarpanit I shall not desert, Marduk with anger stated. One by one Enki's other sons their choice to stay announced. Nergal and Gibel, Ninagal and Ningizida and Dumuzi too. All eyes to Ninmah then turned. With pride her choice to stay she declared. My life work is here. The earthlings, my created, I shall not abandon. By her words, Anunnaki and Igigi to a clamor were stirred. About the earthlings' fate they inquired. Let the earthlings for the abominations perish, so did Enlil proclaim. A wondrous being by us was created, by us saved it must be, Enki to Enlil shouted. To this Enlil with his own shouted words retorted. From the very beginning, at every turn, the decisions by you modified were. To primitive workers procreating you gave, to them knowing you endowed. The powers of the Creator of all into your hands you have taken. Thereafter even that by abominations you fouled. With fornication Adapa you conceived, understanding to his line you gave. His offspring to the heavens you have taken, our wisdom with them you shared. Every rule you have broken, decisions and command you ignored. Because of you, by a civilized earthling, brother a brother murdered. Because of Marduk, your son, the Igigi like him with earthlings intermarried. Who is lordly from Nibiru, to whom the earth alone belongs, to no one is no longer known. Enough, enough to all that I say. The abominations cannot continue. Now that a calamity by a destiny unknown has been ordained, let what must happen, happen, so did Enlil angrily proclaim. That all leaders solemnly swear to let events unhindered occur, of all Enlil demanded. First to take the oath of silence was Ninurta, other of Enlil's side followed. Nergal of Enki's son was first to take the oath, other of Enki's sons followed. To your command I bow, Marduk to Enlil said, but of what worth is the swearing? If Igigi their spouses will abandon, would not the fear among the earthlings spread? Ninmah was in tears, the words of the oath she faintly whispered. Enlil at his brother Enki gazed. It is the wish of king and council to him, he said. Why will you bind me with an oath, Enki his brother Enlil asked. The decision by you was made on earth, it is a commandment. The flood waters I cannot arrest, the earthling multitudes I cannot save. To what oath to bind me you therefore desire? So did Enki his brother ask. To let it all happen as if by fate decreed, let it as Enlil's decision be known. On Enlil alone let the responsibility forever rest, so did Enki to all pronounce. Then Enki from the assembly departed, Marduk with him also left. With quick words of command Enlil the assembly to order brought. Task for what was to be done he with firm decisions assigned. Between those who will depart and those who will stay the groupings arrange. Places for assembly to designate, equipment to collect, chariots to assign. First to depart were those who to Nibiru were returning. With much embracing and the locking of arms and joy mixed with sorrow the celestial boats they boarded. One after the other the vehicles from Sippar roared aloft. At first those left behind journey safely shouted, then muted were the cries. After the launchings toward Nibiru completed were, the turn of Marduk and the Igigi with earthling spouses came. Marduk them all on the landing place assembled, a choice to them he gave. With him and Sarpanit and 2 sons and the daughters to Lamu go, there the calamity outwait. Or to distant mountain lands on earth disperse, a haven from the deluge to find. Enlil then of those who remained took account, by groupings to them chariots he assigned. Ninurta to the mountain lands beyond the oceans Enlil directed on earth's rumblings to report. To Nergal and Erish Kigal the task the white land to watch Enlil assigned. To guard against an onrush of earthlings to Ishkur the task Enlil gave, to bar access, barrier and bolt to erect and bolster. Of all preparations Sippar, the place of the celestial chariots, was the center. To Sippar in Lil the tablets of destinies from Nibiru moved. A temporary bond heaven-earth was there established. His brother Enki in Lil then addressed. To him he was thus saying, However, if ever the calamity might be survived, let all that had happened be remembered. Let us tablets of records in Sippar in the depths of earth safely bury. Let what from one planet on another done in days to come uncovered be. Enki his brother's words with approving accepted. Mies and other tablets in golden chests they stored. In the depths of the earth in Sippar for prosperity they buried. Thus ready for the signal to depart the leaders awaited. The approach of Nibiru in its great circuit with apprehension they watched. It was at that time of anxious waiting that Enki his sister Ninmah addressed. To her was Enki thus saying, In his preoccupation with the earthlings, all other living creatures in Lil lost attention. When the avalanche of water sweeps over the lands, other living creatures, some by us from Nibiru originated, must from earth itself evolved. In one sudden swoop to an extinction shall be doomed. Let us, you and me, their seed of life preserve, their life essences for safekeeping extract. Ninmah, she who gave life to the words of Enki favor gave. I shall do it in Shurabak. You do so with the Abzu's living creatures. So to Enki she said. While the others sat idly waiting, Enki and Ninmah a challenging task undertook. Ninmah in Shurabak by some of her female assistants was helped. Enki by Ningazita in the Abzu at the Olden House of Life was assisted. Male and female essences and life eggs they collected. Of each kind, two by two they in Shurabak and the Abzu preserved. For safekeeping while in Earth's circuit to be taken, thereafter the living kinds to recombine. At that time word from Ninurta came, Earth's rumblings ominous are. At that time word from Nergal and Ereshkigal came, the white land is shaken. In Sippar all the Anunnaki gathered, the day of the deluge they awaited. Synopsis of the 10th tablet. The mystery emissary appears to Enki in a dream vision. Enki is told to save mankind through his son Sasudra. By subterfuge, Enki directs Sasudra to build a submarine. A navigator comes aboard, bringing Earth's seeds of life. Nibiru's approach causes the Whiteland's ice sheet to slip. The resulting tidal wave engulfs the Earth with water. The remaining Anunnaki bewail the calamity from Earth orbit. The waters recede. Sasudra's boat rests on Mount Salvation. Descending in a whirlwind, Enlil discovers Enki's duplicity. Enki convinces Enlil it was destined by the creator of all. They use the surviving landing platform as a temporary base. In a creation chamber there, crops and cattle are fashioned. Abundant gold is discovered in the lands beyond the seas. New space facilities are established in the olden lands. They include 2 artificial mounds and a lion-shaped carving. Ninmah offers a peace plan to resolve erupting rivalries. In Sippar, all the Anunnaki gathered. The day of the deluge they awaited. It was at that time, as the tension of awaiting was mounting, that the Lord Enki, asleep in his quarters, had a dream vision. In the dream vision there appeared the image of a man, bright and shining like the heavens. And as the man Enki approached, Enki saw that the white-haired Galzu he was. In his right hand an engraver's stylus he was holding. and in his left hand a tablet of lapis lazuli, shining smooth, he held. And as he approached near enough by Enki's bed to stand, Galzu spoke up and said, "Unwarranted your accusations against Enlil were, for only the truth he spoke, and the decision that as Enlil's decision will be known, not he but destiny decreed. Now into your hands fate take, for the earthlings the earth will inherit. Summon your son Sasudra without breaking the oath to him the coming calamity reveal. A boat that the watery avalanche can withstand, a submersible one to build him tell, the likes of which on this tablet to you I am showing. Let him in it save himself and his kinfolk, and the seed of all that is useful, be it plant or animal, also take." That is the will of the Creator of all. And Galzu in the dream vision with the stylus on the tablet an image drew, and placed the engraved tablet by the side of Enki's bed. And after that the image faded, the dream vision ended, and Enki with a shudder awoke. In his bed Enki for a while lying remained, with wonder the dream vision he pondered. What was thereof the meaning, what omen did it hold? Then, as off his bed he stepped, to and behold there was the tablet. What in a mere dream vision he had seen now by his bedside materially was. With trembling hands the Lord Enki the tablet picked up. A design of a curious shaped boat upon the tablet he saw. By the tablet's edge measuring markings there were, the boat's measures indicating. Astir with awe and hope the Lord Enki by sunrise for his emissaries quickly sent. Find the one called Galzu, to him I must speak, so to them he said. By sundown all came back, to Enki thus reporting, none Galzu to find was able. Galzu, they said, to Nibiru did long ago return. Greatly baffled Enki was, the mystery and its omen to understand he strove. Unravel the mystery he could not, yet the message to him was clear. That night to the reed, but where Sasudra was sleeping, Enki stealthily went. The oath not breaking, the Lord Enki not to Sasudra but to the hut's wall spoke. Wake up, to the reed wall Enki was saying. From behind the reed screen he was speaking. When Sasudra by the words was awakened, to him Enki from behind the reed screen said, Reed hut, to my words pay attention, to my instructions heed pay. On all the habitations over the cities a calamitous storm will sweep. The destruction of mankind and its offspring it will be. This is the final ruling, the word of the assembly by Enlil convened. This is the decision by Anu and Enlil and Nimma spoken. Now heed my words, observe the message that to you I am speaking. Abandon your house, build a boat, spurn possessions, save the life. The boat that you must build, its design and measurements on a tablet are shown. By the reed hut's wall the tablet I shall leave. Make sure that the boat shall be roofed throughout. The sun from the inside must not be seen. The tackle must be very strong, the pitch strong and tight to ward off the water. Let the boat be one that can turn and tumble the watery avalanche to survive. In 7 days build the boat, into it your family and kinfolk gather. In the boat food and water for drinking heap up, household animals also bring. Then on the appointed day a signal to you shall be given. A boat guide who knows the waters by me appointed to you that day will come. On that day the boat you must enter, its hatch tightly close you must. An overwhelming deluge coming from the south, lands and life shall devastate. Your boat from its moorings it shall lift, the boat it shall turn and tumble. Fear not, to a safe heaven the boat guide will navigate you. By you shall the seed of civilized mankind survive. When Enki's voice fell silent, agog was Sasudra. On his knees prostrate he fell. My Lord, he shouted, your voice I heard, let me see your face. Not to you, Sasudra, have I spoken, to the reed wall did I speak, so Enki said. By Enlil's decision, by an oath upheld, and I bound to that all the Anunnaki swore, if my face you shall see, surely like all earthlings you will die. Now reed hut, to my words pay heed. The purpose of the boat, a secret of the Anunnaki with you must remain. When the townspeople will inquire, to them you will say, the Lord Enlil with my Lord Enki has angry been. To Enki's abode in the Abzu I am sailing, perchance Enlil will be appeased. For a while a silence followed. Sasudra from behind the reed wall came. A tablet of lapis lazuli in the moonlight shining he saw and picked up. The image of a boat upon it was drawn, notches its measurements gave. Wisest of civilized man was Sasudra. What he had heard he understood. In the morning to the townspeople he so announced, "The Lord Enlil with the Lord Enki my master angry has been. On that account to me the Lord Enlil is hostile. In this city I no longer reside can, nor in the Eden my foot any more set. To the Abzu, the Lord Enki's domain, I will there a sailing go. In a boat that must quickly be built I will away from here depart. Thereby the Lord Enlil's anger will subside, hardships will end. Upon you the Lord Enlil abundance henceforth will shower." The morning was not yet gone when the people about Sasudra gathered. To speedily for him the boat build they each other encouraged. Timbers of boat wood the elders were hauling, the little ones bitumen from the marshes carried. As woodworkers for planks together hammered, Sasudra in a cauldron the bitumen melted. With bitumen the boat he waterproofed inside and out. As in the drawing upon the tablet, the boat on the 5th day was completed. Eager to see Sasudra depart, the townspeople to the boat food and water brought. From their own mouths sustenance they took. To appease Enlil they were in a hurry. 4-legged animals into the boat were also driven. Birds from the field by themselves flew in. Into the boat Sasudra his spouse and sons made embark. Their wives and children also came. And who to the abode of the Lord Enki wished to go, let them too aboard come. So did Sasudra to the gathered people announce. Envisioning Enlil's abundance, only some of the craftsmen the call heeded. On the 6th day, Ninagal, lord of the great waters, to the boat came. A son of Enki he was, to the boat's navigator he was selected. A box of cedar wood in his hands he held, by his side in the boat he kept it. The life essences and life eggs of living creatures it contains, by the Lord Enki and Ninmah collected. From the wrath of Enlil to be hidden, to life resurrect if earth be willing. So did Ninagal to Sasudra explain. Thus were all beasts by their twos in the boat hidden. Now Ninagal and Sasudra in the boat the arrival of the 7th day awaited. In the 120th shar was the deluge awaited. In the 10th shar in the life age of Sasudra was the deluge forthcoming. In the station of the constellation of the Line was the avalanche looming. Now this is the account of the deluge that over the earth swept, and how the Anunnaki escaped, and how Sasudra in the boat survived. For days before the day of the deluge the earth was rumbling, groan as with pain it did. For nights before the calamity struck, in the heavens Nibiru as a glowing star was seen. Then there was darkness in daytime, and at night the moon as though by a monster was swallowed. The earth began to shake, by a net force before unknown it was agitated. In the glow of dawn a black cloud arose from the horizon. The morning's light to darkness changed, as though by death's shadow veiled. Then the sound of a rolling thunder boomed, lightning the skies lit up. "Depart, depart," Utu to the Anunnaki gave the signal. Crouched in the boats of heaven, the Anunnaki heavenward were lofted. In Shurabak, 18 leagues away, the bright eruptions by Ninagal were seen. Button up the hatch," Ninagal to Sasudra shouted. Together the trapdoor that the hatch concealed they pulled down. Watertight, enclosed completely was the boat. Inside not a ray of light penetrated. On that day, on that unforgettable day, the deluge with a roar began. In the Whiteland, at the earth's bottom, the earth's foundations were shaking. Then with a roar to 1,000 thunders equal, off its foundations the ice sheet slipped. By Nibiru's unseen net force it was pulled away into the South Sea, crashing. One sheet of ice into another ice sheet was smashing. The Whiteland's surface like a broken eggshell was crumbling. All at once a tidal wave arose. The very skies was the wall of waters reaching. A storm, its ferocity never before seen, at the earth's bottom began to howl. Its winds the wall of water were driving, the tidal wave northward was spreading. Northward was the wall of waters onrushing, the Abzu lands it was reaching. Therefrom toward the settled lands it traveled, the Eden it overwhelmed. When the tidal wave, the wall of waters Shurabak reached, the boat of Sesudra the tidal wave from its moorings lifted. Tossed it about like a watery abyss the boat it swallowed. Though completely submerged, the boat held firm, not a drop of water into it did enter. Outside the storm's wave, the people overtook like a killing battle. No one his fellow man could see, the ground vanished, there was only water. All that once on the ground stood by the mighty waters away was swept. Before day's end, the watery wall, gathering speed, the mountains overwhelmed. In their celestial boats, the Anunnaki, the earth, were circling. Crowding the compartments against the outer walls, they crouched. What was happening upon the earth, down below, to see they strained. From the celestial boat in which she was, Ninmah, like a woman in travail, cried out, "My created like drowned dragonflies in a pond the waters fill. All life by the rolling sea wave away was taken." Thus did Ninmah cry and moan. Inanna, who was with her, also cried and lamented. Everything down below, all that lived, has turned into clay. Thus did Ninmah and Inanna weep. They wept and eased their feelings. In the other celestial boats, the Anunnaki, by the sight of unbridled fury, were humbled. A power greater than theirs they with all those days witnessed. For the fruits of earth they hungered, for fermented elixir they thirsted. The olden days, alas, to clay have turned. To each other the Anunnaki said. After the immense tidal wave that over the earth swept, the sluices of heaven opened, and a downpour from the skies upon the earth was unleashed. For 7 days the waters from above with the waters of the great below were mingled. Then the wall of water, its limits reaching, its onslaught ceased, but the rains from the skies for 40 more days and nights continued. From their perches the Anunnaki looked down. Where there were dry lands now was a sea of water, and where mountains once to the heavens their peaks raised, their tops now like islands were in the waters. And all that on the dry lands was living in the avalanche of waters perished. Then, as in the beginning, the waters to their basins were gathered. Waving back and forth, day by day the water level came lower. Then, 40 days after the deluge over the earth swept, the rains also stopped. After the 40 days, Sesudra, the boat's hatch, opened, his whereabouts to survey. A bright day it was, a gentle breeze was blowing. All alone, with no other sign of life, the boat upon a vast sea was lolling. Mankind, all living things off the earth's face are wiped out. No one except us few survived, but there is no dry land to set a foot upon. So did Sesudra to his kinfolk say as he sat down and lamented. At that time, Ningal, by Enki appointed, the boat toward the twin peaks of Arata directed. A sail for her he shaped, toward the mount of salvation he the boat guided. Impatient Sesudra was, birds that were on board he released. To check for dry land, for surviving vegetation to verify he sent them. He sent forth a swallow, he sent forth a raven, both to the boat returned. He sent forth a dove with a twig from a tree to the boat it returned. Now Sesudra knew that the dry land from under the waters had emerged. A few more days and the boat by rocks was arrested. The deluge is over. At the Mount of Salvation we are, so did Ningal to Sesudra say. Opening the watertight hatch from the boat, Sesudra emerged. The sky was clear, the sun was shining, a gentle wind was blowing. Hurriedly upon his spouse and children he to come out called. The Lord Enki let us praise, to him thanks give, to them Sesudra said. With his son's stones he gathered, with them an altar he built. Then a fire on the altar he lit, with aromatic incense he made a fire. A ewe lamb, one without blemish, for a sacrifice he selected, and upon the altar to Enki the ewe lamb as a sacrifice he offered. At that time Enlil from his celestial boat to Enki words conveyed, Let us in the whirlwinds from the celestial boats upon the peak of Arata descend, the situation to review, what to be done to determine. While the others in their celestial boats the earth to circuit continued, Enlil and Enki in whirlwinds upon the peak of Arata descended. Smiling the two brothers met, with joy their arms they locked. Then Enlil by the whiffs of fire and roasting meat was puzzled. What is that? To his brother he shouted. Has anyone the deluge survived? "Let us go and see," meekly to him Enki responded. In their whirlwinds to the other peak of Arata they flew over. The boat of Sasudra they saw, by the altar that he had built they landed. Every earthling had to perish, he with fury shouted, at Enki with anger he lunged. To kill his brother with his bare hands he was ready. "He is no mere mortal, my son he is," Enki to Sasudra pointing cried out. For a moment Enlil was hesitating. "You broke your oath at Enki," he shouted. "To a reed wall I spoke, not to Sasudra," Enki said. Then to Enlil the dream vision related. By Ningal alerted, Ninurta and Ninmah in their whirlwinds also touched down. When the account of events they heard, Ninurta and Ninmah by the account were not angered. The survival of mankind the will of the Creator of all must be, so did Ninurta to his father say. Ninmah, her necklace of crystals, a gift of Anu, touched and swore, "On my oath, the annihilation of mankind shall never be repeated." Relenting, Enlil by the hands of Sasudra and Imzara his spouse took and blessed them thus: "Be fruitful and multiply, and the earth replenish." Thus were the olden times ended. Now this is the account of how survival on earth was restored, and how a new source of gold and other earthlings beyond the oceans were found. It was after the encounter at Arata that the waters of the deluge to recede continued, and the face of the earth gradually from under the waters was showing. The mountain lines were mostly unscathed, but the valleys under mud and silt were buried. From the celestial boats and from the whirlwinds the Anunnaki the landscapes surveyed. All that in the olden times in the Eden and the Abzu had existed under the mud was buried. Eridu, Nibriki, Shirobak, Sipar, all were gone, completely vanished. But in the Cedar Mountains the great stone platform in the sunlight glistened. The landing place in the olden times established was still standing. One after another the whirlwinds upon the platform landed. The platform was intact. At the launch corner the huge stone blocks held firm. Clearing debris and tree branches away, the first to land to the chariots signaled. One after the other the celestial chariots came. Upon the platform they touched down. Then to Marduk on Lamu and Nanar on the moon words were sent. And they too to earth returned. Upon the landing place they came down. Now the Anunnaki and Igigi who were thus gathered by Enlil to assembly were called. The deluge we have survived, but the earth is devastated, so did Enlil to them say. All ways to recover we must assess, be it on earth, be it elsewhere. Lamu, by the passage of Nibiru, was devastated, so did Marduk relate. Its atmosphere was sucked out, its waters thereafter evaporated, a place of dust storms it is. The moon by itself life cannot sustain, only with eagle mask is staying enabled. So did Nanar to the other's account give, and then words of Enamor he added. Once there, that it was Tiamat's host leader one must recall. Of earth a companion it is, with it earth's destiny is connected. Lovingly Enlil on his son's shoulders his arm put. With survival now we are concerned. So did Enlil to Nanar mildly retort, now sustenance is our first concern. Let us the sealed creation chamber examine, perchance Nibiru's seeds we shall still find. So did Enlil to Enki say, of the grains once created him reminding. At the side of the platform, clearing some mud, the shaft from times remote they found. The stone that blocked it they lifted up, or off, the sanctuary they entered. The diorite chest with seals were fastened, the seals with a copper key they made open. Inside the chest, in crystal vessels, the seeds of Nibiru's grain were there. Once outside, to Ninurta Enlil the seeds gave, to him he was thus saying, Go, the mountainside terrace, let the grains of Nibiru once again bread provide. In the Cedar Mountains, on other mountains too, Ninurta waterfalls dammed. Terraces constructed, the eldest son of Sasudra to raise crops he taught. To Ishkur, his youngest, Enlil another task assigned. Where the waters have receded, go and remaining fruit-bearing trees find. To him, as fruit cultivator, Sasudra's youngest son was assigned. The first fruit they found, the vine that by Ninmah was brought it was. Of its juice, as the Anunnakis' elixir renowned, Sasudra took a sip. By one sip, then another, and another, Sasudra was overpowered. Like a drunkard, he fell asleep. Then a gift to Anunnaki and Earthlings Enki presented. The chest that Ningal had carried he unveiled, its surprising contents to all he announced. The life essences and life eggs in the wombs of the four-legged animals from Sasudra's boat can be combined. Sheep for wool and meat will multiply, cattle for milk and hides will all have. Then, with other living creatures, the earth we shall replenish. To Dumuzi the sheep-herding task Enki gave, in the task was Sasudra's middle son assisting. Then, to the dark-hued landmass where his and his son's domains had been, Enki his attention turned. With Ningal, at the confluence of mighty waters, the mountains he dammed. Fierce waterfalls to a lake he channeled to let the waters as a lake accumulate. Then the lands between the Abzu and the Great Sea with Marduk he surveyed. Where habitations once were, the river's valley had how to drain he considered. At midstream where the river's waters cascaded, an island from the waters he raised. In its bowels twin caverns he carved out, above them from stone sluices he fashioned. From the two channels in the rocks he cut, for the waters two narrows he fashioned. Thus the flowing waters from the highlands coming he could slow or let go faster. With dams and sluices and the two narrows the waters he regulated. Raised from the cavern island, the island of Abu, the river's serpentine valley from under the waters he raised. In the land of the two narrows for Dumuzi and the shepherds a habitation did Enki fashion. With satisfaction did Enlil all this to Nibiru words send. With words of concern Nibiru responded. The close passage that Earth and Lamu effected on Nibiru too much damage caused. The shield of gold dust was torn, the atmosphere was dwindling again. Now new supplies of gold quickly were needed. Fervently to the Abzu Enki went, with Gibel his son to survey and search he journeyed. All the gold mines were gone, by the avalanche of water they were buried. In the Eden, Bad Tibera too no longer existed. In Sippar, a place for the chariots was no more. The hundreds of Anunnaki who in the mines at Bad Tibera toiled from the earth were gone. The multitude of earthlings, as primitive workers serving by the deluge, were to clay turned. No gold can from earth any more be provided, so did Enlil and Enki to Nibiru announce. On earth and on Nibiru there was desperation. At that time Ninurta his task in the mountains of cedars completed, to the mountain land beyond the oceans once again journeyed. From that land, on the other side of earth, astounding words he delivered. The avalanche of waters, deep cuts into the mountains there tore. From the mountainsides, uncounted gold in nuggets large and small, to the rivers below fell down. Without mining can the gold be hauled. Enlil and Enki to the distant mountain land hurried. With amazement they the discovery viewed. Gold, pure gold, refining and smelting not requiring, all about was lying. A miracle it is, so was Enki to Enlil, saying, what by Nibiru was wrought, by Nibiru was amended. The unseen hand of the creator of all, it is life on Nibiru to enable, so did Enlil say. Now who could collect the nuggets? How to Nibiru they will be sent, the leaders each other ask. Of the first question Ninurta had the answer. In the high mountain land on this side of earth, some earthlings have survived. Descendants of Cain they are, with the handling of metals they are knowing. 4 brothers and 4 sisters are their leaders on rafts they themselves saved. Now their mountaintop in the midst of a great lake is an island. As the protector of their forefathers they me recall, the great protector they call me. By the report that other earthlings had survived, the leaders were heartened. Even Enlil, who the end of all flesh planned, was no longer angered. It is the will of the creator of all, to each other they said. Now let us a new place for celestial chariots establish, therefrom the gold to Nibiru send. For a new plain with soil has dried and hardened they searched. In the proximity of the landing place, in a desolate peninsula, such a plain they found. Flat as a quiet lake it was, by white mountains it was surrounded. Now this is the account of the new place of the celestial chariots. and the artificed twin mountains, and how the image of the lying by Marduk was usurped. In the peninsula by the Anunnaki chosen, the heavenly ways of Anu and Enlil on earth were reflected. Let the new place of the chariots precisely on that boundary be located. Let the heart of the plane the heavens reflect, so did Enlil to Enki suggest. Once Enki to this agreed, Enlil from the skies of distances took measures. On a tablet a grand design for all to see he marked out. Let the landing place in the Cedar Mountains be a part of the facilities, he said. The distance between the landing place and the chariot place he measured. In the midst thereof a place for a new mission control center he designated. There a suitable mount he selected, the Mount of Way Showing he named it, a platform of stones, akin but smaller than the landing place, to be built there he ordered. In its midst a great rock was carved inside and out, to house a new bond heaven-earth it was made. A new navel of the earth, the role of Nibiru before the deluge to replace. The landing path on the twin peaks of Arata in the north were anchored. To demarcate the landing corridor in Lil, 2 other sets of twin peaks required. To delimit the landing corridor's boundary, ascent and descent to secure. In the southern part of the desolate peninsula, a place of mountains, twin adjoining peaks Enlil selected. On them the southern delimit he anchored. Where the second set of peaks was required, mountains there were none. Only a flat land above the water-clogged valley from the ground protruded. Artificial peaks thereon we can raise, so did Ningazita to the leaders say. On a tablet the image of a smooth-sided, skyward rising peaks for them he drew. If it can be done, let it so be, Enlil with approval said. Let them also as beacons serve. On the flat land above the river's valleys, Ningazita a scale model built. The rising angles and 4 smooth sides with it he perfected. Next to it a larger peak he placed, its sides to Earth's 4 corners he set. By the Anunnaki with their tools of power were its stones cut and erected. Beside it, in a precise location, the peak that was its twin he placed. With galleries and chambers for pulsating crystals he designed it. When this artful peak to the heavens rose, to place upon it the capstone the leaders were invited. Of electrum, an admixture by Gibbel fashioned, was the apex stone made. The sunlight to the horizon it reflected, by night a pillar of fire it was. The power of all the crystals to the heavens in a beam it focused. When the artful works by Ningazita designed were completed and ready, the Anunnaki leaders the great twin peak entered. At what they saw they marveled. Eker, house which, like a mountain, is, they named it, a beacon to the heavens it was. That the Anunnaki the deluge survived and prevailed forever it proclaimed. Now the new place of the celestial chariots gold from across the seas can receive. From it the chariots to Nibiru the gold for survival shall carry. From it to the east, where the sun on the designated day rises, they will ascend. To it, to the southwest, where the sun on the designated day sets, they will descend. Then, Enlil by his own hand the Nibiru crystals activated. Inside, eerie lights began to flicker. An enchanting hum, the stillness broke. Outside the capstone all at once was shining, brighter than the sun it was. The multitude of assembled Anunnaki a cry of joy uttered. Ninmah, by the occasion moved, a poem recited and sang. House that is like a mountain, house with a pointed peak, for heaven earth it is equipped, the handiwork of the Anunnaki it is. House bright and dark, house of heaven and earth, for the celestial boats it was put together, by the Anunnaki built. House whose interior with a reddish light of heaven glows, a pulsating beam that far and high reaches it emits. Lofty mountain of mountains, great and lofty fashioned, beyond the understanding of earthlings it is. House of equipment, lofty house of eternity, in the foundation stones the waters touch, its great circumference in clay is set. House whose parts are skillfully together woven, the great ones who in the skies circled to a resting make descent. House that for the rocket ships is a landmark, with unfathomable insides, by Anu himself is the Eker blessed. Thus did Ninmah at the celebration recite and sing. While the Anunnaki their remarkable handiwork were celebrating, Enki to Enlil words of suggestion said, "When in future days it will be asked, when and by whom has this marvel been fashioned? Let us beside the twin peaks a monument create. The age of the lion let it announce. The image of Ningizida, the peak's designer, let its face be. Let it precisely toward the place of the celestial chariots gaze. When, by whom, and the purpose let it to the future generations reveal." So did Enki to Enlil suggest. To the words Enlil consented, and to Enki said, "Of the place of the celestial chariots, Utu must again be the commander. Let the gazing lion, precisely eastward facing, with Ningizida's image be." When the work to cut and shape the lion from the bedrock was proceeding, Marduk to his father Enki words of aggrievement said, "To dominate the whole earth to me did you promise. Now command and glory to others are granted. Without task or dominion I am left. In my erstwhile domain are the artificed mounts situated. On the lion the image mine must be." By these words of Marduk, Ningizida was angered. The other sons were also annoyed. By the clamor for domains, Ninurta and his brothers were also aroused. Lands for themselves and devoted earthlings everyone was demanding. Let not the celebration a contest become. Ninmah amidst the raised voices shouted, "The earth is still in havoc, we Anunnaki are few, of the earthlings are our only survivors. Let Marduk, Ningizida of the honor not deprive, let us Marduk's words also heed." So did Ninmah, the peacemaker, to the contending leaders say. For peace to prevail, the habitable lands between us should be apart set, Enlil to Enki said. To make the peninsula an uncontested divider they agreed, to the peacemaker Ninmah they it allotted. Till Moon, land of the missiles, they named it. To earthlings it was beyond bounds. The habitable lands to the east thereof to Enlil and his offspring were set apart. For the descendants of two sons of Sesudra, Shem and Japhet, therein to dwell. The dark-hued landmass that the Abzu included to Enki and his clan was for domains granted. The people of Sesudra's middle son, Ham, to inhabit it were chosen. To make Marduk their lord of their lands, the master Enki to appease his son suggested. By your wish let it so be, Enlil to Enki about it said. Until Moon, in its mountainous south, an abode for Ninmah, his mother Ninurta, built. Near a spring with date trees, a verdant valley it was located. The mountain peak Ninurta terraced, a fragrant garden for Ninmah he planted. When all was thus completed, a signal to all outposts on earth was given. From the mountain lands across the ocean, whirlwinds the gold nuggets brought. From the place of the celestial chariots to Nibiru the gold was lofted. On that memorable day, Enlil and Enki to each other said and agreed, "Let us, Ninmah, the peacemaker, with a new epitaph name honor. Ninharzag, mistress of the mountainhead, let us name her. By acclamation was Ninmah the honor given. Henceforth Ninharzag she was called. Praise to Ninharzag, on earth the peacemaker, in unison the Anunnaki proclaimed." Synopsis of the 11th Tablet. The spaceport's land, till Moon, is declared a neutral zone. It is granted to Ninmah, who is renamed Ninharzag. Marduk gets the Dark Lands, the Enlilites the Olden Lands. Marduk's grandsons quarrel. Satu murders Asar. Impregnating herself, Asar's wife Asta bears Haran. In aerial battles over Tilmoon, Haran vanquishes Satu. The Enlilites deem it prudent to prepare another spaceport. Enki's son Dumuzi and Inanna, Enlil's granddaughter, fall in love. Fearing the consequences, Marduk causes Dumuzi's death. Seeking his body, Inanna is put to death, then resurrected. Inanna launches a war to seize and punish Marduk. The Enlilites break into his hideaway in the Great Mount. They seal the uppermost chamber to entomb Marduk alive. Marduk's wife, Sarpanit, and his son Nabu plead for his life. Ningizida, knowing the Mount's secrets, reaches Marduk. Marduk, his life spared, goes into exile. Enki and Enlil divide the earth among their other sons. Praise to Ninharzag on earth, the peacemaker. In unison the Anunnaki proclaimed. During the first Shar, after the deluge, Ninharzag to cool down tempers managed. Nibiru with gold to resupply was over ambitions and rivalries paramount. Slowly the earth to teem with life returned, with the seeds of life by Enki preserved. What by itself survived was augmented on land and in the air and waters. Most precious of all, the Anunnaki discovered were mankind's own remnants. As in bygone clays, when the primitive workers were created, the Anunnaki, few and strained, for civilized workers now clamored. By the time the first Shar after the deluge was completed, the peaceful truce by an unexpected occurrence was shattered. Not between Marduk and Ninurta, not between the Enki and Enlil clans was the eruption. When Marduk's own sons by the Igigi abetted was tranquility broken. When Marduk and Sarpanit and their sons and daughters on Lammu the deluge outwaited, the two sons Asar and Satu to the daughters of Shamgaz, the Igigi leader, a liking took. When to earth they all returned, the two brothers, the two sisters espoused. Asar, the one called Asta, chose, Satu, the one called Nabat, betrothed. Asar, with his father Marduk in the dark-hued lands to abide, chose. Satu near the landing place where the Igigi dwelt with Shamgaz his dwelling made. About the domains on earth was Shamgaz concerned, where shall the Igigi the masters be? So did Shamgaz, the other Igigi, in sight. Of that Nabat to Satu daily spoke. By staying with his father Asar, the successor alone shall be, the fertile lands he will inherit. So did Shamgaz and his daughter Nabat to Satu day after day say. How the succession in the hands of Satu alone to retain, father and daughter schemed. On an auspicious day they made a banquet, Igigi and Anunnaki to it they invited. Asar, unsuspecting, to celebrate with his brother also came. Nabat, his spouse's sister, prepared the tables, footstools she also set. She beautified herself with lyra in hand, a song to mighty Asar she sang. Satu before him choice roast meat cut, with salted knife for him fatlings he served. Shamgaz in a large goblet new wine to Asar offered, an admixture for him he made. A large vessel, mighty to look upon, with elixired wine he gave him. In good humor Asar merrily he arose and sang, with cymbals in his hand he chanted. Then by the admixtured wine he was overcome, to the ground he fell down. Let us for a sound sleep take him, the host to the others at the banquet said. They Asar to another chamber carried, in a coffin they him laid. The coffin with tight seals they closed, into the sea they threw it. When word of what had happened Asta reached, to Marduk her husband's father she raised a wailing. Asar to his death in the sea's depths was brutally thrown, quickly must the coffin be found. They searched the sea for Asar's coffin, by the shores of the dark-hued land it was found. Inside the stiff body of Asar lay, from its nostrils the breath of life departed. Marduk, his clothes rent, on his forehead he put ashes. My son, Sarpanit cried and wept, great were her grief and mourning. Enki was distraught and wept. The curse of Cain is repeated to his son in agony, he said. Asta to high heavens a wailing raised, to Marduk for revenge and an error an appeal she made. Satu his death must meet, by your own seed a successor let me conceive. Let by your name his name remembered be, the lineage surviving. This, alas, cannot be done, Enki to Marduk and Asta said. The brother who killed the brother's brother must be the keeper. For this Satu must be spared. By his seed an heir to Asar you must conceive. By these twists of fate Asta was baffled. Distraught, the rules to devise she was determined. Before the body of Asar was wrapped, and in the shroud in a shrine preserved, from his faithless Asta the life seed of Asar extracted. With it Asta herself made conceive an heir and avenger to Asar to be born. To Enki and his sons, to Marduk and his brothers, Satu word delivered. The sole heir and Marduk's successor am I. Of the land of the two Narrows I will be the master. Before the Anunnaki's council Asta the claim refuted. With Asar's heir I am with child. Among the river's bulrushes with the child she hid. The wrath of Satu she was avoiding. Haran she called the boy. To be his father's avenger she raised him. Satu by this was disconcerted. Shamgaz from ambitions did not retreat. From earth year to earth year the Igigi and their offspring from the landing place spread, until the borders of Tilmun in Harzag's sacred region closer they moved. To overrun the place of the celestial chariots the Igigi and their earthlings threatened. In the dark-hued lands the child Haran by Earth's quick life cycles to a hero grew. By his great-uncle Gibel was Haran adopted. By him was he trained and instructed. For him Gibel winged sandals for soaring fashioned. To fly like a falcon he was able. For him Gibel a divine harpoon made. Its arrows bolts of missiles were. In the highlands of the south did him Gibel the arts of metals and smithing teach. The secret of a metal called iron Gibel to Haran revealed. From it weapons Haran made. From local earthlings an army he raised. To challenge Satu and the Igigi northward, across land and river they marched. When Haran and his earthlings' army the border of Tilmun, the land of the missiles, reached, Satu to Haran words of challenge sent. Between us two alone is the conflict, let us one-on-one in contest meet. In the skies above Tilmun, Satu in his whirlwind for combat Haran awaited. When Haran toward him like a falcon skyward soared, a poisoned dart at him Satu shot. Like a scorpion's sting it Haran failed. When Asta this saw, a cry to heaven she sent forth. For Ningazida she cried out. From his celestial boat Ningazida came down. To save the hero, for his mother he came. With magic powers Ningazida the poison to benevolent blood converted. By morning was Haran healed. From the dead was he returned. Then with a fiery pillar, like a heavenly fish with fins and a fiery tail, Ningazida to Haran provided. Its eyes from blue to red to blue their colors changed. Toward the triumphant Satu, Haran in the fiery pillar soared. Far and wide each other they chased, fierce and deadly was the battle. At first Haran's fiery pillar was hit, then with his harpoon Haran Satu smote. To the ground Satu crashing down came. By Haran in tethers he was bound. When before the council Haran with his captive uncle came, they saw that he was blinded, his testicles squashed. Like a discarded jar he stood. Let Satu blind and airless live, so did Asta to the council say. To end his days as a mortal, among the Igigi the council his fate determined. Triumphant was Haran, declared the throne of his father to inherit. On a metal tablet was the council's decision inscribed. In the hall of records they placed it. In his abode Marduk with the decision was pleased. By what had happened he was sorrowed. Though Haran, a son of Asar, his son was, from Shamgaz the Igigi he was descended. A domain, one as among the Anunnaki allocated, to him was not given. Having lost both sons, in each other Marduk and Sarpanit solace sought. In time to them another son was born, Nabu, prophecy bearer they named him. Now this is the account of why in the far away a new chariot's place was built, and the love of Dumuzi and Inanna that Marduk by Dumuzi's death disrupted. It was after the contesting of Haran and Satu and their aerial battle over Tilmun that Enlil his 3 sons to a council summoned. With concern to them of what was happening, he said, "In the beginning the earthlings in our image and after our likeness we made. Now the Anunnaki offspring in the image and likeness of the earthlings became. Then it was Cain who his brother killed. Now a son of Marduk is his brother's killer. For the first time ever, an Anunnaki offspring from earthlings, an army raised. Weapons from a metal of the Anunnaki, a secret, in their hands he placed. From the days when by Alelu and Anzu our legitimacy was challenged, disruption and rule-breaking by the Igigi continued. Now the beacon peaks in the domain of Marduk are located. The landing place by the Igigi is held. Now toward the place of the chariots the Igigi are advancing. In the name of Satu to all the heaven-earth facilities they claim will lay. So did Enlil to his 3 sons say, to take counter-steps to them he proposed. An alternative heaven-earth facility in secret establish we must. Let it in Ninurta's land beyond the oceans in the midst of trusted earthlings come to be. Thus was the secret mission in the lands of Ninurta entrusted. In the mountain lands beyond the oceans beside the great lake, a new bond heaven-earth he was setting up. Within an enclosure he placed it. At the foot of the mountains where the gold nuggets were scattered, a plain with firm ground he chose. On it for ascent and descent markings he made. Primitive are the facilities, but the purpose they will serve. So did Ninurta to his father Enlil in good time declare. From there, gold shipments to Nibiru can continue. From there, in need, we too can ascend. At that time, what as a blessed event began as a horrible occurrence ended. At that time, Dumuzi, Enki's youngest son, to Inanna, Nanar's daughter, a liking took. Inanna, Enlil's granddaughter, by the Lord of Herding was captivated. A love that knows no bounds engulfed them, a passion their hearts inflamed. Many of the love songs that for a long time thereafter were sung, Inanna and Dumuzi were the first to sing them. By song their love they recounted. To Dumuzi, his youngest son, Enki a large domain above the Abzu allotted. Maluha, the Black Land, was its name. Highland trees there grew. Its waters abundant were. Large bulls among its river reeds roamed. Greatly numbered were its cattle. Silver from its mountains came. Its copper bright as gold was a glitter. Greatly beloved was Dumuzi. By Enki after the death of Asar he was favored. Of his youngest brother Marduk was jealous. Inanna by her parents Nanar and Ningal was beloved. Enlil by her cradle Set. Beautiful beyond describing she was. In martial arts with Anunnaki heroes she competed. Of journeys in the heavens and of celestial boats from her brother Utu she learned. A sky ship of her own to roam in earth's skies to her the Anunnaki presented. After the deluge on the landing platform, Dumuzi and Inanna their eyes on each other set. At the dedication of the artificed mountains was between them a warm encounter. Hesitant at first they were, he of Enki's clan, she of Enlil an offspring. When Ninharzag for peace the disputing clans together brought, Inanna and Dumuzi away from the others to be together managed. Love to each other they professed. As they went strolling together, sweet words of alluring love to each other they said. Side by side they lay down, one heart with the other heart chatted. Around her waist Dumuzi put his arm, like a wild bull to take her he wished. Let me teach you, to Inanna Dumuzi said. Gently she kissed him, then to him of her mother she spoke. What fib could I tell my mother? What words will you tell Ningal? Let us of our love my mother tell, of joy cedar perfume she will on us sprinkle. To the dwelling place of Ningal, Inanna's mother, the lovers went. To them Ningal her blessing gave, of Dumuzi the mother of Inanna approved. Lord Dumuzi, as a son-in-law of Nanar, you are worthy to him, she said. Dumuzi, as bridegroom by Nanar himself, was welcomed. Inar's brother Utu, let it so be, said. Perchance the espousing peace between the clans truly will bring Enlil to them all, said. When of the love and betrothal Dumuzi to his father and brothers spoke, Enki of peace through espousal also was thinking. His blessing to Dumuzi he gave. Dumuzi's brothers, all except Marduk, about the espousal were joyful. A betrothal bed of gold by Gibel was fashioned, Nergal blue-hued lapis stone sent. Sweet dates, a fruit by Ninana favored, beside the bed they in a pile placed. Under the fruits the beads of lapis they hid for Inanna to discover. As the custom was, to perfume and clothe Inanna, a sister of Dumuzi was sent. Geshtiana, a sister-in-law to be, was her name. To Inanna, what was in her heart revealed of her future with Dumuzi, to her she said, "A vision of a great nation I have, as a great Anunnaki, Dumuzi there will rise. His name over others shall be exalted, his queen spouse I shall be. Princely status we will share, rebellious countries we shall together subdue. To Dumuzi I will status give, the country I will rightly direct." Inanna's visions of rulership and glory by Geshtinanna to her brother Marduk were reported. By Inanna's ambitions Marduk was greatly disturbed. To Geshtinanna a secret plan he told. To her brother Dumuzi, to the herder's dwelling Geshtinanna went. Lovely to behold and perfumed, to her brother Dumuzi thus she said, "Before, with your young wife in your embrace, with you will sleep. A legitimate heir by a sister born you must have. Inanna's son to succession shall not be entitled. On your mother's knees he will not be raised." She put his hand in her hand, she pressed her body against his body. "My brother, with you I will lie down. Bridegroom, with you a peer of Enki we shall have." So did Geshtinanna to Dumuzi whisper, a noble issue from her womb to have. Into her womb Dumuzi poured the semen, by her caressing he fell asleep. During the night Dumuzi had a dream, a premonition of death he envisioned. In the dream 7 evil bandits he saw coming into his dwelling. "The master has sent us for you, son of Dutter," to him they said. They chased away his ewes, his lambs and kids they drove away. The headdress of lordship they took off his head, the royal robe off his body they tore. The staff of shepherding they took and broke, his cup from its peg they threw down. Naked and barefooted they seized him, in fetters they his hands bound. In the name of the princely bird and the falcon they left him dying. Disturbed and startled, Dumuzi in the middle of the night awoke. To Geshtinanna the dream he told. "The dream is not favorable," Geshtinanna to the distraught Dumuzi said. "Marduk of raping me will accuse you, evil he will send. To try you and disgrace you he will order, the liaison with an Ilanite to disunite." As a wounded beast Dumuzi a cry roared out. "Betrayal! Betrayal!" he shouted. To Utu, Inanna's brother, "Help me," word he sent. The name of his father Enki as a talisman he uttered. Through the desert of Imush, the snake's desert, Dumuzi rushed to escape. To the place of mighty waterfalls from the evildoers he ran to hide. Where the gushing waters, the rocks to slippery smoothness made, Dumuzi slipped and fell. The onrushing waters his lifeless body in a white froth swept away, evil emissaries to arrest you. Now this is the account of Inanna's descent to the lower Abzu, and the great Anunnaki war, and how Marduk, in the Eker, alive was imprisoned. When the lifeless body of Dumuzi from the Great Lake's waters by Ningal was retrieved, to the abode of Nergal and Ereshkigal in the lower Abzu the body was brought. On a stone slab was the dead body of Dumuzi, a son of Enki, placed. When of what had happened word to Enki was sent, Enki rent his clothes, on his forehead he put ashes. My son, for Dumuzi he lamented. "What have I sinned to be so punished?" out loud he asked. "When I to earth from Nibiru came, Ea, he whose home is waters, was my name. With waters did the celestial chariots obtain their thrust power, in waters I splashed down. Then by an avalanche of waters the earth was swept over. In waters did Asar my grandchild drown, by waters my beloved Dumuzi is now dead. Everything I had done for righteous purpose did I do it. Why am I punished? Why has fate against me turned?" So did Enki bewail and lament. When from Geshtiana the ferocity of occurrences was discovered, greater was Enki's agony. "Now Marduk my firstborn for his deed will also suffer. By the disappearance and death of Dumuzi was Inanna worried, then grieved. Then to the lower Abzu she hurried, Dumuzi's body for burial to retrieve. When Ereshkigal, her sister, of the arrival of Inanna at the precinct's gates was told, Ereshkigal a devious scheme on the part of Inanna suspected. At each of the 7 gates, one of Inanna's accoutrements and weapons was from her removed. Then, unclothed and powerless before Ereshkigal's throne, of scheming an error by Nergal, Dumuzi's brother, she was accused. Trembling with fury, Ereshkigal to her sister's explanations would not listen. Let loose against her the 60 diseases, Ereshkigal, her vizier, Namtar, in anger ordered. By the disappearance of Inanna in the lower Abzu were her parents much worried. Nanar to Enlil in the matter went, Enlil to Enki a message sent. From Nergal his son, Ereshkigal's spouse, Enki what had happened learned. From clay of the Abzu Enki 2 emissaries fashioned, beings without blood, by death rays unharmed. To the lower Abzu he sent them, Inanna to bring back, whether alive or dead. When before Ereshkigal they came, Ereshkigal by their appearance was puzzled. Are you Anunnaki? Are you earthlings? With bewilderment she asked them. Namtar the magical weapons of power against them directed, but unharmed the 2 were. To the lifeless body of Inanna he took them, hanging from a stake she was. Upon the corpse the clay emissaries a pulsar and an emitter directed. Then the water of life on her they sprinkled, in her mouth the plant of life they placed. Then Inanna stirred, her eyes she opened, from the dead Inanna arose. When the 2 emissaries Inanna to the upper world were ready to return, Inanna the lifeless body of Dumuzi to take along them ordered. At the 7 gates of the lower Abzu to Inanna her accoutrements and attributes were returned. To the abode of Dumuzi in the Black Land the lover of her youth to take the emissaries she ordered. There to wash him with pure water, with sweet oil him anoint. Then to clothe him in a red shroud, upon a slab of lapis lay him. Then in the rocks for him to rest place carve out, the day of arising there to await. As for herself, to the abode of Enki Inanna set her steps. Retribution for her beloved's death she wanted, the death of Marduk the culprit she demanded. There has been death enough, Enki to her said. Marduk as an instigator was, but murder he committed not. When Inanna learned that Marduk would not by Enki be punished, Inanna to her parents and brother went. To high heaven she a wailing raised, justice, revenge, death to Marduk, she cried out. At Enlil's abode his sons Inanna and Utu joined, for a council of war they gathered. Ninurta, whom the rebel Anzu defeated, for strong measures argued. Of secret words between Marduk and the Agigi exchanged, Utu to them reported. Of Marduk, an evil serpent, earth must be rid, Enlil with them agreed. When the demand for Marduk's surrender to Enki his father was sent, Enki to his abode Marduk and all the other sons summoned. Though for my beloved Dumuzi I am still grieving, Marduk's rights I must defend. Though evil did Marduk instigate, by ill fate, not by Marduk's hand, did Dumuzi die. Marduk is my firstborn, Enki is his mother, for succession he is destined. From death by Ninurta's gang, by us all he must be protected, so did Enki say. Only Gibel and Ningal their father's call heeded, Ningazida was opposed. Nergal was hesitant, only if in mortal danger he will I help, he said. It was after that a war of ferocity unknown between the 2 clans erupted. Unlike the contending of Haran and Satu, of earthlings descended it was. A battle between Anunnaki, Nibiruin born among them, on another planet was loosed. By Inanna was the warfare begun. In her skyship to the domains of Enki's son she crossed over. Marduk to battle she challenged. To the domains of Ningal and Gibel she him pursued. To assist her, Ninurta from his storm bird, withering beams at the enemy's strongholds shot. Ishkur from the skies with scorching lightnings and smashing thunders attacked. In the Abzu from the river's fish he washed away, cattle in the fields he dispersed. To the north, the place of the artificed mounts, Marduk then retreated. Pursuing him, Ninurta on the habitation's poison-bearing missiles rained. his weapon that tears apart the people in those lands robbed of their senses. The canals that the river's waters bore, red from blood became. Ishkur's brilliances the night's darkness into flaming days converted. As the devastating battles northward advanced, Marduk in the Eker himself ensconced. Gibel for it an unseen shield devised, Nergal to heaven its all-seeing eye raised. With a weapon of brilliance, by a horn directed, Inanna the hiding place attacked. Haran to defend his grandfather came, by her brilliance was his right eye damaged. While Utu the Igigi and their horde of earthlings beyond Tilmoon held off, at the foot of the Artifice Mounts Anunnaki, this and that clan supporting in battle clashed. Let Marduk surrender, let the bloodshed end, so did Enlil to Enki words convey. Let brother talk to brother, to Enki Ninharzag a message sent. In his hideout within the Eker, Marduk his pursuers to defy continued. Within the house which like a mountain is, his final stand he made. Inanna, the massive stone structure could not surmount, its smooth sides her weapons deflected. Then Ninurta of the secret entrance learned, the swivel stone on the north side he found. Through a dark corridor Ninurta passed, the grand gallery he reached. Its vault, by the many-hued emissions of the crystals like a rainbow, was aglitter. Inside, by the intrusion alerted, Marduk with ready weapons Ninurta awaited. With weapons responding, smashing the wonder crystals, Ninurta up the gallery kept going. Into the upper chamber, the place of the great pulsating stone, Marduk retreated. At its entrance, Marduk the sliding stone locks lowered, from one and all admission they barred. Into the Eker, Inanna and Ishkur, Ninurta followed. What next to do they contemplated. Let the encased hiding chamber be Marduk's stone coffin to them, Ishkur said. To 3 blocking stones ready for down gliding, Ishkur their attention drew. Let slow death, by alive being buried, be Marduk's sentence, Inanna her consent gave. At the end of the gallery, the blocking stones let loose. Each one of them 1 stone for plugging slid down, Marduk as in a tomb to seal. Now this is the account of how Marduk was saved, and to exile departed, and how the Eker was dismantled and lordship over the lands rearranged. Away from the sun and light, without food or water, Marduk within the Eker alive was entombed. By his imprisonment and punishment without trial, Sarpanit, his spouse, a wailing raised. To Enki, her father-in-law, she hurried. With the young son Nabu, to him she came. To be among the living, Marduk must be returned, to Enki Sarpanit said. He sent her to Utu and Nanar, who with Inanna can intercede. Wearing a garment of atonement, to the Lord Marduk give life, she pleaded. Let him humbly life continue, rulership he will lay aside. Appeased was not Inanna. For the death of my beloved, the instigator must die, Inanna retorted. Ninharzag, the peacemaker, the brothers Enki and Enlil summoned. Punishment to Marduk must come. Death is not warranted to them, she said. Let Marduk in exile live, the succession on earth to Ninurta submit. Enlil by her words was pleased and smiled. Ninurta was his son, of Ninurta she was the mother. If between succession and life the choice is, what can I, a father, say? So did Enki with heavy heart answer, in my lands widespread is the desolation. Warfare must end. For Dumuzi I am still in mourning. Let Marduk live in exile. If peace is to be returned and Marduk shall live, binding arrangements must be made, Enlil to Enki said. All facilities that heaven and earth bond, to my hands alone must be entrusted. The mastery over the land of the 2 Narrows to another son of yours you must give. The Igigi who Marduk follow, the landing place must give up and abandon. To a land of no return, by no descendant of Sesudra inhabited, must Marduk in exile go. So did Enlil forcefully declare, to be foremost among the brothers he meant. The hand of fate Enki in his heart acknowledged. Let it so be, with bowed head he said. Ningazita alone the Eker innards knows. Let him over its land the master be. After the decisions by the great Anunnaki were announced, Ningazita for the rescue they summoned. How Marduk from the blocked and sealed innards to extricate was his challenge. To let free the one who alive is buried, a task beyond conceiving to him they gave. Ningizida, the Ekker's secret designs contemplated, how to circumvent the blockings he planned. Through a chiseled upper opening Marduk will be rescued, to the leaders he said. At a place which I will show them, a doorway in the stones they will cut. From it upward a twisting passageway they shall bore, a rescue shaft creating. Through hidden hollowings to the Ekker's midst they will continue. At the vortex of the hollowings through the stones they will break through. A doorway to the insides they will blow open, thereby the blockings circumventing. Up the grand gallery they will continue, the 3 stone bars they will raise. The uppermost chamber, Marduk's death prison, they will reach. Anunnaki, by Nungazita guided, his outlined plan then followed. With tools that cracked the stones the opening they made, the rescue shaft they fashioned. The insides of the artifice mount they reached, an exit they blew open. Circumventing the 3 blocking stones, the uppermost chamber they reached. On a small platform, the portcullises they raised. Marduk fainted, they rescued. Carefully through the twisting shaft they the Lord lowered, to fresh air they him brought. Outside, Sarpanit and Nabu, spouse and father, were awaiting. A joyful reunion it was. When to Marduk his father Enki the terms of release conveyed, Marduk was enraged. I would rather die than my birthright forfeit, he shouted. Sarpanit into his arms Nabu thrust. We are part of your future, she softly said. Marduk was angered, Marduk was humbled. To fate I yield, he inaudibly said. With Sarpanit and Nabu to a land of no return he departed. To a place where horned beasts are hunted, with wife and son he went. After Marduk had departed, Ninurta the Ekker through the shaft re-entered. Through a horizontal corridor to the Ekker's vulva he went. In its east wall, in a niche artfully fashioned, the destiny stone a red radiance was emitting. Its power to kill me grabs, with a killing tracking it me seizes, Ninurta inside the chamber cried. Take it away, to obliteration destroy it, to his lieutenants Ninurta shouted. Retracing his steps through the grand gallery to the topmost chamber Ninurta went. In a hollowed-out chest the heart of the Ekker pulsated, its net force by 5 compartments was enhanced. With his baton Ninurta the stone chest struck, with a resonating sound it responded. Its gug stone, that directions determined, Ninurta ordered to be taken out, to a place of his choice carried. Coming down the grand gallery, Ninurta the 27 pairs of Nibiru crystals examined. Many in his fight with Marduk were damaged. Some the struggle intact survived. To remove the whole ones from their grooves Ninurta ordered, the others with his beam he pulverized. Outside the house, which like a mountain is Ninurta in his blackbird sword. To the apex stone his attention he turned, his enemy's epitome it represented. With his weapons he shook it loose, to the ground it in pieces it toppled. By this the fear of Marduk is forever ended, Ninurta victorious declared. On the battleground the assembled Anunnaki the praise of Ninurta announced. Like Anu you are made, to their hero and leader they shouted. To replace the incapacitated beacon, a mount near the place of celestial chariots was chosen. Within its innards the salvaged crystals were rearranged. Upon its peaks the Gugstone, the stone of directing, was installed. Mount Masu, the mount of the supreme celestial bark, the mount was called. At that time Enlil his 3 sons summoned, Ninlil and Ninharzag also attended. Commands over olden lands to confirm, lordships over new lands to assign they met. To Ninurta, who Anzu and Marduk had vanquished, the Enlilship powers were granted, and all the lands his father's surrogate to be. Of the landing place in the Cedar Mountains, lordship to Ishkur was granted. To his domain northward thereof was the landing place joined. The lands south and east thereof were the Igigi, and their offspring had spread. To Nanar as an everlasting endowment were given, by his descendants and followers to keep and to hold. The peninsula wherein the place of the chariots was, in Nanar's lands, was included. Utu as commander of the place and of the navel of the earth was confirmed. In the land of the Two Narrows, as agreed, Enki to Ningishzida the lordship did assign. To that none of Enki's other sons objected, to that Inanna was opposed. To the heritage of Dumuzi, her deceased bridegroom, did Inanna claim lay. A dominion of her own she of Enki and Enlil demanded. How Inanna's demands to satisfy the leaders contemplated, about the lands and the peoples the great Anunnaki who the fates decree counsel took. Regarding the earth and its resettling, words with Anu they exchanged. From the time of the deluge, the great calamity, almost 2 shars have passed. The earthlings have proliferated. From mountain lands to dried lowlands they went. Of civilized mankind, by Sesudra they were descendants. With Anunnaki seed they were intermixed. Offspring of the Igigi who intermarried roamed about. In the distant lands Cain kinfolk survived. Few and lofty were the Anunnaki who from Nibiru had come. Few were their perfect descendants. How settlements for themselves and for earthlings to establish the great Anunnaki considered. However mankind lofty to remain, how to make the many the few obey and serve. About all that, about the future, the leaders with Anu words exchanged. To come to earth one more time, Anu decided. With Antu, his spouse, he wished to come. Synopsis of the 12th tablet. The soil dries, plains and river valleys are resettled. Plentiful gold comes from the lands beyond the seas. Anu and his spouse Antu arrive for a memorable visit. Reminiscing, the leaders realize they are destiny's pawns. They allocate 3 regions of civilization to mankind. Pardoned by the departing Anu, Marduk remains rebellious. The first region and space facilities are Enlilite lands. Man's first civilization begins in the first region, Sumer. Marduk usurps a site to build an illicit launch tower. Frustrated by the Enlilites, Marduk seizes the second region. He deposes and exiles Ningishzida, Thoth, to distant lands. He declares himself Ra, supreme god, in a new religion. He introduces pharaonic reigns to mark a new civilization. Enlil assigns his son Ishkur to protect the metal sources. Inanna is granted dominion in the third region, Indus Valley. To come to Earth one more time, Anu decided. With Antu, his spouse, he wished to come. While his arrival they awaited, the Anunnaki abodes in the Eden to re-establish began. From the mountain lands where descendants of Shem dwelt, to the olden land the black-headed people migrated. Upon the newly dried soil the Anunnaki let them settle, food for all to provide. Where Eridu, Enki's first city before the deluge had stood, on top of the myriads of mud and silt a new Eridu was marked out. In its center, upon a raised platform, an abode for Enki and Ninki was built. House of the Lord, whose return is triumphant, it was called. With gold and silver and precious metals by Enki's sons provided it was adorned. Above, in a circle skyward pointing, the 12 constellations by their signs were marked out. Below, as in the Abzu, waters with swimming fishes flowed. In a sanctuary, a place that no uninvited can enter, Enki the me formulas kept. For Enlil and Ninlil, a next Nibrki atop the mud and silt was established. Amid its people's dwellings and cattle folds and stalls, a sacred precinct was walled off. An abode for Enlil and Ninlil therein was built. In 7 stages it arose. A stairway rising as to heaven to the topmost platform led. His tablets of destinies did Enlil there keep. With his weapons it was protected. The lifted eye that scans the lands, the lifted beam that penetrates all. In the courtyard, in its own enclosure, Enlil's fast-stepping skybird was kept. As the time for the arrival of Anu and Antu neared, for their stay in the Eden a new place was selected, neither Enlil's nor Enki's to be. Unuki, the delightful place it was named. Shade trees in it were planted. A pure white structure, the house of Anu, in its midst was built. Its exterior in 7 stages rose, its interior like a king's quarter was. When the celestial chariot of Anu at earth arrived, Anunnaki skyships toward it soared. For a safe landing at the place of the chariots in the Till moon it was guided. Utu, the place's commander, his great-grandparents to planet Earth welcomed. The 3 children of Anu, Enlil and Enki and Ninharzag, stood there to greet them. They embraced and kissed. They laughed and cried. So long has the separation been. They to each other kept saying, at each other they looked, aging to examine. Though greater in Shars were the parents, younger than the children they looked. The 2 sons looked old and bearded. Ninharzag, once a beauty, was bent and wrinkled. All 5 of them with tears were filled. Tears of joy with sorrowed tears were mingled. In skyships were the guests and their hosts to the Eden taken. In a prepared place beside Unuki, the skyships landed. All the Anunnaki that on earth had stayed as an honor guard were standing. Hail and welcome in unison to Anu and Antu they were shouting. Then, in a procession, singing and music playing, the Anunnaki to the house of Anu the guest accompanied. In the house of Anu, Anu washed and rested, then he was perfumed and clothed. Antu by female Anunnaki to the house of the golden bed was escorted. There she too washed and rested, then she was perfumed and clothed. In the open courtyard, as an evening breeze the trees' leaves rustled, Anu and Antu on thrones were seated. Flanking them were Enlil and Enki and Ninharzag. Attendants, earthlings who were completely naked, wine and good oil served. Others in a corner of the courtyard, a bull and a ram, gifts of Enlil and Enki, on a fire were roasting. A great banquet was for Anu and Antu prepared, for the sign in the heavens its start was awaiting. On Enlil's instructions, Zumul, who in matters of stars and planets was learned, the steps of the house of Anu ascended, the rising of the planets at eventime to announce. On the first step, Kishar in the eastern skies appeared. Lahamu, or the second step, was seen. Mamu on the 3rd step was announced. Anshar by the 4th step rose. Lamu on the 5th step was seen. The moon from the 6th step was announced. Then, on a signal from Zamul, the hymn, the planet of Anu in the sky rises, began to be sung. For from the topmost step, the 7th, the red-haloed Nibiru into view came. To music the Anunnaki clapped and danced, to music they danced and sang. To the one who grows bright, the heavenly planet of the Lord Anu, they sang. On the signal a bonfire was lit, seen from place to place where the bonfire started. Before the night was over, the whole land of Eden was with bonfires lit. After a meal of bull meat and ram meat, of fish and fowl, with wine and beer accompanied, Anu and Antu to their overnight quarters were accompanied. By Anu and Antu were all the Anunnaki thanked. For several earth days and nights Anu and Antu slept. On the 6th day his 2 sons and daughter Anu summoned. Of what had on earth transpired their accounts he heard, of the peace and the warfare he learned, of how the earthlings by the oath of Enlil to be wiped off had again proliferated Anu heard, of the gold discovery in the land beyond the oceans and the chariots placed there, Enlil to him revealed. It was then that of the dream and the tablet from Galzu Enki to his father told. By that was Anu greatly puzzled. A secret emissary by that name to earth by me was never sent. So did Anu to the 3 leaders say. Puzzled were Enki and Enlil. Baffled they at each other looked. On account of Galzu, Zazudra and the Seed of Life were saved, Enki said. On account of Galzu, on earth we remained, Enlil to his father said. The day to Nibiru you return, you shall die, so did Galzu to us say. Incredulous of that was Anu. The change of cycles indeed havoc did cause, but with elixirs cured it was. Whose emissary, if not yours, was Galzu, Enki and Enlil in unison said. Who the earthlings to save wanted, who on earth made us stay. Ninharzag, her head slowly nodded, for the creator of all did Galzu appear. Was the creation of the earthlings also destined? Of that I must wonder. For a while the four of them were silent, each one past events in his heart recounted. While fates we decreed, the hand of destiny every step directed, so did Anu say. The will of the creator of all is clear to see. On earth and for earthlings only emissaries we are. The earth to the earthlings belongs. To preserve and advance them we were intended. If that is our mission here, let us accordingly act, so did Enki say. The great Anunnaki who the fates decree councils exchanged regarding the lands, to create civilized regions the great Anunnaki decided therein knowledge to mankind provide. Cities of man to establish, therein sacred precincts abodes for the Anunnaki create. Kingship as on Nibiru on earth establish, crown and scepter to a chosen man give. By him the word of the Anunnaki to the people convey, work and dexterity to enforce. In the sacred precincts a priesthood to establish, the Anunnaki as lofty lords to serve and worship. Secret knowledge to be taught, civilization to mankind convey. To create 4 regions, 3 for mankind, 1 restricted, the Anunnaki resolved. The first region in the olden Eden land to establish, for Enlil and his sons to dominate. The second region in the land of the 2 Narrows thereafter to follow, for Enki and his sons to lord. The third region, with the other 2 not mingling, in a distant land to Inanna grant. The fourth region, for the Anunnaki alone consecrated, the peninsula of the place of the chariots will be. Now this is the account of Anu's journey to the lands beyond the oceans, and how in the first region for the Anunnaki cities were re-established. Having the decision about the 4 region and mankind's civilizations made, Anu about his grandson Marduk inquired. I must see him again, to the leaders Anu said. Whether by Dumuzi and Ningizida to Nibiru inviting, Marduk's ire I myself have caused. So did Anu wonder, to reconsider the punishment of Marduk he wished. When to the lands beyond the oceans you journey, Marduk to meet you will be told. The land where he roams, in those parts of the earth it is, so did Enlil to Anu say. Before the distant lands the royal couple went, the Eden and its lands Anu and Antu surveyed. Eridu and Nibruki they visited. Where the cities of the first region were planned they saw. In Eridu, Enlil about Enki complained, the me formulas to himself Enki is keeping. Anu on the seat of honor seated, words of praise to Enki said, my son, for himself a magnificent house built, beautifully on a platform it is raised. To the people that the house surround and serve, great knowledge will Enki give. Now the knowledge that in the Mies is secreted with other Anunnaki must be shared. Embarrassed was Enki. To share with all the divine formulas to Anu he promised. In the ensuing days, in skyships traveling, Anu and Antu the other regions surveyed. Then, on the 17th day, to Anuki the royal couple returned for one more night of rest. In the morrow, when the younger Anunnaki before Anu and Antu for a blessing came, Anu to his great-granddaughter Inanna took a liking. He drew her closely, he hugged her and kissed her. Let all my words heed, to the congregated he announced, this place after we leave to Inanna as a dowry is given. Let the sky ship in which we the earth shall survey to Inanna my present be. Joyed Inanna to dance and sing began. Her praises of Anu as hymns in times to come were chanted. Thereafter, binding farewells to the Anunnaki, for the lands beyond the oceans, Anu and Antu departed. Enlil and Enki, and Ninurta and Ishkur with them to the Golden Land went. To impress Anu the king with the great golden riches, Ninurta an abode for Anu and Antu built. Its stone blocks to perfection cut, with pure gold inside were covered. A golden enclosure with flowers of carnelian stones carved, the royal couple awaited. By the shore of the great mountain lake was the abode erected. How the gold nuggets are collected the visitors were shown. There is gold here enough for many shars to come, Anu satisfied said. To a place nearby, Ninurta to Anu and Antu an artificed mound showed. How to place for melting and refining metals it was made, Ninurta explained. How a new metal from stones was extracted he showed them. Anunnaki made, he called it. How by combining it with the abundant copper and strong metal he invented, he showed them. On the great lake from whose shores the metals came, Anu and Antu sailed. The lake of Anak, Anu called it. Henceforth this was its name. Then from lands from the north, lands where great horned beasts are hunted, Marduk before his father Enki and his grandfather Anu came. Nabu, his son, with him was. When Enki about Sarpanit inquired, Marduk with sorrow of her death them told. Now Nabu alone with me has remained, to his father and grandfather Marduk said. Anu Marduk to his chest pressed. Enough, you have been punished, to him he said. With his right hand on Marduk's head, Anu Marduk to be forgiven, blessed. From the golden place high in the mountains, all who had gathered to the plain below went. There, stretching to the horizon, Ninurta a new place for the chariots has prepared. Anu and Antu's celestial chariot stood there ready, with gold to the brim it was loaded. As the time for departing came, Anu to his children words of goodbye and guidance said, Whatever destiny for the earth and the earthlings intended, let it so be. If man, not Anunnaki, to inherit the earth is destined, let us destiny help. Give mankind knowledge, up to a measure secrets of heaven and earth them teach. Laws of justice and righteousness teach them, then depart and leave. So did Anu to his children fatherly instructions give. Once more they hugged, embraced and kissed, and from the new chariot's place Anu and Antu for Nibiru left. The first to break the sorrowed silence was Marduk. With anger were his words. What is this new place of celestial chariots? Of the others an explanation he demanded. What after my exile without my knowledge has transpired? When Enki of the decisions about the 4 regions to Marduk told, Marduk's fury knew no bounds. Why will Inanna, a cause of Dumuzi's death, her own region get? The decisions have been made. They cannot be altered. So did Enlil to Marduk say. In separate skyships to the Eden and its adjoining lands they returned. Sensing trouble, Enlil Ishkur to stay behind instructed, over the gold watch to keep. To commemorate Anu's visit, a new count of time passage was introduced. By earth years, not by Nibiru shars, was what on earth transpired to be counted. In the age of the bull to Enlil dedicated was the count of earth years begun. When to the Eden the leaders returned, the place of the first civilized region, how to make bricks from mud, the Anunnaki the earthlings taught, therewith cities to build. But where once cities of the Anunnaki alone had stood, cities for both them and earthlings now arose. Therein and in new cities for the great Anunnaki, sacred precincts were consecrated. Therein the Anunnaki with lofty abodes were provided. Temples by mankind they were called. Therein the Anunnaki as lofty lords were served and worshipped. By number ranks were they honored, the heirship to mankind made known. Anu, the heavenly, the rank of 60 held, to Enlil the 50 rank was given. On Ninurta his foremost son did Enlil the same rank bestow. Next in succession was the Lord Enki, the rank of 40 he held. To Nanar, the son of Enlil and Ninlil, the rank of 30 was assigned. To his son and successor Utu, the rank of 20 was allotted. 10 as a number ranked to the other Anunnaki leaders' sons was granted. Ranks by the fives between the female Anunnaki and spouses were shared. When after Eridu and Nibriki and their temple abodes were completed, in Lagash the Gursu precinct for Ninurta was built. His black sky bird there was kept. In Anu, house of 50, was the temple abode for Ninurta, and Baal his spouse called. The supreme hunter and the supreme smiter weapons a gift to Anu, the Inanu protected. Where Sippar before the deluge had been, on top of the mud soil Utu a new Sippar established. In the Ebibar, the shining house, an abode for Utu and his spouse Io was raised. From there Utu for mankind laws of justice promulgated. Where because of silt mud the olden plans could not be followed, new sites were chosen. Adab, a site from Shurabak not distant, for Ninharzag as a new center was made. The house of succor and healing knowledge was her temple abode therein named. The Mies of how the earthlings were fashioned, Ninharzag in its holy shrine kept. For Nanar a city with straight streets, canals, and wharves was provided. Urim was its name. House of the throne's seed was its temple abode called. The moon's beams to the lands it reflected. Ishkur to the mountain lands of the north returned. The house of 7 storms his abode was called. Inanna in Unuki resided. In the abode by Anu bequeathed to her she dwelt. Marduk and Nabu in Eridu dwelt. In the Eden their own abodes they did not have. Now this is the account of the first city of men and of kingship on earth, and how Marduk to build a tower schemed, and wherefore Inanna the Mies stole. In the first region, in the lands of Eden, and in the cities with precincts, by their Anunnaki lords the earthlings' handiworks and crafts were taught. Before long were the fields irrigated, on canal and riverboats soon sailed. The sheepfolds and granaries were overflowing, prosperity the land filled. Kiengi, land of the lofty watchers, the first region was called. Then, to let the black-headed people a city of their own possess it was decided. Kishi, Scepter City, it was called. In Kishi did the kingship of man begin. Therein, in consecrated soil, Anu and Enlil, the heavenly bright object, implanted. In it, Ninurta, the first king appointed. Mighty man was his royal title. To make it a center for civilized man, Ninurta to Eridu journeyed. The Me tablets that for kingship define formulas hold from Enki to obtain. Properly attired with respect, Ninurta Eridu entered. For the Me of kingship he asked. Enki, the Lord who all the Mies safeguards, 50 Me to Ninurta granted. In Kishi, where the black-headed people with numbers to calculate taught, heavenly Nasaba writing them taught, heavenly Ninkashi beer-making them showed. In Kishi by Ninurta guided, kiln work and smithing proliferated. Wheeled wagons to male asses harnessed, craftily in Kishi first were fashioned. Laws of justice and righteous behavior in Kishi were promulgated. It was in Kishi that the people's hymns of praise to Ninurta composed. Of his heroic deeds and victories they sang, of his awe-inspiring black bird they chanted. How in faraway lands the bisons he subdued, how the white metal to mix with copper he found. Ninurta's glorious time it was, with the constellation of the archer he was honored. All the while Inanna in Anuki, her lordship in the third region awaited. All the while the domain of her own of the leaders she demanded. The third region after the second one will come, her leaders thus assured her. Having seen how Ninurta to Eridu journeyed, how the Me of kingship he obtained, Inanna in her heart a plan devised. To obtain Me from Enki she schemed. Her chambermaid, Ninshibur, to Eridu she dispatched. A visit by Inanna to announce. On this, hearing Enki to Izamud, his housemaster quickly instructions gave. The maiden, all alone, to my city Eridu her step is directing. When all alone she will arrive, my inner chambers let her enter. Pour for her cold water to freshen her heart, barley cakes with butter give her. Sweet wine prepare, the beer vessels to the rim fill up. When Inanna alone the abode of Enki entered, Izamud, Enki's commands followed. Then when Enki Inanna greeted, by Inanna's beauty he was overwhelmed. With jewelry was Inanna bedecked. By her thin dress her body she revealed. When she bent down, her vulva by Enki was thoroughly admired. From the wine cup sweet wine they drank, for beer drinking a competition they had. Show me the mies, Inanna to Enki playfully said. Let me in my hand hold. 7 times in the course of the competition Enki to Inanna's mies to hold gave. The divine formulas for lordship and kingship, for priesthood and scribeship. For love dressing and for warring, mies to Inanna Enki to hold gave. For music and singing, woodworking and metals and precious stones, 94 mies that for civilized kingdoms are needed Enki to Inanna gave. Holding her prizes tightly, Inanna from the slumbering Enki slipped away. To her boat of heaven she rushed out, to soar away her pilot she instructed. When Enki from his slumber by Izamud was awakened, get hold of Inanna to Izamud, he said. When from Izamud that Inanna had already in her boat of heaven departed Enki heard, to chase Inanna in Enki's skyship Izamud he instructed. All the mies you must retrieve to him, he said. At the approach to Unuki, Izamud Inanna's boat of heaven intercepted. To return to Eridu and the wrath of Enki face he made her. When Inanna back to Eridu was brought, the mies with her no more were. To her chambermaid, Ninshubur, she gave them. To the house of Anu in Unuki, Ninshubur took them. In the name of my power, in the name of my father Anu, I command you the mies to return. So did Enki angrily to Inanna say, in his abode captive he held her. When of this Enlil heard, to Eridu to face his brother he came. By right the mies have I obtained, Enki himself in my hand placed them. So did Inanna to Enlil say, the truth of that Enki meekly admitted. When the term of Kishi shall be completed, to Unuki the kingship shall pass, so did Enlil declare. When Marduk all this did hear, greatly he was enraged, his anger no bounds knew. Enough has my humiliation been, to his father Enki Marduk shouted. A sacred city of his own in the Eden from Enlil he forthwith demanded. When Enlil to Marduk's appeal no heed paid, Marduk fate in his own hands grasped. To a place that for Anu's arrival before Unuki was selected was considered, Nabu, the Agigi and their offspring from their dispersal lands summoned, for Marduk therein a sacred city, a place for skyships to establish. When his followers at the place assembled, stones to build with they found not. Marduk how to make bricks and burn them by fire to serve as stone to them he showed. Therewith a tower whose head the heavens can reach they were building. To thwart the plan Enlil to the place hurried, to placate Marduk with soothing words he tried. To stop Marduk and Nabu in their endeavor Enlil did not succeed. In Nibruki Enlil his sons and grandchildren assembled. What to do they all considered. Marduk an unpermitted gateway to heaven is building, to earthlings it he is entrusting, so did Enlil to his sons and grandchildren say. If this we allow to happen, no other matter of mankind shall be unreached. This evil plan must be stopped, Ninurta said. All with that agreed. It was night time when from Nibruki the Enlilite Anunnaki came. From their skyships havoc upon the rising tower, fire and brimstones they rained. To the tower and the whole encampment a complete end they made. To scatter abroad the leader and his followers Enlil thereupon decided. Henceforth their counsels to confuse, their unity to shatter, Enlil decreed. Until now all the earthlings one language had, in a single tongue they speak. Henceforth their language I shall confound, that they each other's speech will not understand. In the 310th year since the count of earth years began, did this all happen. In each region and every land, the people a different tongue he made to speak. A different form of writing thereafter to each was given, that one the other will not comprehend. 23 kings did in Kishi reign. For 408 years was it the scepter city. It was also in Kishi that a beloved king, Etana, for a heavenly journey was taken. At the allotted time, let kingship to Enki be transferred, so did Enlil decree. To its soil, the heavenly bright object from Kishi was transferred. When the decision to the people was announced, to Inanna an exaltation hymn they sang. Lady of the Medes, queen, brightly resplendent, righteous, in radiance clothed, of heaven and earth beloved. By the love of Anu consecrated, great adorations wearing, 7 times the Medes she obtained, in her hand she them is holding. For the tiara of kingship they are appropriate, for high priesthood suitable. Lady of the great Medes, of them she is the guardian. In the 409th year after the count of earth years began, kingship of the first region to Enki was transferred. Its first king was the high priest of Eanna temple abode, a son of Utu he was. As for Marduk, to the land of the two narrows he went. To be the master of the second region, once established, he expected. Now, this is the account of how the second and third regions were established, and how Ningizida was exiled and Enki Arata threatened. When Marduk, after a long absence to the land of the two narrows, returned, Ningizida as its master he there found. Its lofty lord Ningizida was. With the aid of offspring of Anunnaki who earthlings espoused did Ningizida the lands oversee. What Marduk had once planned and instructed by Ningizida was overturned. What is this that happened, Marduk of Ningizida to know demanded. Of the destruction of hidden things Marduk Ningizida accused. Of making Haran to a desert place depart, a place that has no water. A boundless place where sexual pleasures are not enjoyed. The two brothers an uproar made, upon quarreling bitterly they embarked. Pay heed, I am here in my proper place, Marduk to Ningizida said. You have been my place taker. From now on, only a deputy of mine you can be. But if to rebellion you are inclined, to another land go away you must. For 350 earth years did the brothers in the land of the two narrows quarrel. For 350 years was the land in chaos. Between the brothers it was split. Then Enki, their father, to Ningizida said, for the sake of peace to the other lands depart. To go to a land beyond the oceans Ningizida chose. With a band of followers thereto he went. 650 earth years was at that time the count. But in the new domain where Ningizida the winged serpent was called, a new count of its own began. In the land of the two narrows, the second region under Marduk's lordship was established. In the annals of the first region, Magan, land of the cascading river, it was called. But by the second region's people, when languages were confounded, Himta, the dark brown land, it was henceforth called. Netaru, guardian watchers, the Anunnaki, were there in the new language called. Marduk as Ra, the bright one, was worshipped. Enki as Ptah, the developer, was venerated. Ningizida as Tahuti, the divine measurer, was recalled. To erase his memory, Ra on the stone lion, his image with that of his son Asar replaced. To count by tens, not by 60, Ra the people made. The year he also by tens divided. The watching of the moon by the watching of the sun he replaced. Whereas under the lordship of Tahuti, the olden city of the north and the city of the south were re-established. Marduk/Ra, the two lands of the north and of the south into one crown city united. A king, an offspring of Netaru, an earthling, he there appointed. Mina was his name. Where the two lands meet and the great rivers divides, a scepter city Ra established. Splendor to surpass Kishi, in the first region he gave it. Mina Nefer, Mina's beauty it was called. To honor his elders, Ra a holy city built. To honor Nibiru's king, Anu, he named it. Therein, on a platform, a temple abode for his father Enki Ptah he erected. Its head within a high tower like a sharp rocket skyward rose. In its shrine, Ra, the upper part of his celestial barge, deposited, Bin it was called. It was the one in which from the planet of countless years he had traveled. On the day of the new year, the king, as high priest, the ceremonies performed. On that day only alone the innermost star room he entered, before the Bin offerings he put. To benefit the second region, Ptah to Ra all manner of mees gave. What do I know that you do not know? The father his son asked. Then all manner of knowledge, except that of the dead reviving, to Ra he gave. As a great one of the 12 celestials, Ptah to Ra the constellation sign of the ram allotted. The water flow of Hapi, the land's great river, Ptah for Ra and his people regulated. Abundance in the fertile soils quickly came, man and cattle proliferated. By the success of the second region the leaders were encouraged. The third region to establish they proceeded. To make it a domain of Inanna, as she was promised, they decreed. As befits the mistress of a region, a celestial constellation to her was assigned. Beforehand, with her brother Utu, the station of the twins she shared. Henceforth, as a gift from Ninharzag, her constellation of the maiden to Inanna was allotted. In the 860th year, according to Earth's year count, was Inanna so honored. Far away in the eastern lands beyond 7 mountain ranges was the third region. Samush, land of 60 precious stones, was its highland realm called. Arata, the wooden realm, was in the valley of a meandering great river located. In the great plain did the people cultivate crops of grains and horned cattle herd. There 2 cities with mud bricks they built, with granaries they were filled. As by Enlil's decree required, the Lord Enki, Lord of Wisdom, for the third region a changed tongue devised, a new kind of writing signs he for it fashioned. A tongue of man, heretofore unknown, for Arata Enki in his wisdom created. But the mees of civilized kingdoms for the third region Enki did not give. Let Inanna, what for Unuki had obtained with the new region share, so did Enki declare. In Arata, Inanna, a shepherd chief appointed, akin to her beloved Dumuzi he was. In her skyship from Unuki to Arata, Inanna journeyed, over mountains and valleys she flew. The precious stones of Samush she cherished, pure lapis lazuli with her to Unuki she carried. At that time the king in Unuki was in Merkar, the second one to reign therein he was. It was he who the boundaries of Unuki expanded, by its glories was Inanna exalted. It was he who the wealth of Arata coveted, to be over Arata supreme he schemed. To Arata in Merkar an emissary dispatched, as a tribute Arata's riches to demand. Over 7 mountain ranges, through parched lands and then soaked by rains, the emissary to Arata went. To the king of Arata the demand words of Inmerkar, word for word he repeated. His language the king of Arata to understand was unable. Like the bray of a donkey its sound was. A wooden scepter inscribed with a message the king of Arata to the emissary gave. To share Unuki's mees with Arata the king's message requested. As a royal gift to Unuki, grains on donkeys were loaded. With the emissary to Unuki they went. When in Merkar the inscribed scepter received its message in Unuki, no one understood. He brought it forth from light to shade, he brought it forth from shade to light. What kind of wood is this, he asked. Then to plant it in the garden he ordered. After 5 years, after 10 years had passed, from the scepter a tree grew. A tree of shade it was. What shall I do? In Merkar, in frustration, his grandfather Utu asked. With heavenly Ninsaba, the mistress of scribes and writing, Utu interceded. On a clay tablet his message to inscribe Ninsaba in Merkar taught, in the tongue of Arata it was. By the hand of his son Banta was the message delivered. Submission or war, it said. By Inanna, Arata was not abandoned. To Unuki, Arata will not submit, the king of Arata said. If warfare Unuki desires, let one warrior in combat meet. Better yet, let us peacefully treasures exchange. Let Enki its meas for Arata's riches give. On the way back, carrying the peace message, Banta fell sick. His spirit left him. His comrades raised his neck. Without the breath of life it was. On Mount Harum, on the way from Arata to his death, was Banta abandoned. The riches of Arata, Enki did not receive. The meas of Enki, Arata did not obtain. In the third region, civilized mankind did not fully blossom. Synopsis of the 13th tablet. Royal cities sprout with sacred precincts for the gods. Demigods serve as kings and priests in palaces and temples. Marduk promises his royal followers an eternal afterlife. In Sumer, Inanna encourages belief in resurrection. Celestial omens and foretelling oracles gain followings. Marduk proclaims the coming age of the ram as his sign. Ningizida builds stone observatories to show otherwise. Insurrections, wars, and invasions destabilize Enlilite lands. The mystery emissary appears to Enlil, foretells a calamity. Instructs Enlil to select a worthy man to lead survival. Enlil chooses Ibram, scion of priestly royal family. Armies raised by Nabu attempt to seize the spaceport. Overruling Enki, the gods resort to weapons of terror. Ninurta and Nergal obliterate the spaceport and sinning cities. The drifting nuclear cloud brings death to all in Sumer. In the third region, civilized mankind did not fully blossom. What to Inanna was entrusted, she neglected. Other domains not to her granted, in her heart she coveted. When from Enki, at the count of 1,000 years, kingship away was taken, who the calamity by the end or the next millennium could foresee? Who the disaster would have prevented? That in less than a third of one shar a calamity unknown would befall, who could foretell? By Inanna was the bitter end started. Marduk as Ra with destiny tangled. Ninurta and Nergal the unspeakable end with their own hands delivered. Why was Inanna with her granted domain not satisfied? Why to Marduk did unforgiving she remain? Journeying between Enki and Arata, Inanna restless and ungratified was. For her beloved Dumuzi she still mourned, her love's desire unquenched remained. When she flew about in the sun rays, Dumuzi's image she saw shimmering and beckoning. In the nighttime, in dream visions, he appeared. I will return, he was saying. The glories of his domain in the land of two narrows to her he was promising. In the sacred precinct of Enki, a house for nighttime pleasure she established. To this Giganu, young heroes on the night of their weddings, with sweet words she lured. Long life, a blissful future to them she promised. That her lover Dumuzi was she imagined. Each one in the morning in her bed was found dead. It was at that time that the hero Banda, left for dead, alive to Enki returned. By the grace of Utu, of whose seed he was, did Banda from the dead return. A miracle, excited Inanna shouted. My beloved Dumuzi to me came back. In her abode, Banda was bathed, with a sash, a fringed cloak on him was fastened. Dumuzi, my beloved, she called him. To her bed with flowers bedecked she lured him. When in the morning Banda was alive, with joy Inanna shouted, "The power of not dying in my hands was placed. Immortality by me is granted." To call herself a goddess, Inanna decided the power of immortality it implied. Nannar and Ningal, Inanna's parents, by her proclamation were not pleased. Enlil and Ninurta, by Inanna's words, were disconcerted. Utu, her brother, was bemused. The dead to revive is not possible, Enki and Ninharzag to each other said. In the lands of Ki Engi, the people there good fortune praised. The gods are among us. Death they can abolish. So to each other the people said. On the throne of Enki, Banda, his father, in Merkar, succeeded. Lugal, great man, his title was. The goddess Ninsun of Enlil's seed took him to be her spouse. The hero Gilgamesh, their son, on the throne of Enki, Lugal, Banda followed. As the years passed and Gilgamesh older grew, of life and death to his mother Ninsun he spoke. About the death of his forebears, though of Anunnaki descent, he wondered. Do gods die? His mother he asked. Shall I too, though 2/3 divine, as a mortal over the wall climb? So to her he said. As long as on earth you abide, the death of an earthling will you overwhelm, Ninsun to her son said. But if to Nibiru you will be taken, long life thereon you will attain. To take Gilgamesh aloft to Nibiru journey, Ninsun to Utu the commander appealed. Endlessly Ninsun to Utu appealed, day after day with him she pleaded. Let Gilgamesh to the landing place go, Utu in the end agreed. To guide and protect him, Ninharzag a double of Gilgamesh fashioned. Enkidu. As the Enki created was he called, of a womb he was not born, blood in his veins was not. With the comrade Enkidu, Gilgamesh to the landing place journeyed. Utu, with oracles, his progress oversaw. At the entrance to the cedar forest, its fire-belching monster their way blocked. With trickery they the monster confused, to pieces it they broke. When the secret entrance to the tunnels of the Anunnaki they found, by the bull of heaven, a creature of Enlil, with deathly snorts they were challenged. To the gates of Enki the monster them chased. At the city's ramparts by Enkidu it was smitten. When Enlil this heard, with agony he cried. In the heavens of Anu was his wailing heard. For in his heart Enlil well knew, bad indeed was the omen. For having the bull of heaven slain, to perish in waters Enkidu was punished. Gilgamesh, having by Ninsun and Utu been instructed of the slaying, was absolved. Still, the long life of Nibiru seeking, Gilgamesh to proceed to the place of the chariots by Utu was permitted. After many adventures, the land of Tilmun, the fourth region, he reached. Through its subterranean tunnels he proceeded. In a garden of precious stones, Sasudra he met. The events of the deluge Sasudra to Gilgamesh related. The secret of long living to Gilgamesh he revealed. A plant in the garden's well was growing. Sasudra and his spouse from getting old it prevented. Unique of all the plants on earth it was. By it a man full vigor can regain. Man at old age is young again. This is the plant's name, Sasudra to Gilgamesh said. A gift of Enki, with Enlil's blessing on the Mount of Salvation to us was granted. When Sasudra and his spouse were asleep, Gilgamesh to his feet stones tied. Into the well he dived, the plant of being young again he grasped and uprooted. With the plant in his satchel, through the tunnels he hurried, to Enki he made his way. When he tired and was asleep, a snake by the plant's fragrance was attracted. The plant did the snake snatch from the sleeping Gilgamesh. With the plant it vanished. In the morning, his loss discovering, Gilgamesh sat and wept. To Enki empty-handed he returned, as a mortal therein he died. 7 more kings in Enki after Gilgamesh reigned, then its kingship to an end came. Precisely when the count of 1,000 earth years was completed it was. To Urim, the city of Nanar and Negal, was kingship of the first region transferred. To all these matters that in the other regions were occurring, Marduk much heed gave. By Inanna's dreams and visions, to Dumuzi's domain alluding, Ra was disturbed. To counteract Inanna's schemes of expansions, he was determined. In the matters of resurrection and immortality, he found much to ponder. The thought of divine godship to him greatly appealed. To be a great god himself, he announced. By what to Gilgamesh in good measure an earthling was permitted, Ra was angered. But a clever way wherewith the loyalty of kings and people to retain, he deemed it. If demigods, the gateway to immortality, are shown, let this to the kings of my region apply. So did Marduk in the second region, by the name Ra known, to himself words say, let the kings of the region Neteru offspring be, to Nibiru in an afterlife journey. So did Ra in his realm decree. The gods how to build tombs facing eastward he taught. To the prescribes a long book he dictated, the afterlife journey in detail in it was described. How to reach the Duat, the place of the celestial boats, in the book was told. How to there, by a stairway to heaven, to the imperishable planet journey. Of the plant of life partake, the waters of youth to satiation drink. Of the coming of the gods to earth by Ra were the priests taught. Gold is the splendor of life to them, he said. The flesh of the gods it is, to the kings Ra said. To make expeditions to the Abzu and the lower domain, gold to obtain, the kings he instructed. When by the force of weapons the kings of Ra, lands not theirs conquered, his brothers' realms he invaded. Their ire he calls to arise and grow. What is Marduk up to, the brothers each other asked, that over us he tramples? To their father Enki they appealed. To Ptah his father Ra did not listen. To capture all adjoining lands, the kings of Magan and Meluha Ra directed. To be the master of the four regions was his heart's plan. The earth is mine to rule, so adamantly to his father he said. Now this is the account of how Marduk, supreme himself declared, and Babili built, and how Inanna, warrior kings commanding, blood made flow, and sacrileges allowed. After kingship to Urim from Enki was transferred, Nanar and Negal on the people smiled. As his rank of 30 befitting, as the god of the moon, Nanar was worshipped. As the count of the moon months in a year, 12 festivals each year he decreed. To each of the 12 great Anunnaki a month and its festival were dedicated. Throughout the first region to the Anunnaki gods, great and lesser ones, shrines and sanctuaries were built. The people to their gods could directly pray. In the first region, civilization from Enki to other neighboring lands spread. In cities of man, local rulers as righteous shepherds were designated. Artisans and farmers, shepherds and weavers, their products far and wide exchanged. Laws of justice were decreed, contracts of trade, of espousal and divorce were honored. In schools the young ones studied, scribes, hymns and proverbs and wisdom recorded. Abundance and happiness were in the lands, quarrels and encroachments there were also. All the while Inanna in her skyship from land to land roamed. Near the upper sea with Utu she frolicked. To the domain of her uncle Ishkur she went. Dudu, beloved, she called him. To the people who in the upper plain of the two rivers dwelt, Inanna took a liking. The sound of their tongue she found pleasant. To speak their language she learned. By the name of the planet Lahamu, in their tongues Ishtar they called her. Uruk, her city, Enki they called. Dudu, as Adad in their language they pronounced. Sin, lord of oracles, her father Nanar they named. Urim, city by them was called. Shamash, bright sun, in their tongue Utu they called. Him too they worshipped. Enlil, by them father Enlil was called. Nippur, by them was Nibruki. Kienji, land of the lofty watchers, Shumer in their language was named. In Shumer, the first region, kingship between the cities was rotated. In the second region, diversity by Ra was not permitted, alone to reign he wished. The eldest of heaven, firstborn who is on earth, thus by the priest to be known he wanted. The foremost from the earliest times, so he decreed in the hymns to be called, Lord of eternity, he who everlastingness has made, over all the gods presiding. The one who is without equal, the great solitary and sole one. So did Marduk as Ra, above all other gods himself in place. Their powers and attributes to himself he by himself assigned. As Enlil I am for lordship and decrees, as Ninurta for the hoe and combat. As Adad for lightning and thunder, as Nanar for illuminating the night. As Utu I am Shamash, as Nergal over the lower world I reign. As Gibel the golden depths I know, whence copper and silver come I have found. As Ningazida numbers and their count I command, the heavens my glory bespeak. By these proclamations the Anunnaki leaders were greatly alarmed. To their father Enki the brothers of Marduk spoke. Nergal to Ninurta their concerns conveyed. What has you overpowered? Enki to his son Marduk said. Unheard of are your pretensions. The heavens my supremacy bespeak, Marduk his father Enki answered. The bull of heaven, Enlil's constellation sign, by his own offspring was slain. In the heavens the age of the ram, my age, is coming. Unmistakable the omens are. In his abode, in Eridu, the circle of the 12 constellations Enki examined. On the first day of spring, the beginning of a year, sunrise was carefully observed. In the constellation stars of the bull was the sun that day rising. In Nibriki and Urim, Enlil, and Nanar the observations made. In the lower world, where the instrument station had been, Nergal the results attested. Still, remote was the time of the ram. The age of the bull of Enlil it still was. In his domains, Marduk in his assertions did not relent. By Nabu he was assisted. To domains not his emissaries he sent, to the people that his time has come to announce. To Ningazida the Anunnaki leaders appealed. How to the people the skies to observe to teach? In his wisdom stone structures Ningazida devised. Ninurta and Ishkur to erect them helped. In the settled lands near and far, the people how the skies to observe they taught. The sun in the constellation of the bull was still rising to the people they showed. With sorrow did Enki these ongoings watch, how fate the rightful order twisted he pondered. After the Anunnaki as gods themselves declared, on mankind's support they instead are dependent. In the first region, to unify the lands under one leader, the Anunnaki decided. A warrior king they desired. To Inanna, of Marduk the adversary, the task of the right man to find they entrusted. A strong man whom on her journeys she had met and loved, Inanna to Enlil indicated. Arbakad of 4 garrisons the commander was his father, a high priestess his mother was. Scepter and crown Enlil him gave. Sharukin, righteous regent Enlil him appointed. As on Nibiru once was done, a new crown city, the lands to unify, was established. Agade, the unified city they named it, not far from Kishi it was located. By Enlil was Sharukin empowered, Inanna with her weapons of brilliance his warriors accompanied. All the lands from the lower sea to the upper sea to his throne obedience gave. At the borders of the 4th region to protect it his troops were stationed. With a cautious eye, Ra on Inanna and Sharukin constantly gazed. Then as a falcon on his prey he pounced. From the place where Marduk the tower to heaven reaching to build had attempted, sacred soil from there to Agade did Sharukin move, therein the heavenly bright object to implant. Enraged did Marduk to the 1st region rush, with Nabu and followers to the tower's place they came. Of the sacred soil, I alone the possessor am. By me shall a gateway of the gods be established. So did Marduk vehemently announce. Instructions the river to divert to his followers he gave. Dikes and walls in the place of the tower they raised. The Isagil, house of the utmost God, for Marduk they built. Babili, the gateway of the gods, Nabu in his father's honor named it. In the heart of the Eden, in the midst of the first region, Marduk himself established. Inanna's fury no boundary knew, with her weapons on Marduk's followers death she inflicted. The blood of people as never before on earth like rivers flowed. To his brother Marduk, Nergal to Babili came, for the sake of the people Babili to leave him he persuaded. Let us peacefully wait for the true signs of heaven, Nergal to his brother said. To depart Marduk agreed, from land to land the skies to watch he traveled. Amun, the unseen one, in the second region was Ra henceforth called. For a while was Inanna appeased. 2 sons of Shuriken his peaceful successors were. Then on the throne of Agade Shuriken's grandson ascended, Naram-Sin. By Sin loved he was called. In the first region Enlil and Ninurta absent were. To the lands beyond the oceans they went. In the second region Ra was away, as Marduk in other lands he traveled. Her chance in her hands to seize all powers Inanna envisioned. Naram-Sin to seize all lands she commanded. To march against Magan and Meluha, Marduk domains, Naram-Sin she instructed. The sacrilege of Earthling's army through the fourth region passing Naram-Sin committed. Magan he invaded, the sealed Eker, house which like a mountain is, to enter he attempted. By the sacrileges and transgressions Enlil was infuriated, upon Naram-Sin and Agade a curse put. By a bite of a scorpion did Naram-Sin die. By the command of Enlil was Agade wiped out. At the count of 1,500 earth years did this happen. Now this is the account of the prophecy by Galzu to Enlil in a vision given. About Marduk's supremacy it was, how a calamity to survive a man to choose. After Marduk, Amun became kingship in the second region, disintegrated, disorder and confusion reigned. After Agade was wiped out, in the first region there was disorder, confusion reigned. In the first region, kingship was in disarray. From the cities of the gods to the cities of man it moved about. Anugi, Lagash, Urim, Kish, Ison, and to faraway places kingship was shifting. Then Enlil, with Anu consulting, kingship in the lands of Nanar deposited. To Urim, in whose soil the divine heavenly bright object remained implanted, kingship for the third time was granted. In Urim, a righteous shepherd of men, Nanar as king appointed. Namu was his name. Equity in the lands Namu established. To violence and strife an end he made. In all the lands prosperity was abundant. It was at that time that in the nighttime Enlil a dream vision had. The image of a man to him appeared, bright and shining like the heavens he was. As he approached and by Enlil's bed stood, Enlil the white-haired Galzu recognized. In his left hand a tablet of lapis lazuli he was holding. The starry heavens on it were designed. By the 12 constellation signs were the heavens divided. To them with his left hand Galzu pointed. From the bull to the ram Galzu his pointing shifted. 3 times the pointing he repeated. Then in the dream vision Galzu spoke up and to Enlil thus said, "The righteous time of benevolence and peace by evil doing and bloodshed will be followed. In 3 celestial portions the ram of Marduk, the bull of Enlil will we place. One who himself as supreme God has declared supremacy on earth will seize. A calamity, as has never before occurred, by fate decreed will happen. At the time of the deluge, a righteous and worthy man must be chosen. By him and his seed will civilized mankind, as by the Creator of all intended, be preserved." So did Galzu, the divine emissary to Enlil in the dream vision, say. When Enlil from the nighttime dream vision awakened, there was no tablet beside his bed. Was it an oracle from heaven, or did it all in my heart imagined? Enlil to himself wondered. To none of his sons, Nanar among them, nor to Ninlil did he of the dream vision tell. Among the priests in Nibriki, temple Enlil of celestial savants inquired. Tirhu, an oracle priest, to him the high priest indicated. Of Ebru, of Arbakad, the grandson, he was descended. 6 generations of Nibriki priest he was. With the royal daughters of Urim's kings they were intermarried. Get yourself to Nanar's temple in Urim, the heavens for celestial time observe. 72 earth years is the count of a celestial portion. The passage of 3 thereof carefully record. So did Enlil to Tirhu the priest say. The prophesied time he made him count. While Enlil the dream vision and its portents pondered, Marduk from land to land went. Of his supremacy the people he was telling, to followers gain was his purpose. In the lands of the upper sea and the lands of Kiinji bordering, Nabu, Marduk's son, was the people inciting. To seize the 4th region was his plan. Between the dwellers of the west and the dwellers of the east clashes were occurring. King's host of warriors formed, caravans ceased going, the walls of cities were raised. What Galzu had foretold indeed is happening, Enlil to himself said. Upon Tirhu and his sons, of worthy lineage descended, Enlil set his gaze. This is the man to choose, by Galzu indicated, Enlil to himself said. To Nanar, without the dream vision revealing, Enlil to his son thus said. In the land between the rivers whence Arbakad had come, a city like Urim establish. A home abode away from Urim, let it for you in Ningal be. In its midst a temple shrine establish. The priest prince Tirhu in charge thereof appoint. By his father's word abiding, Nanar in the land of Arbakad the city of Haran established. To be high priest in its temple shrine Tirhu he sent, his family with him. When 2 celestial portions out of the prophesied 3 were completed, did Tirhu to Haran go. At that time Namu, the joy of Urim, in the western lands from his chariot fell and died. On the throne of Urim, his son Shulgi, he him succeeded. Full of vile and eager for battles Shulgi was. In Nibriki himself high priest he anointed. In Unuki the joys of Inanna's vulva he sought. Warriors from the mountain lands to Nanar not beholden, in his army he enlisted. With their help, the western lands he overran. The sanctity of Mission Control Center he ignored. In the sacred 4th region his foot he set. King of the 4 regions himself he declared. About the defilements Enlil was angered. About the invadings Enki to Enlil spoke. The rulers of your region all bounds have exceeded, Enki to Enlil bitterly said. Of all the troubles Marduk in the fountainhead, Enlil to Enki retorted. Still the dream vision to himself keeping, Enlil to Tirhu attention turned. Upon Ebrum, the eldest son of Tirhu, Enlil cast the choosing gaze. A princely offspring, valiant and with priestly secrets acquainted Ebrum was. To protect the sacred places the chariot's ascents and descents enable, Enlil Ebrum to go commanded. No sooner did Ebrum from Haran depart than in that city Marduk arrived. The defilements he too had observed, as birth pangs of a new order he them deemed. From Haran on the threshold of Shumer his final thrust he planned. From Haran, at the edge of Ishkar's domains situated, the raising of armies he directed. When 24 earth years of his sojourn in Haran had passed, Marduk to the other gods, of whomever descended, tearfully an appeal made. Confessing his transgressions, but insisting on his lordship, to them he thus said, O gods of Haran, O great gods who judge, learn my secrets. As I girdle my belt, my memories I remember. I am the divine Marduk, a great god. In my domains as Ra am I known. For my sins to exile I went. To the mountains have I gone. In many lands I wandered. From where the sun rises to where the sun sets I went. To the land of Ishkar I came. 24 years in the midst of Haran I nested. An omen in its temple I sought. Until when? About my lordship an omen in the temple I ask. Your days of exile are completed, to me the oracle in the temple said. O great gods, who the fates determine, let me to my city set my course. My temple, Isagil, as an everlasting abode establish, a king in Babili install. In my temple house let all the Anunnaki gods assemble, my covenant accept. So did Marduk, confessing and appealing to the other gods his coming announce. By his appeal for their submission, the Anunnaki gods were disturbed and alarmed. To a great assembly, counsel to take, Enlil them all summoned. All the Anunnaki leaders in Nibriki gathered. Enki and Marduk's brothers also came. About the happenings all of them were agitated. Opposed to Marduk and Nebu they were all. In the council of the great gods accusations were rampant. Recriminations filled the chamber. What is coming no one can prevent. Let us Marduk's supremacy accept, Enki alone counseled. If the time of the ram is coming, let us Marduk of the bond heaven earth deprive, Enlil in anger proposed. To obliterate the place of the celestial chariots, all except Enki agreed. To use therefore the weapons of Terra, Nergal suggested. Only Enki was opposed. Of the decision, earth to Anu the words pronounced, Anu to earth the words repeated. What was destined to be, by your decision to undo will fail, so did Enki say as he departed. The evil thing to carry out Ninurta and Nergal were selected. Now this is the account of how fate to destiny did lead. How, step by step, some in long forgotten times taken, the great calamity made happen. Now let it for all time be recorded and remembered. When the decision to use the weapons of Terra was made, to himself Enlil 2 secrets kept. To no one, before the terrible decision was taken, did Enlil the secret of Galzu's dream vision reveal. To no one, until the fateful decision was made, did Enlil his knowledge of the Terra's hiding place disclose. When despite all protestations the council to use the weapons of Terra permitted, when Enki, anger and distraught the council chamber left, in his heart was Enki smiling. Only he knew where the weapons were hidden. So did Enki think. For it was he, before Enlil to earth had come, who with Abgal in a place unknown the weapons did hide. That Abgal to the exiled Enlil the place disclosed, that to Enki was unknown. When Enki the second secret heard, in his heart a wishful thought he harbored, that after such a long sojourn the weapons Terra would have evaporated. Little did Enki expect the long sojourn a calamity as never before known on earth to cause. Thus, it was that without Enki needing, Enlil to the 2 heroes the hiding place disclosed. Those 7 weapons of Terra in a mountain they abide, to them Enlil said. In a cavity inside the earth they dwell, with the Terra to clad them is required. Then the secret of how the weapons from their deep sleep awaken, Enlil to them did reveal. Before the 2 sons, one of Enlil, one of Enki, to the hiding place departed. Enlil to them words of forewarning said, Ere the weapons are used, by the Anunnaki must the chariot's place be vacated. The cities must be spared, the people must not perish. In his skyship Nergal to the hiding place soared, Ninurta by his father was delayed. A word to his son alone Enlil wished to say, a secret to him alone reveal. About the prophecy of Galzu and the choosing of Ibram to Ninurta he told. Hot-headed is Nergal, make sure that the cities are spared, that Ibram is forewarned, to Ninurta Enlil said. When Ninurta at the weapon's place arrived, Nergal from the cavity had already them brought out. As their Mies from the long slumber he awakened, to each one of the 7 Nergal a task name gave. The one without rival, the first weapon he called, the blazing flame he named the second. The one who with Terra crumbles he called the third. Mountain melter the fourth he called. Wind that the rim of the world seeks he named the fifth. The one who above and below no one spares was the sixth. The 7th with monstrous venom was filled, vaporizer of living things he called it. With Anu's blessing were the 7 to Nergal and Ninurta given, therewith to destruction wreak. When Ninurta at the place of the weapons of terror arrived, to destroy and annihilate was Nergal ready. I shall kill the son. I will annihilate the father, Nergal with vengeance was shouting. The lands they covet will vanish. The sinning cities I will upheaval, so did Nergal enraged announce. Valiant Nergal, will you the righteous with the unrighteous destroy? So did Ninurta his comrade ask. The instructions of Enlil are clear. To the selected targets the way I will lead, you behind me will follow. The decision of the Anunnaki to me is known, Nergal to Ninurta said. For 7 days and 7 nights the signal from Enlil the two awaited. As was his intention, when his waiting was completed, Marduk to Babili returned. In the presence of his followers, with weapons armed, his supremacy he declared. 1,736 was the count of Earth years then. On that day, on that fateful day, Enlil to Ninurta the signal sent. To Mount Mashu Ninurta departed. Behind him Nergal followed. The mount and the plain in the heart of the fourth region Ninurta from the sky surveyed. With a squeezing in his heart, to Nergal a sign he gave. Keep off to him, he signaled. Then the first terror weapon from the skies Ninurta let loose. The top of Mount Mashu was a flash, it sliced off. The mount's innards, in an instant it melted. Above the place of the celestial chariots, the second weapon he unleashed. With a brilliance of 7 suns, the plain's rocks into a gushing wound were made. The earth shook and crumbled. The heavens after the brilliance were darkened. With burnt and crushed stones was the plain of the chariots covered. Of all the forest that the plain had surrounded, only tree stems were left standing. It is done, Ninurta from the skyship, his black divine bird, words shouted. The control that Marduk and Nabu so coveted, of it they are forever deprived. Then to emulate Ninurta Nergal desired. To be Era the annihilator his heart him urged. Following the king's highway to the verdant valley of the 5 cities he flew. In the verdant valley where Nabu the people was converting, Nergal as a caged bird to squash him planned. Over the 5 cities, one after the other, Era upon each from the skies a terror weapon sent. The 5 cities of the valley he finished off. To desolation they were overturned. With fire and brimstone were they upheavaled. All that lived there to vapor was turned. By the awesome weapons were mountains toppled. Where the sea waters were barred, the bolt broke open. Down in the valley the sea's waters poured. By the waters was the valley flooded. When upon the city's ashes the waters poured, steam to the heavens was rising. It is done, Era in the skyship shouted. In Nergal's heart there was no more vengeance. Surveying the evil handiwork, the 2 heroes by what they saw were puzzled. By a darkening of the skies where the brilliances followed, then a storm to blow began, swirling within a dark cloud, gloom from the skies an evil wind carried. As the day wore on, the sun on the horizon with darkness it obliterated. At nighttime a dreaded brilliance skirted its edges, the moon at its rising it made disappear. When dawn the next morning came, from the west, from the upper sea, a storm wind began blowing. The dark brown cloud eastward it directed, toward the settled lands did the cloud spread. Wherever it reached, death to all that lives, mercilessly it delivered. From the valley of no pity, by the brilliance's spawn, toward Shumer the death was carried. To Enlil and Enki, Ninurta and Nergal, the alarm sounded. Unstoppable, the evil wind, death to all delivers. The alarm Enlil and Enki to the gods of Shumer transmitted. Escape, escape, to them all they cried out. Let the people disperse, let the people hide. From their cities the gods did flee, like frightened birds from their nest escaping they were. The people of the lands by the evil storm's hand were clutched. Futile was the running. Stealthy was the death. Like a ghost the fields and cities it attacked. The highest walls, the thickest walls, like floodwaters it passed. No door could shut it out. No bolt could turn it back. Those who behind locked doors hid inside their houses like flies were felled. Those who to the streets fled, in the streets were their corpses piled up. Cough and phlegm the chests filled, the mouths with spittle and foam filled up. As the evil wind the people unseen engulfed, their mouths were drenched with blood. Slowly over the lands the evil wind blew, from west to east over plains and mountains it traveled. Everything that lived behind it was dead and dying, people and cattle, all alike perished. The waters were poisoned, in the fields all vegetation withered. From Eridu in the south to Sippar in the north did the evil wind the land overwhelm. Babili, where Marduk's supremacy declared, by the evil wind was spared. Synopsis of the 14th tablet. Babili, Marduk's chosen sinner, survives the calamity. Enki sees it as an omen of Marduk's inevitable supremacy. Enlil ponders the past, fate, and destiny. Accepts Marduk's supremacy, retreats to faraway lands. The brothers bid a sentimental goodbye. Enki sees the past as a guide for telling the future. He decides to commit all as a record for posterity. Colophon by the scribe in Dubzar. Babili, where Marduk's supremacy declared, by the evil wind was spared. All the lands south of Babili the evil wind devoured. The heart of the second region it also touched. When in the aftermath of the great calamity Enlil and Enki to survey the havoc met, Enki to Enlil the sparing of Babili as a divine omen considered. That Marduk to supremacy has been destined by the sparing of Babili is confirmed, so did Enki to Enlil say. The will of the creator of all it must have been, Enlil to Enki said. Then to him the dream vision and prophecy of Galzu Enlil revealed. If that by you was known, why did you the use of the weapons of terror not prevent? Enki him asked. My brother, Enlil to Enki with a sorrowed voice said, enough seen was the reason. Whenever after your coming to earth the mission by an obstacle obstructed was, a way the obstruction to circumvent we have found. Of that, the fashioning of the earthlings the greatest solution. Also the fountain of a myriad unwanted twists and turns was. When you have the celestial cycles fathomed and the constellations assigned, who in them the hands of destiny could foresee? Who could between our chosen fates and our unbending destiny distinguish? Whose false omens proclaimed? Who true prophecies could pronounce? Therefore, to keep to myself the words of Galzu I decided. Was he truly the creator of all's emissary? Was he my hallucination? Let whatever has to happen, happen, so to myself I said. To his brother's words, Enki listened. His head up and down he nodded. The first region is desolate. The second region is in confusion. The third region is wounded. The place of the celestial chariots is no more. That is what has happened, Enki to Enlil said. If that was the will of the creator of all, that is what our mission to earth remained. By the ambitions of Marduk was the seed sown. What the crop resulted is for him to reap. So did Enlil to his brother Enki say. Then he the triumph of Marduk accepted. Let the rank of 50, by me for Ninurta intended, to Marduk instead be given. Let Marduk over the desolation in the regions his supremacy declare. As for me and Ninurta, We will in his way no longer stand. To the lands beyond the oceans we will depart. What we had come for, the mission to obtain for Nibiru gold, we will complete. So did Enlil to Enki say. Dejection was in his words. Would different matters have been were the weapons of Terra unused? Enki his brother challenged. So we have the words of Galzu to Nibiru not return heeded, Enlil retorted. Should Earth mission been stopped when the Anunnaki mutinied? I, what I did, did. You, what you did, did. The past undone cannot become. It is not in that too a lesson? Enki asked them both. Is not what on earth happened, what on Nibiru had taken place mirrored? Is not in that the tale of the past, the outline of the future written? Will mankind, in our image created, our attainments and failures repeat? Enlil was silent. As he stood up to leave, Enki to him his arm extended. Let us lock arms as brothers, as comrades who together challenges on an alien planet confronted. So did Enki to his brother say. And Enlil, grasping his brother's arm, hugged him as well. Shall we meet again on Earth or on Nibiru? Enki asked. Was Galzu right that we die if we to Nibiru go? Enlil responded. Then he turned and departed. Alone was Enki left. Only by the thoughts of his heart was he accompanied. How it all began, and how it thus far ended, he sat and pondered. Was it all destined, or was it fate by this and that decision fashioned? If heaven and earth by cycles within cycles regulated, what had happened will again occur? Is the past the future? Will the earthlings the Anunnaki emulate? Will Earth relive Nibiru? Will he, the first to arrive, the last to leave be? Besieged by thoughts, Enki a decision made. All the events and decisions, starting with Nibiru to this day on Earth, to put in a record, a guide to future generations to become. Let posterity, at a time by destiny designated, the record read. The past remember, the future as prophecy understand. Let the future of the past the judge be. These are the words of Enki, firstborn of Anu of Nibiru, 14th tablet. The words of the Lord Enki, written from the mouth of the great Lord Enki. Not one word missed, not one word added, by the master scribe in Dubsar, a man of Eridu, son of Udbar. By the Lord Enki with long life I have been blessed.